Muslim phenomenon. But isn't it today? Shouldn't we expect the suicide terrorists from Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and Hezbollah to be picking up the slack? And what are we hiding by taking the civilian deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan, many of them victims of suicide bombers, out of the tallies? Answering these questions will require a closer look at terrorism, especially suicide terrorism, in the Islamic world. Though 9/11 did not inaugurate a new age of terror, a case could be made that it foretold an age of Islamist suicide terror. The 9/11 hijackers could not have carried out their attacks had they not been willing to die in the process, and since then the rate of suicide attacks has soared, from fewer than 5 per year in the 1980s and 16 per year in the 1990s to 180 per year between 2001 and 2005. Most of these attacks were carried out by Islamist groups whose expressed motives were at least partly religious. According to the most recent data from the National Counterterrorism Center, in 2008, Sunni Islamic extremists were responsible for almost 2/3 of the deaths from terrorism that could be attributed to a terrorist group. As a means of killing civilians, suicide terrorism is a tactic of diabolical ingenuity. It combines the ultimate in surgical weapon delivery, the precision manipulators and locomotors called hands and feet, controlled by the human eyes and brain, with the ultimate in stealth, a person who looks just like millions of other people. In technological sophistication, no battle robot comes close. The advantages are not just theoretical. Though suicide terrorism accounts for a minority of terrorist attacks, it is responsible for a majority of the casualties. This bang for the buck can be irresistible to the leaders of a terrorist movement. As one Palestinian official explained, a successful mission requires only a willing young man, nails, gunpowder, a light switch, and a short cable, mercury, readily obtainable from thermometers, acetone. The most expensive item is transportation to an Israeli town. The only real technological hurdle is the willingness of the young man. Ordinarily, a human being is unwilling to die, the legacy of 500 million years of natural selection. How have terrorist leaders overcome this obstacle? People have exposed themselves to the risk of dying in wars for as long as there have been wars, but the key term is risk. Natural selection works on averages, so a willingness to take a small chance of dying as part of an aggressive coalition that offers a large chance of a big fitness payoff, more land, more women, or more safety, can be favored over the course of evolution. What cannot be favored is a willingness to die with certainty, which would take any genes that allow such willingness along with the dead body. It's not surprising that suicide missions are uncommon in the history of warfare. Foraging bands prefer the safety of raids and ambushes to the hazards of set-piece battles, and even then warriors are not above claiming to have had dreams and omens that conveniently keep them out of risky encounters planned by their comrades. Modern armies cultivate incentives for soldiers to increase the risk they take on, such as esteem and decorations for bravery, and disincentives for them to reduce the risk, such as the shaming or punishment of cowards and the summary execution of deserters. Sometimes a special class of soldier called file closers trails behind a unit with orders to kill any soldier who fails to advance. The conflicts of interest between war leaders and foot soldiers leads to the well-known hypocrisy of military rhetoric. Here is how a British general waxed about the carnage of World War I. Not a man shirked going through the extremely heavy barrage or facing the machine gun and rifle fire that finally wiped them out. I have never seen, indeed could never have imagined, such a magnificent display of gallantry, discipline, and determination. A sergeant described it differently. We knew it was pointless, even before we went over, crossing open ground like that. But you had to go. You were between the devil and the deep blue sea. If you go forward, you'll likely be shot. If you go back, you'll be court-martialed and shot. What can you do? Warriors may accept the risk of death in battle for another reason. The evolutionary biologist J.B.S. Haldane, when asked whether he would lay down his life for his brother, replied, "No, but for 2 brothers or 8 cousins." He was invoking the phenomenon that would later be known as kin selection, inclusive fitness, and nepotistic altruism. Natural selection favors any genes that include an organism toward making a sacrifice that helps a blood relative, as long as the benefit to the relative, discounted by the degrees of relatedness, exceeds the cost to the organism. The reason is that the genes would be helping copies of themselves inside the bodies of those relatives and would have a long-term advantage over their narrowly selfish alternatives. Critics who are determined to misunderstand this theory imagine that it requires that organisms consciously calculate their genetic overlap with their kin and anticipate the good it will do their DNA. Of course, it requires only that organisms be inclined to pursue goals that help organisms that are statistically likely to be their genetic relatives. In complex organisms such as humans, this inclination is implemented as the emotion of brotherly love. The small-scale bands in which humans spent much of their evolutionary history were held together by kinship, and people tended to be related to their neighbors. Among the Yanomamo, for example, 2 individuals picked at random from a village are related almost as closely as first cousins, and people who consider each other relatives are related, on average, even more closely. The genetic overlap tilts the evolutionary payoff toward taking greater risks to life and limb if the risky act might benefit one's fellow warriors. One of the reasons that chimpanzees, unlike other primates, engage in cooperative raiding is that the females, rather than the males, disperse from the troop at sexual maturity, so the males in a troop tend to be related. As with all aspects of our psychology that have been illuminated by evolutionary theory, what matters is not actual genetic relatedness. It's not as if hunter-gatherers, to say nothing of chimpanzees, send off cheek swabs to a genotyping service, but the perception of relatedness, as long as the perception was correlated with the reality over long enough spans of time. Among the contributors to the perception of kinship are the experience of having grown up together, having seen one's mother care for the other person, commensal meals, myths of common ancestry, essentialist intuitions of common flesh and blood, the sharing of rituals and ordeals, physical resemblance, often enhanced by hairdressing, tattoos, scarification, and mutilation, and metaphors such as fraternity, brotherhood, family, fatherland, motherland, and blood. Military leaders use every trick in the book to make their soldiers feel like genetic relatives and take on the biological predictable risks. Shakespeare made this clear in the most famous motivational speech in the literary history of war, when Henry V addresses his men on St. Crispin's Day. "And Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered, we few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother." Modern militaries, too, take pains to group soldiers into bands of brothers, the fire teams, squads, and platoons of half a dozen to several dozen soldiers that serve as a crucible for the primary emotion that moves men to fight in armies, brotherly love. Studies of military psychology have discovered that soldiers fight above all out of loyalty to their platoon mates. The writer William Manchester reminisced about his experience as a Marine in World War II. "These men on the line were my family, my home. They were closer to me than I can say, closer than any friends had been or ever would be. They had never let me down, and I couldn't do it to them. I had to be with them, rather than let them die, and me live with the knowledge that I might have saved them. Men I now knew do not fight for flag or country, for the Marine Corps, or glory, or any other abstraction. They fight for one another." 2 decades later, another Marine-turned-author, William Broyles, offered a similar reflection on his experience in Vietnam. The enduring emotion of war, when everything else has faded, is comradeship. A comrade in war is a man you can trust with anything, because you trust him with your life. Despite its extreme right-wing image, war is the only utopian experience most of us ever have. Individual possessions and advantage count for nothing. The group is everything. What you have is shared with your friends. It isn't a particularly selective process, but a love that needs no reasons, that transcends race and personality and education, all those things that would make a difference in peace. Though in extremis a man may lay down his life to save a platoon of virtual brothers, it's rarer for him to calmly make plans to commit suicide at some future date on their behalf. The conduct of war would be very different if he did. To avoid panic and rout, at least in the absence of file closers, battle plans are generally engineered so that an individual soldier does not know that he has been singled out for certain death. At a bomber base during World War II, for example, strategists calculated that pilots would have a higher probability of survival if a few of them, who drew the short straws in a lottery, would fly off to certain death on one-way sorties, rather than all of them taking their chances in the fuel-laden planes needed for round trips. But they opted for the higher risk of an unpredictable death over the lower risk of a death that would be preceded by a lengthy period of doom. How did the engineers of suicide terrorism overcome this obstacle? Certainly an ideology of an afterlife helps, as in the posthumous Playboy mansion promised to the 9/11 hijackers. Japanese kamikaze pilots had to make do with the less vivid image of being absorbed into a great realm of the spirit. But modern suicide terrorism was perfected by the Tamil Tigers, and though the members grew up in Hinduism with its promise of reincarnation, the group's ideology was secular, the usual goulash of nationalism, romantic militarism, Marxism-Leninism, and anti-imperialism that animated 20th century Third World liberation movements. And in accounts by would-be suicide terrorists of what prompted them to enlist, anticipation of an afterlife, with or without the virgins, seldom figures prominently. So while expectation of a pleasant afterlife may tip the perceived cost-benefit ratio, making it harder to imagine an atheist suicide bomber, it cannot be the only psychological driver. Using interviews with failed and prospective suicide terrorists, the anthropologist Scott Atran has refuted many common misconceptions about them. Far from being ignorant, impoverished, nihilistic, or mentally ill, suicide terrorists tend to be educated, middle class, morally engaged, and free of obvious psychopathology. Atran concluded that many of the motives may be found in nepotistic altruism. The case of the Tamil Tigers is relatively easy. They use the terrorist equivalent of file closers, selecting operatives for suicide missions and threatening to kill their families if they withdraw. Only slightly less subtle are the methods of Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist groups, who hold out a carrot rather than a stick to the terrorist's family, in the form of generous monthly stipends, lump sum payments, and massive prestige in the community. Though in general one should not expect extreme behavior to deliver a payoff in biological fitness, the anthropologists Aaron Blackwell and Lawrence Sugiyama have shown that it may do so in the case of Palestinian suicide terrorism. In the West Bank and Gaza, many men have trouble finding wives because their families cannot afford a bride price. They are restricted to marrying parallel cousins, and many women are taken out of the marriage pool by polygynous marriage or by marriage up to more prosperous Arabs in Israel. Blackwell and Sugiyama note that 99% of Palestinian suicide terrorists are male, that 86% are unmarried, and that 81% have at least 6 siblings, a larger family size than the Palestinian average. When they plugged these and other numbers into a simple demographic model, they found that when a terrorist blows himself up, the financial payoff can buy enough brides for his brothers to make his sacrifice reproductively worthwhile. Atran has found that suicide terrorists can also be recruited without these direct incentives. Probably the most effective call to martyrdom is the opportunity to join a happy band of brothers. Terrorist cells often begin as gangs of underemployed single young men who come together in cafes, dorms, soccer clubs, barber shops, or internet chat rooms, and suddenly find meaning in their lives by a commitment to the new platoon. Young men in all societies do foolish things to prove their courage and commitment, especially in groups, where individuals may do something they know is foolish because they think that everyone else in the group thinks it is cool. We will return to this phenomenon in Chapter 8. Commitment to the group is intensified by religion, not just the literal promise of paradise, but the feeling of spiritual awe that comes from submerging oneself in a crusade, a calling, a vision quest, or a jihad. Religion may also turn a commitment to the cause into a sacred value, a good that may not be traded off against anything else, including life itself. The commitment can be stoked by the thirst for revenge, which in the case of militant Islamism takes the form of vengeance for the harm and humiliation suffered by any Muslim anywhere on the planet at any time in history, or for symbolic affronts such as the presence of infidel soldiers on sacred Muslim soil. Atran summed up his research in testimony to a U.S. Senate subcommittee. When you look at young people like the ones who grew up to blow up trains in Madrid in 2004, carried out the slaughter on the London Underground in 2005, hoped to blast airliners out of the sky en route to the United States in 2006 and 2009, and journeyed far to die killing infidels in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, or Somalia. When you look at whom they idolize, how they organize, what bonds them and what drives them, then you see that what inspires the most lethal terrorists in the world today is not so much the Quran or religious teachings as a thrilling cause and call to action that promises glory and esteem in the eyes of friends, and through friends, eternal respect and remembrance in the wider world that they will never live to enjoy. Jihad is an egalitarian, equal opportunity employer, fraternal, fast-breaking, thrilling, glorious, and cool. Anyone is welcome to try his hand at slicing off the head of Goliath with a paper cutter. The local imams are of marginal importance in this radicalization, since young men who want to raise hell rarely look to community elders for guidance, and Al-Qaeda has become more a global brand inspiring a diffuse social network than a centralized recruiting organization. The up-close look at suicide terrorists at first seems pretty depressing, because it suggests we are fighting a multi-headed hydra that cannot be decapitated by killing its leadership or invading its home base. Remember, though, that all terrorist organizations follow an arc toward failure. Are there any signs that Islamist terrorism is beginning to burn out? The answer is a clear yes. In Israel, sustained attacks on civilians have accomplished what they accomplish everywhere else in the world: erase all sympathy for the group, together with any willingness to compromise with it. After the Second Intifada began, shortly after Yasser Arafat's rejection of the Camp David Accords in 2000, the Palestinians' economic and political prospects steadily deteriorated. In the long run, Cronin adds, suicide terrorism is a supremely idiotic tactic because it makes the target nation unwilling to tolerate members of the minority community in their midst, never knowing which among them may be a walking bomb. Though Israel has faced international condemnation for building a security barrier, other countries faced with suicide terrorism, Cronin notes, have taken similar measures. The Palestinian leadership on the West Bank has, more recently, disavowed violence and turned its energies toward competent governance, while Palestinian activist groups have turned to boycotts, civil disobedience, peaceful protests, and other forms of nonviolent resistance. They have even enlisted Rajmohan Gandhi, grandson of Mohandas, and Martin Luther King III, for symbolic support. It's too soon to know whether this is a turning point in Palestinian tactics, but a retreat from terrorism would not be historically unprecedented. The bigger story, though, is the fate of al-Qaeda. Mark Sageman, a former CIA officer who has been keeping tabs on the movement, counted 10 serious plots on Western targets in 2004, many inspired by the invasion of Iraq, but just 3 in 2008. Not only has al-Qaeda's base in Afghanistan been routed and its leadership decimated, including bin Laden himself in 2011, but in the world of Muslim opinion, its favorables have long been sinking, and its negatives have been rising. In the past 6 years, Muslims have become repulsed by what they increasingly see as nihilistic savagery, consistent with Cronin's remark that decency, not just violence, has an international language. The movement's strategic goals, a pan-Islamic caliphate, the replacement of repressive and theocratic regimes by even more repressive and theocratic regimes, the genocidal killing of infidels, began to lose their appeal once people started thinking about what they really mean. And al-Qaeda has succumbed to the fatal temptation of all terrorist groups to stay in the limelight by mounting ever bloodier attacks on ever more sympathetic victims, which in al-Qaeda's case includes tens of thousands of fellow Muslims. Attacks in the mid-2000s on a Bali nightclub, a Jordanian wedding party, an Egyptian resort, the London Underground, and cafes in Istanbul and Casablanca massacred Muslims and non-Muslims alike for no discernible purpose. The franchise of the movement known as Al-Qaeda in Iraq, AQI, proved to be even more depraved, bombing mosques, marketplaces, hospitals, volleyball games, and funerals, and brutalizing resistors with amputations and beheadings. The jihad against the jihadis is being fought at many levels. Islamic states such as Saudi Arabia and Indonesia that once indulged Islamist extremists have decided that enough is enough and have begun to crack down. The movement's own gurus have also turned on it. In 2007, one of bin Laden's mentors, the Saudi cleric Salman al-Oda, wrote an open letter accusing him of fostering a culture of suicide bombings that has caused bloodshed and suffering and brought ruin to entire Muslim communities and families. He was not afraid to get personal. "My brother Osama, how much blood has been spilt? How many innocent people, children, elderly, and women have been killed in the name of al-Qaeda? Will you be happy to meet God Almighty carrying the burden of these hundreds of thousands or millions on your back?" His indictment struck a chord. 2/3 of the postings on websites of Islamist organizations and televised networks were favorable, and he has spoken to enthusiastic crowds of young British Muslims. The Grand Mufti of Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz al-Ash Sheikh, made it official, issuing a fatwa in 2007 forbidding Saudis to join foreign jihads and condemning bin Laden and his cronies for transforming our youth into walking bombs to accomplish their own political and military aims. That same year, another sage of al-Qaeda, the Egyptian scholar Sayyid Imam al-Sharif, also known as Dr. Fadl, published a book called Rationalization of Jihad, because, he explained, jihad was blemished with grave Sharia violations during recent years. Now there are those who kill hundreds, including women and children, Muslims and non-Muslims, in the name of jihad. The Arab Street agrees. In 2008, online Q&A on a jihadist website with Ayman al-Zawahiri, al-Qaeda's day-to-day leader, one participant asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Zawahiri, but who is it who is killing, with Your Excellency's blessing, the innocents in Baghdad, Morocco, and Algeria?" Public opinion polls throughout the Islamic world have tapped the outrage. Between 2005 and 2010, the number of respondents in Jordan, Pakistan, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and Bangladesh who endorse suicide bombing and other violence against civilians has sunk like a stone, often to around 10%. Lest even this figure seem barbarically high, the political scientist Fawaz Gerges, who compiled the data, reminds us that no fewer than 24% of Americans tell pollsters that bombing and other attacks intentionally aimed at civilians are often or sometimes justified. More important is public opinion in the war zones in which the terrorists rely on the support of the population. In the northwest frontier province in Pakistan, support for al-Qaeda plummeted from 70% to 4% in just 5 months in late 2007, partly in reaction to the assassination of former Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto by a suicide bomber. In elections that year, Islamists won 2% of the national vote, a 5-fold decrease since 2002. In a 2007 ABC-BBC poll in Afghanistan, support for jihadist militants nosedived to 1%. In Iraq in 2006, a large majority of Sunnis and an overwhelming majority of Kurds and Shias rejected AQI, and by December 2007, the opposition to their attacks on civilians had reached a perfect 100%. Public opinion is one thing, but does it translate into a reduction of violence? Terrorists depend on popular support, so it's highly likely that it does. The year 2007, the turning point in attitudes toward terrorism in the Islamic world, was also a turning point in suicide attacks in Iraq. The Iraq body count has documented that vehicle bombs and suicide attacks declined from 21 a day in 2007 to fewer than 8 a day in 2010. Still too many, but a sign of progress. Changes in Muslim attitudes do not deserve all the credit. The surge of American soldiers in the first half of 2007 and other military adjustments helped as well. But some of the military developments themselves depended on a shift in attitudes. Muqtada al-Sadr's Mahdi army, a Shia militia, declared a ceasefire in 2007. And in what has been called the Sunni awakening, tens of thousands of young men have defected from an insurgency against the American-supported government and are participating in the suppression of al-Qaeda in Iraq. Terrorism is a tactic, not an ideology or a regime, so we will never win the war on terror, any more than we will achieve George W. Bush's larger goal, announced in the same post-9/11 speech to rid the world of evil. In an age of global media, there will always be an ideologue nursing a grievance somewhere, who is tempted by the spectacular return on investment of terrorism, a huge windfall in fear from a trifling outlay in violence. And there will always be bands of brothers willing to risk everything for the comradeship and glory it promises. When terrorism becomes a tactic in a large insurgency, it can do tremendous damage to people and to civil life. And the hypothetical threat of nuclear terrorism, to which I will turn in the final section, gives new meaning to the word terror. But in every other circumstance, history teaches, and recent events confirm, that terrorist movements carry the seeds of their own destruction. Where angels fear to tread. The new peace is the quantitative decline in war, genocide, and terrorism that has proceeded in fits and starts since the end of the Cold War more than 2 decades ago. It has not been around for as long as the long peace, is not as revolutionary as the humanitarian revolution, and has not swept a civilization in the manner of the civilizing process. An obvious question is whether it will last. Though I am reasonably confident that during my lifetime France and Germany will not go to war, that cat-burning and the breaking wheel will not make a comeback, and that diners will not routinely stab each other with steak knives or cut off each other's noses, no prudent person could express a similar confidence when it comes to armed conflict in the world as a whole. I am sometimes asked, how do you know there won't be a war tomorrow, or a genocide, or an act of terrorism that will refute your whole thesis? The question misses the point of this book. The point is not that we have entered an age of Aquarius in which every last earthling has been pacified forever. It is that substantial reductions in violence have taken place, and that it is important to understand them. Declines in violence are caused by political, economic, and ideological conditions that take hold in particular cultures at particular times. If the conditions reverse, violence could go right back up. Also, the world contains a lot of people. The statistics of power law distributions and the events of the past 2 centuries agree in telling us that a small number of perpetrators can cause a great deal of damage. If somewhere among the world's 6 billion people there is a zealot who gets his hands on a stray nuclear bomb, he could single-handedly send the statistics through the roof. But even if he did, we would still need an explanation of why homicide rates fell 100-fold, why slave markets and debtors' prisons have vanished, and why the Soviets and Americans did not go to war over Cuba, to say nothing of Canada and Spain over flatfish. The goal of this book is to explain the facts of the past and present, not to augur the hypotheticals of the future. Still, you might ask, isn't it the essence of science to make falsifiable predictions? Shouldn't any claim to understanding the past be evaluated by its ability to extrapolate into the future? Oh, all right. I predict that the chance that a major episode of violence will break out in the next decade, a conflict with 100,000 deaths in a year, or 1 million deaths overall, is 9.7%. How did I come up with that number? Well, it's small enough to capture the intuition, probably not, but not so small that if such an event did occur, I would be shown to be flat-out wrong. My point, of course, is that the concept of scientific prediction is meaningless when it comes to a single event, in this case, the eruption of mass violence in the next decade. It would be another thing if we could watch many worlds unfold and tot up the number in which an event happened or did not. But this is the only world we've got. The truth is, I don't know what will happen across the entire world in the coming decades, and neither does anyone else. Not everyone, though, shares my reticence. A web search for the text string, "The Coming War," returns 2 million hits, with completions like, with Islam, with Iran, with China, with Russia, in Pakistan, between Iran and Israel, between India and Pakistan, against Saudi Arabia, on Venezuela, in America, within the West, for Earth's resources, over climate, for water, and with Japan, the last dating from 1991, which you would think would make everyone a bit more humble about this kind of thing. Books with titles like The Clash of Civilizations, World on Fire, World War IV, and, my favorite, We Are Doomed, boast a similar confidence. Who knows? Maybe they're right. My aim in the rest of this chapter is to point out that maybe they're wrong. This isn't the first time we've been warned of certain ruin. The experts have predicted civilization-ending aerial gas attacks, global thermonuclear war, a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, a Chinese raising of half of humanity, nuclear powers by the dozen, a revanchist Germany, a rising sun in Japan, cities overrun by teenage super-predators, a world war fought over diminishing oil, nuclear war between India and Pakistan, and weekly 9/11 scale attacks. In this section, I'll look at 4 threats to the new peace: a civilizational clash with Islam, nuclear terrorism, a nuclear Iran, and climate change, and for each one, make the case for maybe, but maybe not. The Muslim world, to all appearances, is sitting out the decline of violence. More than 2 decades of headlines have shocked Westerners with acts of barbarity in the name of Islam. Among them are the 1989 clerical death threat against Salman Rushdie for portraying Muhammad in a novel, the 2002 sentencing of an unmarried pregnant woman in Nigeria to execution by stoning, the fatal stabbing in 2004 of Dutch filmmaker Theo van Gogh for producing Ayaan Hirsi Ali's film about the treatment of women in Islamic countries, the lethal 2005 riots after a Danish newspaper printed editorial cartoons that were disrespectful to the Prophet, the jailing and threat of flogging of a British schoolteacher in Sudan who allowed her class to name a teddy bear Muhammad, and of course the 9/11 terrorist attacks in which 19 Muslims killed almost 3,000 civilians. The impression that the Muslim world indulges kinds of violence that the West has outgrown is not a symptom of Islamophobia or Orientalism, but is borne out by the numbers. Though about a fifth of the world's population is Muslim, and about a quarter of the world's countries have a Muslim majority, more than half of the armed conflicts in 2008 embroiled Muslim countries or insurgencies. Muslim countries force a greater proportion of their citizens into their armies than non-Muslim countries do, holding other factors constant. Muslim groups held 2/3 of the slots on the U.S. State Department's list of foreign terrorist organizations, and, as mentioned, in 2008, Sunni terrorists killed nearly 2/3 of the world's victims of terrorism, whose perpetrators could be identified. In defiance of the rising tide of democracy, only about a quarter of Islamic countries elect their governments, and most of them are only dubiously democratic. Their leaders receive farcically high percentages of the vote, and they exercise the power to jail opponents, outlaw opposition parties, suspend parliament, and cancel elections. It's not just that Islamic countries happen to have risk factors for autocracy, such as being larger, poorer, or richer in oil. Even in a regression analysis that holds these factors constant, countries with larger proportions of Muslims have fewer political rights. Political rights are very much a matter of violence, of course, since they amount to being able to speak, write, and assemble without being dragged off to jail. The laws and practices of many Muslim countries seem to have missed out on the humanitarian revolution. According to Amnesty International, almost 3/4 of Muslim countries execute their criminals, compared to 1/3 of non-Muslim countries, and many use cruel punishments such as stoning, branding, blinding, amputation of tongues or hands, and even crucifixion. Every year, more than 100 million girls in Islamic countries have their genitals mutilated, and when they grow up they may be disfigured with acid or killed outright if they displease their fathers, their brothers, or the husbands who have been forced upon them. Islamic countries were the last to abolish slavery, as recently as 1962 in Saudi Arabia and 1980 in Mauritania. And a majority of the countries in which people continue to be trafficked are Muslim. In many Muslim countries, witchcraft is not just on the books as a crime, but is commonly prosecuted. In 2009, for example, Saudi Arabia convicted a man for carrying a phone booklet with characters in an alphabet from his native Eritrea, which the police interpreted as occult symbols. He was lashed 300 times and imprisoned for more than 3 years. Violence is sanctioned in the Islamic world not just by religious superstition, but by a hyper-developed culture of honor. The political scientists Khaled Fattah and K.M. Firki have documented how a discourse of humiliation runs through the ideology of Islamist organizations. A sweeping litany of affronts, the Crusades, the history of Western colonization, the existence of Israel, the presence of American troops on Arabian soil, the underperformance of Islamic countries, are taken as insults to Islam and used to license indiscriminate vengeance against members of the civilization they hold responsible, together with Muslim leaders of insufficient ideological purity. The radical fringe of Islam harbors an ideology that is classically genocidal. History is seen as a violent struggle that will culminate in the glorious subjugation of an irredeemably evil class of people. Spokesmen for Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Iranian regime have demonized enemy groups. Zionists, infidels, crusaders, polytheists, spoken of a millennial cataclysm that would usher in a utopia, and justified the killing of entire categories of people such as Jews, Americans, and those felt to insult Islam. The historian Bernard Lewis is not the only one who has asked, what went wrong? In 2002, a committee of Arab intellectuals under the auspices of the United Nations published the candid Arab Human Development Report, said to be written by Arabs for Arabs. The authors documented that Arab nations were plagued by political repression, economic backwardness, oppression of women, widespread illiteracy, and a self-imposed isolation from the world of ideas. At the time of the report, the entire Arab world exported fewer manufactured goods than the Philippines, had poorer internet connectivity than sub-Saharan Africa, registered 2% as many patents per year as South Korea, and translated about a fifth as many books into Arabic as Greece translates into Greek. It wasn't always that way. During the Middle Ages, Islamic civilization was unquestionably more refined than Christendom. While Europeans were applying their ingenuity to the design of instruments of torture, Muslims were preserving classical Greek culture, absorbing the knowledge of the civilizations of India and China, and advancing astronomy, architecture, cartography, medicine, chemistry, physics, and mathematics. Among the symbolic legacies of this age are the Arabic numbers, adapted from India, and loan words such as alcohol, algebra, alchemy, alkali, azimuth, alembic, and algorithm. Just as the West had to come from behind to overtake Islam in science, so it was a laggard in human rights. Lewis notes, "In most tests of tolerance, Islam, both in theory and in practice, compares unfavorably with the Western democracies as they have developed during the last 2 or 3 centuries, but very favorably with most other Christian and post-Christian societies and regimes. There is nothing in Islamic history to compare with the emancipation, acceptance, and integration of other believers and non-believers in the West. But equally, there is nothing in Islamic history to compare with the Spanish expulsion of Jews and Muslims, the Inquisition, the auto-da-fés, the wars of religion, not to speak of more recent crimes of commission and acquiescence." Why did Islam blow its lead and fail to have an age of reason, an enlightenment, and a humanitarian revolution? Some historians point to bellicose passages in the Quran, but compared to our own genocidal scriptures, they are nothing that some clever exegesis and evolving norms couldn't spin-doctor away. Lewis points instead to the historical lack of separation between mosque and state. Muhammad was not just a spiritual leader, but a political and military one, and only recently have any Islamic states had the concept of a distinction between the secular and the sacred. With every potential intellectual contribution filtered through religious spectacles, opportunities for absorbing and combining new ideas were lost. Lewis recounts that while works in philosophy and mathematics had been translated from classical Greek into Arabic, works of poetry, drama, and history were not. And while Muslims had a richly developed history of their own civilization, they were incurious about their Asian, African, and European neighbors, and about their own pagan ancestors. The Ottoman heirs to classical Islamic civilization resisted the adoption of mechanical clocks, standardized weights and measures, experimental science, modern philosophy, translations of poetry and fiction, the financial instruments of capitalism, and perhaps most importantly, the printing press. Arabic was the language in which the Quran was written, so printing it was considered an act of desecration. In Chapter 4, I speculated that the humanitarian revolution in Europe was catalyzed by a literate cosmopolitanism, which expanded people's circle of empathy and set up a marketplace of ideas from which a liberal humanism could emerge. Perhaps the dead hand of religion impeded the flow of new ideas into the centers of Islamic civilization, locking it into a relatively illiberal stage of development. As if to prove the speculation correct, in 2010, the Iranian government restricted the number of university students who would be admitted to programs in the humanities because, according to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, study of the humanities promotes skepticism and doubt in religious principles and beliefs. Whatever the historical reasons, a large chasm appears to separate Western and Islamic cultures today. According to a famous theory from the political scientist Samuel Huntington, the chasm has brought us to a new age in the history of the world, the clash of civilizations. In Eurasia, the great historic fault lines between civilizations are once more aflame, he wrote. This is particularly true along the boundaries of the crescent-shaped Islamic bloc of nations from the bulge of Africa to Central Asia. Violence also occurs between Muslims on the one hand and Orthodox Serbs in the Balkans, Jews in Israel, Hindus in India, Buddhists in Burma, and Catholics in the Philippines. Islam has bloody borders. Though the dramatic notion of a clash of civilizations became popular among pundits, few scholars in international studies take it seriously. Too large a proportion of the world's bloodshed takes place within and between Islamic countries. For example, Iraq's war with Iran in the 1980s and its invasion of Kuwait in 1990. And too large a proportion takes place within and between non-Islamic countries for the civilizational fault lines to be an accurate summary of violence in the world today. Also, as Nils Petter Gleditsch and Halvard Buhag have pointed out, even though an increasing proportion of the world's armed conflicts have involved Islamic countries and insurgencies over the past 2 decades, from 20 to 38%, it's not because those conflicts have increased in number. Islamic conflicts continued at about the same rate, while the rest of the world got more peaceful, the phenomenon I have been calling the New Peace. Most important, the entire concept of Islamic civilization does a disservice to the 1.3 billion men and women who call themselves Muslims, living in countries as diverse as Mali, Nigeria, Morocco, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, and Indonesia, and cutting across the divide of the Islamic world into continents and countries is another divide that is even more critical. Westerners tend to know Muslims through 2 dubious exemplars: the fanatics who grab headlines with their fatwas and jihads, and the oil-cursed autocrats who rule over them. The beliefs of the hitherto silent and frequently silenced majority make less of a contribution to our stereotypes. Can 1.3 billion Muslims really be untouched by the liberalizing tide that has swept the rest of the world in recent decades? Part of the answer may be found in a massive Gallup poll conducted between 2001 and 2007 on the attitudes of Muslims in 35 countries, representing 90% of the world's Islamic population. The results confirm that most Islamic states will not become secular liberal democracies anytime soon. Majorities of Muslims in Egypt, Pakistan, Jordan, and Bangladesh told the pollsters that Sharia, the principles behind Islamic law, should be the only source of legislation in their countries, and majorities in most of the countries said it should be at least one of the sources. On the other hand, a majority of Americans believe that the Bible should be one of the sources of legislation, and presumably they don't mean that people who work on Sunday should be stoned to death. Religion thrives on woolly allegory, emotional commitments to texts that no one reads, and other forms of benign hypocrisy. Like Americans' commitment to the Bible, most Muslims' commitment to Sharia is more a symbolic affiliation with moral attitudes they associate with the best of their culture than a literal desire to see adulteresses stoned to death. In practice, creative and expedient readings of Sharia for liberal ends have often prevailed against the oppressive fundamentalist readings. The Nigerian woman, for example, was never executed. Presumably, that is why most Muslims see no contradiction between Sharia and democracy. Indeed, despite their professed affection for the idea of Sharia, a large majority believe that religious leaders should have no direct role in drafting their country's constitution. Though most Muslims distrust the United States, it may not be out of a general animus toward the West or a hostility to democratic principles. Many Muslims feel the United States does not want to spread democracy in the Muslim world. And they have a point. The United States, after all, has supported autocratic regimes in Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, rejected the election of Hamas in the Palestinian territories, and in 1953 helped overthrow the democratically elected Mossadegh in Iran. France and Germany are viewed more favorably, and between 20 and 40% say they admire the fair political system, respect for human values, liberty, and equality of Western culture. More than 90% would guarantee freedom of speech in their nation's constitution, and large numbers also support freedom of religion and freedom of assembly. Substantial majorities of both sexes in all the major Muslim countries say that women should be allowed to vote without influence from men, to work at any job, to enjoy the same legal rights as men, and to serve in the highest levels of government. And as we have seen, overwhelming majorities of the Muslim world reject the violence of al-Qaeda. Only 7% of the Gallup respondents approved the 9/11 attacks, and that was before al-Qaeda's popularity cratered in 2007. What about mobilization for political violence? A team from the University of Maryland examined the goals of 102 grassroots Muslim organizations in North Africa and the Middle East and found that between 1985 and 2004, the proportion of organizations that endorsed violence dropped from 54 to 14%. The proportion committed to nonviolent protests tripled, and the proportion that engaged in electoral politics doubled. These changes helped drive down the terrorism death numbers and are reflected in the headlines, which feature far less terrorist violence in Egypt and Algeria than we read about a few years ago. Islamic insularity is also being chipped at by a battery of liberalizing forces, independent news networks such as Al Jazeera, American university campuses in the Gulf states, the penetration of the Internet, including social networking sites, the temptations of the global economy, and the pressure for women's rights from pent-up internal demand, non-governmental organizations, and allies in the West. Perhaps conservative ideologues will resist these forces and keep their societies in the Middle Ages forever, but perhaps they won't. In early 2011, as this book was going to press, a swelling protest movement deposed the leaders of Tunisia and Egypt and was threatening the regimes in Jordan, Bahrain, Libya, Syria, and Yemen. The outcome is unpredictable, but the protesters have been almost entirely non-violent and non-Islamist, and are animated by a desire for democracy, good governance, and economic vitality, rather than global jihad, the restoration of the caliphate, or death to infidels. Even with all these winds of change, it is conceivable that an Islamist tyrant or radical revolutionary group could drag an unwilling populace into a cataclysmic war. But it seems more probable that the coming war with Islam will never come. Islamic nations are unlikely to unite and challenge the West. They are too diverse, and they have no civilization-wide animus against us. Some Muslim countries like Turkey, Indonesia, and Malaysia are well on the way to becoming fairly liberal democracies. Some will continue to be ruled by SOBs, but they'll be our SOBs. Some will try to muddle through the oxymoron of a Sharia democracy. None is likely to be governed by the ideology of al-Qaeda. This leaves three reasonably foreseeable dangers to the new peace: nuclear terrorism, the regime in Iran, and climate change. Though conventional terrorism, as John Kerry gaffed, is a nuisance to be policed rather than a threat to the fabric of life, terrorism with weapons of mass destruction would be something else entirely. The prospect of an attack that would kill millions of people is not just theoretically possible, but consistent with the statistics of terrorism. The computer scientists Aaron Close and Maxwell Young, and the political scientist Christian Gleditsch plotted the death tolls of 11,000 terrorist attacks on log paper and saw them fall into a neat, straight line. Terrorist attacks obey a power law distribution, which means they are generated by mechanisms that make extreme events unlikely, but not astronomically unlikely. The trio suggested a simple model that is a bit like the one that Jean-Baptiste Michel and I proposed for wars, invoking nothing fancier than a combination of exponentials. As terrorists invest more time into plotting their attack, the death toll can go up exponentially. A plot that takes twice as long to plan can kill, say, 4 times as many people. To be concrete, an attack by a single suicide bomber, which usually kills in the single digits, can be planned in a few days or weeks. The 2004 Madrid train bombings, which killed around 200, took 6 months to plan, and 9/11, which killed 3,000, took 2 years. But terrorists live on borrowed time. Every day that a plot drags on brings the possibility that it will be disrupted, aborted, or executed prematurely. If the probability is constant, the plot durations will be distributed exponentially. Cronin, recall, showed that terrorist organizations drop like flies over time, falling into an exponential curve. Combine exponentially growing damage with an exponentially shrinking chance of success, and you get a power law. Given the presence of weapons of mass destruction in the real world and religious fanatics willing to wreak untold damage for a higher cause, a lengthy conspiracy producing a horrendous death toll is within the realm of thinkable probabilities. A statistical model, of course, is not a crystal ball. Even if we could extrapolate the line of existing data points, the massive terrorist attacks are still extremely, albeit not astronomically, unlikely. More to the point, we can't extrapolate it. In practice, as you get to the tail of a power law distribution, the data points start to misbehave, scattering around the line or warping it downward to very low probabilities. The statistical spectrum of terrorist damage reminds us not to dismiss the worst-case scenarios, but it doesn't tell us how likely they are. So, how likely are they? What do you think the chances are that within the next 5 years, each of the following scenarios will take place? 1. One of the heads of state of a major developed country will be assassinated. 2. A nuclear weapon will be set off in a war or act of terrorism. 3. Venezuela and Cuba will join forces and sponsor Marxist insurrection movements in one or more Latin American countries. 4. Iran will provide nuclear weapons to a terrorist group that will use one of them against Israel or the United States. 5. France will give up its nuclear arsenal. I gave 15 of these scenarios to 177 Internet users on a single web page and asked them to estimate the probability of each. The median estimate that a nuclear bomb would be set off, scenario 2, was 0.20. The median estimate that a nuclear bomb would be set off in the United States or Israel by a terrorist group that obtained it from Iran, scenario 4, was 0.25. About half the respondents judged that the second scenario was more likely than the first. And in doing so, they committed an elementary blunder in the mathematics of probability. The probability of a conjunction of events, A and B both occurring, cannot be greater than the probability of either of them occurring alone. The probability that you will draw a red jack has to be lower than the probability that you will draw a jack, because some jacks you might draw are not red. Yet Tversky and Kahneman have shown that most people, including statisticians and medical researchers, commonly make the error. Consider the case of Bill, a 34-year-old man who is intelligent but also unimaginative, compulsive, and rather dull. In school he was strong in mathematics but undistinguished in the arts and humanities. What are the chances that Bill plays jazz saxophone? What are the chances that he is an accountant who plays jazz saxophone? Many people give higher odds to the second possibility, but the choice is nonsensical, because there are fewer saxophone-playing accountants than there are saxophone players. In judging probabilities, people rely on the vividness of their imaginations rather than thinking through the laws. Bill fits the stereotype of an accountant, but not of a saxophonist, and our intuitions go with the stereotype. The conjunction fallacy, as psychologists call it, infects many kinds of reasoning. Juries are more likely to believe that a man with shady business dealings killed an employee to prevent him from talking to the police than to believe that he killed the employee. Trial lawyers thrive on this fallacy, adding conjectural details to a scenario to make it more vivid to a jury, even though every additional detail, mathematically speaking, ought to make it less probable. Professional forecasters give higher odds to an unlikely outcome that is presented with a plausible cause. Oil prices will rise, causing oil consumption to fall, than to the same outcome presented naked. oil consumption will fall. And people are willing to pay more for flight insurance against terrorism than for flight insurance against all causes. You can see where I'm going. The mental movie of an Islamist terrorist group buying a bomb on the black market or obtaining it from a rogue state and then detonating it in a populated area is all too easy to play in our mind's eye. Even if it weren't, the entertainment industry has played it for us in nuclear terrorist dramas like True Lies, The Sum of All Fears, and 24. The narrative is so riveting that we are apt to give it a higher probability than we would if we thought through all the steps that would have to go right for the disaster to happen and multiplied their probabilities. That's why so many of my survey respondents judged an Iran-sponsored nuclear terrorist attack to be more probable than a nuclear attack. The point is not that nuclear terrorism is impossible or even astronomically unlikely. It is just that the probability assigned to it by anyone but a methodical risk analyst is likely to be too high. What do I mean by too high? With certainty, and more probable than not, strike me as too high. The physicist Theodore Taylor declared in 1974 that by 1990 it would be too late to prevent terrorists from carrying out a nuclear attack. In 1995, the world's foremost activist on the risks of nuclear terrorism, Graham Allison, wrote that under prevailing circumstances, a nuclear attack on American targets was likely before the decade was out. In 1998, the counterterrorism expert Richard Falkenrath wrote that it is certain that more and more non-state actors will become capable of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons acquisition and use. In 2003, UN Ambassador John Negroponte judged that there was a high probability of an attack with a weapon of mass destruction within 2 years. And in 2007, the physicist Richard Garwin estimated that the chance of a nuclear terrorist attack was 20% per year, or about 50% by 2010, and almost 90% within a decade. Like television weather forecasters, the pundits, politicians, and terrorism specialists have every incentive to emphasize the worst-case scenario. It is undoubtedly wise to scare governments into taking extra measures to lock down weapons and fissile material, and to monitor and infiltrate groups that might be tempted to acquire them. Overestimating the risk, then, is safer than underestimating it, though only up to a point, as the costly invasion of Iraq in search of non-existent weapons of mass destruction proves. The professional reputations of experts have proven to be immune to predictions of disasters that never happen, while almost no one wants to take a chance at giving the all-clear and ending up with radioactive egg on his face. A few brave analysts, such as Mueller, John Perricini, and Michael Levy, have taken the chance by examining the disaster scenarios component by component. For starters, of the 4 so-called weapons of mass destruction, 3 are far less massively destructive than good old-fashioned explosives. Radiological or dirty bombs, which are conventional explosives wrapped in radioactive material, obtained, for example, from medical waste, would yield only minor and short-lived elevations of radiation, comparable to moving to a city at a higher altitude. Chemical weapons, unless they are released in an enclosed space like a subway, where they would still not do as much damage as conventional explosives, dissipate quickly, drift in the wind, and are broken down by sunlight. Recall that poison gas was responsible for a tiny fraction of the casualties in World War I. Biological weapons capable of causing epidemics would be prohibitively expensive to develop and deploy, as well as dangerous to the typically bungling amateur labs that would develop them. It's no wonder that biological and chemical weapons, though far more accessible than nuclear ones, have been used in only 3 terrorist attacks in 30 years. In 1984, the Rajneeshi religious cult contaminated salad in the restaurants of an Oregon town with salmonella, sickening 751 people and killing none. In 1990, the Tamil Tigers were running low on ammunition while attacking a fort and opened up some chlorine cylinders they found in a nearby paper mill, injuring 60 and killing none before the gas wafted back over them and convinced them never to try it again. The Japanese religious cult Aum Shinrikyo failed in 10 attempts to use biological weapons before releasing sarin gas in the Tokyo subways, killing 12. A fourth attack, the 2001 anthrax mailings that killed 5 Americans in media and government offices, turned out to be a spree killing rather than an act of terrorism. It's really only nuclear weapons that deserve the WMD acronym. Mueller and Parcini have fact-checked the various reports that terrorists got just this close to obtaining a nuclear bomb and found that all were apocryphal. Reports of interest in procuring weapons on a black market grew into accounts of actual negotiations. Generic sketches morphed into detailed blueprints, and flimsy clues, like the aluminum tubes purchased in 2001 by Iraq, were overinterpreted as signs of a development program. Each of the pathways to nuclear terrorism, when examined carefully, turns out to have gauntlets of improbabilities. There may have been a window of vulnerability in the safekeeping of nuclear weapons in Russia, but today most experts agree it has been closed, and that no loose nukes are being peddled in a nuclear bazaar. Stephen Younger, the former director of nuclear weapons research at Los Alamos National Laboratory, has said, "Regardless of what is reported in the news, all nuclear nations take the security of their weapons very seriously. Russia has an intense interest in keeping its weapons out of the hands of Chechen and other ethnic separatist groups, and Pakistan is just as worried about its archenemy Al-Qaeda. And contrary to rumor, security experts consider the chance that Pakistan's government and military command will fall under the control of Islamist extremists to be essentially nil. Nuclear weapons have complex interlocks designed to prevent unauthorized deployment, and most of them become radioactive scrap metal if they are not maintained. For these reasons, the 47-nation Nuclear Security Summit convened by Barack Obama in 2010 to prevent nuclear terrorism concentrated on the security of fissile material, such as plutonium and highly enriched uranium, rather than on finished weapons. The dangers of filched fissile material are real, and the measures recommended at the summit are patently wise, responsible, and overdue. Still, one shouldn't get so carried away by the image of garage nukes as to think they are inevitable or even extremely probable. The safeguards that are in place or will be soon will make fissile materials hard to steal or smuggle, and if they went missing, it would trigger an international manhunt. Fashioning a workable nuclear weapon requires precision engineering and fabrication techniques well beyond the capabilities of amateurs. The Gilmore Commission, which advises the President and Congress on WMD terrorism, called the challenge Herculean, and Allison has described the weapons as large, cumbersome, unsafe, unreliable, unpredictable, and inefficient. Moreover, the path to getting the materials, experts, and facilities in place is mined with hazards of detection, betrayal, stings, blunders, and bad luck. In his book on nuclear terrorism, Levy laid out all the things that would have to go right for a terrorist nuclear attack to succeed, noting, "Murphy's law of nuclear terrorism, what can go wrong might go wrong." Mueller counts 20 obstacles on the path and notes that even if a terrorist group had a 50-50 chance of clearing every one, the aggregate odds of its success would be 1 in a million. Levy brackets the range from the other end by estimating that even if the path were strewn with only 10 obstacles, and the probability that each would be cleared was 80%, the aggregate odds of success facing a nuclear terrorist group would be 1 in 10. Those are not our odds of becoming victims. A terrorist group weighing its options, even with these overly optimistic guesstimates, might well conclude from the long odds that it would be better off devoting its resources to projects with a higher chance of success. None of this, to repeat, means that nuclear terrorism is impossible, only that it is not, as so many people insist, imminent, inevitable, or highly probable. If current pundits are to be believed, then as you are reading these words, the new peace will already have been shattered by a major war, perhaps a nuclear war with Iran. At the time of this writing, tensions have been rising over the country's nuclear energy program. Iran is currently enriching enough uranium to fashion a nuclear arsenal, and it has defied international demands that it allow inspections and comply with other provisions of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, has taunted Western leaders, supported terrorist groups, accused the United States of orchestrating the 9/11 attacks, denied the Holocaust, called for Israel to be wiped off the map, and prayed for the reappearance of the 12th Imam, the Muslim savior who would usher in an age of peace and justice. In some interpretations of Shia Islam, this Messiah will show up after a worldwide eruption of war and chaos. All this is, to say the least, disconcerting, and many writers have concluded that Ahmadinejad is another Hitler, who will soon develop nuclear weapons and use them on Israel or furnish them to Hezbollah to do so. Even in less dire scenarios, he could blackmail the Middle East into acceding to Iranian hegemony. The prospect might leave Israel or the United States no choice but to bomb its nuclear facilities preemptively, even if it invited years of war and terrorism in response. A 2009 editorial in the Washington Times spelled it out. War with Iran is now inevitable. The only question is, will it happen sooner or later? This chilling scenario of a nuclear attack by Iranian fanatics is certainly possible, but is it inevitable or even highly likely? One can be just as contemptuous of Ahmadinejad and just as cynical about his motives, while imagining less dire alternatives for the world ahead. John Mueller, Thomas Schelling, and many other foreign affairs analysts have imagined them for us and have concluded that the Iranian nuclear program is not the end of the world. Iran is a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and Ahmadinejad has repeatedly declared that Iran's nuclear program is intended only for energy and medical research. In 2005, Supreme Leader Khamenei, who wields more power than Ahmadinejad, issued a fatwa declaring that nuclear weapons are forbidden under Islam. If the government went ahead and developed the weapons anyway, it would not be the first time in history that national leaders have lied through their teeth. But having painted themselves into this corner, the prospect of forfeiting all credibility in the eyes of the world, including major powers on whom they depend, like Russia, China, Turkey, and Brazil, might at least give them pause. Ahmadinejad's musings about the return of the 12th Imam do not necessarily mean that he plans to hasten it along with a nuclear holocaust. Two of the deadlines by which writers confidently predicted that he would set off the apocalypse, 2007 and 2009, have already come and gone. And for what it's worth, here is how he explained his beliefs in a 2009 television interview with NBC correspondent Ann Curry. Curry: You've said that you believe that his arrival, the apocalypse, would happen in your own lifetime. What do you believe that you should do to hasten his arrival? Ahmadinejad: I have never said such a thing. I was talking about peace. What is being said about an apocalyptic war and global war, things of that nature? This is what the Zionists are claiming. Imam will come with logic, with culture, with science. He will come so that there is no more war, no more enmity, hatred, no more conflict. He will call on everyone to enter a brotherly love. Of course, he will return with Jesus Christ. The two will come back together, and working together, they would fill this world with love. The stories that have been disseminated around the world about extensive war, apocalyptic wars, so on and so forth, these are false. As a Jewish atheist, I can't say I find these remarks completely reassuring. But with one obvious change, they are not appreciably different from those held by devout Christians. Indeed, they are milder, as many Christians do believe in an apocalyptic war and have fantasized about it in best-selling novels. As for the speech containing the phrase that was translated, as wiping Israel off the map. The New York Times writer Ethan Bronner consulted Persian translators and analysts of Iranian government rhetoric on the meaning of the phrase in context, and they were unanimous that Ahmadinejad was daydreaming about regime change in the long run, not genocide in the days ahead. The perils of translating foreign bombast bring to mind Khrushchev's boast, "We will bury you," which turned out to mean outlive rather than entomb. There is a parsimonious alternative explanation of Iran's behavior. In 2002, George W. Bush identified Iraq, North Korea, and Iran as the axis of evil, and proceeded to invade Iraq and depose its leadership. North Korea's leaders saw the writing on the wall and promptly developed a nuclear capability, which, as they no doubt anticipated, has put an end to any musings about the United States invading them, too. Shortly afterward, Iran put its nuclear program into high gear, aiming to create enough ambiguity as to whether it possesses nuclear weapons or could assemble them quickly to squelch any thought of an invasion in the mind of the great Satan. If Iran does become a confirmed or suspected nuclear power, the history of the nuclear age suggests that the most likely outcome would be nothing. As we have seen, nuclear weapons have turned out to be useless for anything but deterrence against annihilation, which is why the nuclear powers have repeatedly been defied by their non-nuclear adversaries. The most recent episode of proliferation bears this out. In 2004, it was commonly predicted that if North Korea acquired a nuclear capability, then by the end of the decade it would share it with terrorists and set off a nuclear arms race with South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. In fact, North Korea did acquire a nuclear capability. The end of the decade has come and gone, and nothing has happened. It's also unlikely that any nation would furnish nuclear ammunition to the loose cannons of a terrorist band, thereby giving up control over how they would be used while being on the hook for the consequences. In the case of Iran, before it decided to bomb Israel, or license Hezbollah to do so in an incriminating coincidence, with no conceivable benefit to itself, its leaders would have to anticipate a nuclear reprisal by Israeli commanders, who could match them hothead for hothead, together with an invasion by a coalition of powers enraged by the violation of the nuclear taboo. Though the regime is detestable and in many ways irrational, one wonders whether its principles are so indifferent to continuing their hold on power as to choose to annihilate themselves in pursuit of perfect justice in a radioactive Palestine or the arrival of the 12th Imam, with or without Jesus at his side. As Thomas Schelling asked in his 2005 Nobel Prize lecture, what else can Iran accomplish except possibly the destruction of its own system with a few nuclear warheads? Nuclear weapons should be too precious to give away or to sell, too precious to waste killing people when they could, held in reserve, make the United States or Russia or any other nation hesitant to consider military action. Though it may seem dangerous to consider alternatives to the worst-case scenario, the dangers go both ways. In the fall of 2002, George W. Bush warned the nation, "America must not ignore the threat gathering against us. Facing clear evidence of peril, we cannot wait for the final proof, the smoking gun, that could come in the form of a mushroom cloud." The clear evidence led to a war that has cost more than 100,000 lives and almost $1 trillion and has left the world no safer. A cocksure certainty that Iran will use nuclear weapons in defiance of 65 years of history in which authoritative predictions of inevitable catastrophes were repeatedly proven wrong, could lead to adventures with even greater costs. These days, one other gloomy scenario is on people's minds. Global temperatures are increasing, which in the decades ahead could lead to a rising sea level, desertification, droughts in some regions, and floods and hurricanes in others. Economies will be disrupted, leading to a competition for resources, and populations will migrate out of distressed regions, leading to friction with their unwelcoming hosts. A 2007 New York Times op-ed warned, "Climate stress may well represent a challenge to international security, just as dangerous and more intractable than the arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, or the proliferation of nuclear weapons among rogue states today." That same year, Al Gore and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for their call to action against global warming because, according to the citation, climate change is a threat to international security. A rising fear lifts all the boats. Calling global warming a force multiplier for instability, a group of military officers wrote that climate change will provide the conditions that will extend the war on terror. Once again, it seems to me that the appropriate response is maybe, but maybe not. Though climate change can cause plenty of misery and deserves to be mitigated for that reason alone, it will not necessarily lead to armed conflict. The political scientists who track war and peace, such as Halvard Buhag, Idean Salayan, Ole Tyson, and Nils Gleditsch, are skeptical of the popular idea that people fight wars over scarce resources. Hunger and resource shortages are tragically common in sub-Saharan countries such as Malawi, Zambia, and Tanzania, but wars involving them are not. Hurricanes, floods, droughts, and tsunamis, such as the disastrous one in the Indian Ocean in 2004, do not generally lead to armed conflict. The American Dust Bowl in the 1930s, to take another example, caused plenty of deprivation, but no civil war. And while temperatures have been rising steadily in Africa during the past 15 years, civil wars and war deaths have been falling. Pressures on access to land and water can certainly cause local skirmishes, but a genuine war requires that hostile forces be organized and armed, and that depends more on the influence of bad governments, closed economies, and militant ideologies than on the sheer availability of land and water. Certainly any connection to terrorism is in the imagination of the terror warriors. Terrorists tend to be underemployed, lower-middle-class men, not subsistence farmers. As for genocide, the Sudanese government finds it convenient to blame violence in Darfur on desertification, distracting the world from its own role in tolerating or encouraging the ethnic cleansing. In a regression analysis on armed conflicts from 1980 to 1992, Tyson found that conflict was more likely if a country was poor, populous, politically unstable, and abundant in oil, but not if it had suffered from droughts, water shortages, or mild land degradation. Severe land degradation did have a small effect. Reviewing analyses that examined a large number, N, of countries rather than cherry-picking one or two, he concluded, those who foresee doom because of the relationship between resource scarcity and violent internal conflict have very little support in the large N literature. Salayan adds that relatively inexpensive advances in water use and agricultural practices in the developing world can yield massive increases in productivity with a constant or even shrinking amount of land, and that better governance can mitigate the human costs of environmental damage, as it does in developed democracies. Since the state of the environment is at most one ingredient in a mixture that depends far more on political and social organization, resource wars are far from inevitable, even in a climate-changed world. No reasonable person would prophesy that the new peace is going to be a long peace, to say nothing of a perpetual peace. There will certainly be wars and terrorist attacks in the decades to come, possibly large ones. On top of the known unknowns, militant Islamism, nuclear terrorists, environmental degradation, there are surely many unknown unknowns. Perhaps new leaders in China will decide to engulf Taiwan once and for all, or Russia will swallow a former Soviet republic or two, provoking an American response. Maybe an aggressive Chavismo will spill out of Venezuela and incite Marxist insurgencies and brutal counterinsurgencies throughout the developing world. Perhaps at this very moment, terrorists from some liberation movement no one has heard of are plotting an attack of unprecedented destruction, or an eschatological ideology is fermenting in the mind of a cunning fanatic who will take over a major country and plunge the world back into war. As the Saturday Night Live news analyst Roseanne Rosenadana observed, "It's always something. If it's not one thing, it's another." But it is just as foolish to let our lurid imaginations determine our sense of the probabilities. It may always be something, but there can be fewer of those things, and the things that happen don't have to be as bad. The numbers tell us that war, genocide, and terrorism have declined over the past 2 decades, not to zero, but by a lot. A mental model in which the world has a constant allotment of violence so that every ceasefire is reincarnated somewhere else as a new war, and every interlude of peace is just a time-out in which martial tensions build up and seek release, is factually mistaken. Millions of people are alive today because of the civil wars and genocides that did not take place, but that would have taken place if the world had remained as it was in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. The conditions that favored this happy outcome, democracy, prosperity, decent government, peacekeeping, open economies, and the decline of anti-human ideologies, are not, of course, guaranteed to last forever. But nor are they likely to vanish overnight. Of course we live in a dangerous world. As I have emphasized, a statistical appreciation of history tells us that violent catastrophes may be improbable, but they are not astronomically improbable. Yet that can also be stated in a more hopeful way. Violent catastrophes may not be astronomically improbable, but they are improbable. Chapter 7. The Rights Revolutions. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Martin Luther King, Jr. When I was a boy, I was not particularly strong, swift, or agile, and that made organized sports a gauntlet of indignities. Basketball meant chucking a series of air balls in the general direction of the backboard. Rope climbing left me suspended a foot above the floor like a clump of seaweed on a fishing line. Baseball meant long interludes in sun-scorched right field, praying that no fly ball would come my way. But one talent saved me from perpetual pariahhood among my peers. I was not afraid of pain. As long as the blows were delivered fair and square, and without ad hominem humiliation, I could mix it up with the best of them. The boy culture that flourished in a parallel universe to that of gym teachers and camp counselors offered many opportunities to redeem myself. There was pick-up hockey and tackle football, sans helmet and pads, where I could check and be checked into the boards or dive for fumbles in a scrum of bodies. There was murder ball, in which one boy clutched a volleyball and counted off the seconds while the others pummeled him until he let go. There was horse, strictly forbidden by the counselors, doubtless on the orders of lawyers, in which a fat kid, the pillow, would lean back against a tree, a teammate would bend over and hold him around the waist, and the rest of the team would form a line of backs by holding the waist of the kid in front of him. Each member of the opposing team would then take a running leap and come crashing down on the back of the horse until it either collapsed to the ground or supported the riders for 3 seconds. And during the evening there was knucks, the outlawed card game in which the loser would be thwacked on the knuckles with a deck of cards, the number of edge-on and face-on thwacks determined by the point spread and restrained by a complex set of rules about flinching, scraping, and excess force. Mothers would regularly inspect our knuckles for incriminating scabs and bruises. Nothing organized by grown-ups could compare with these delirious pleasures. The closest they came was dodgeball, with its ecstatic chaos of hiding behind aggressive teammates, ducking projectiles, diving to the floor, and cheating death until the final mortal smack of rubber against skin. It was the only sport in the Orwellianly named physical education curriculum that I actually looked forward to. But now the boy gender has lost another battle in its age-old war with camp counselors, phys ed teachers, lawyers, and moms. In school district after school district, dodgeball has been banned. A statement by the National Association for Sport and Physical Education, which must have been written by someone who was never a boy, and quite possibly has never met one, explained the reason. NASPE believes that dodgeball is not an appropriate activity for K-12 school physical education programs. Some kids may like it, the most skilled, the most confident, but many do not. Certainly not the student who gets hit hard in the stomach, head, or groin, and it is not appropriate to teach our children that you win by hurting others. Yes, the fate of dodgeball is yet another sign of the historical decline of violence. Recreational violence has a long ancestry in our lineage. Play fighting is common among juvenile primate males, and rough-and-tumble play is one of the most robust sex differences in humans. The channeling of these impulses into extreme sports has been common across cultures and throughout history. Together with Roman gladiatorial combat and medieval jousting tournaments, the bloody history of sports includes recreational fighting with sharp sticks in Renaissance Venice, where noblemen and priests would join in the fun, the Sioux Indian pastime in which boys would try to grab their opponent's hair and knee them in the face, Irish faction fights with stout oak clubs called shillelaghs, the sport of shin-kicking, popular in the 19th century American South, in which the contestants would lock forearms and kick each other in the shins until one collapsed, and the many forms of bare-knuckle fights, whose typical tactics may be inferred from the current rules of boxing: no headbutting, no hitting below the belt, and so on. But in the past half-century, the momentum has been going squarely against boys of all ages. Though people have lost none of their taste for consuming simulated involuntary violence, they have engineered social life to place the most tempting kinds of real-life violence off-limits. It is part of a current in which Western culture has been extending its distaste for violence farther and farther down the magnitude scale. The post-war revulsion against forms of violence that kill by the millions and thousands, such as war and genocide, has spread to forms that kill by the hundreds, tens, and single digits, such as rioting, lynching, and hate crimes. It has extended from killing to other forms of harm, such as rape, assault, battering, and intimidation. It has spread to vulnerable classes of victims that in earlier eras fell outside the circle of protection, such as racial minorities, women, children, homosexuals, and animals. The ban on dodgeball is a weather vane for these winds of change. The efforts to stigmatize and in many cases criminalize temptations to violence have been advanced in a cascade of campaigning for rights: civil rights, women's rights, children's rights, gay rights, and animal rights. The movements are tightly bunched in the second half of the 20th century, and I will refer to them as the rights revolutions. The contagion of rights in this era may be seen in the proportion of English-language books, as a percentage of the proportions in 2000, that contained the phrases civil rights, women's rights, children's rights, gay rights, and animal rights between 1948, which symbolically inaugurated the era with the signing of the Declaration of Human Rights, and 2000. As the era begins, the terms civil rights and women's rights already have a presence because the ideas had been in the nation's consciousness since the 19th century. Civil rights shot up between 1962 and 1969, the era of the most dramatic legal victories of the American civil rights movement. As it began to level off, women's rights began its ascent, joined shortly by children's rights. Then, in the 1970s, gay rights appeared on the scene, followed shortly by animal rights. These staggered rises tell a story. Each of the movements took note of the success of its predecessors and adopted some of their tactics, rhetoric, and most significantly, moral rationale. During the humanitarian revolution 2 centuries earlier, a cascade of reforms tumbled out in quick succession, instigated by intellectual reflection on entrenched customs and connected by a humanism that elevated the flourishing and suffering of individual minds over the color, class, or nationality of the bodies that housed them. Then and now, the concept of individual rights is not a plateau, but an escalator. If a sentient being's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness may not be compromised because of the color of its skin, then why may it be compromised because of other irrelevant traits such as gender, age, sexual preference, or even species? Dull habit or brute force may prevent people in certain times and places from following this line of argument to each of its logical conclusions, but in an open society, the momentum is unstoppable. The rights revolutions replayed some of the themes of the humanitarian revolution, but they also replayed one feature of the civilizing process. During the transition to modernity, people did not fully appreciate that they were undergoing changes aimed at reducing violence, and once the changes were entrenched, the process was forgotten. When Europeans were mastering norms of self-control, they felt like they were becoming more civilized and courteous, not that they were part of a campaign to drive the homicide statistics downward. Today we give little thought to the rationale behind the customs left behind by that change, such as the revulsion to dinner-time dagger attacks that left us with the condemnation of eating peas with a knife. Likewise, the sanctity of religion and family values in red state America is no longer remembered as a tactic to pacify brawling men in cowboy towns and mining camps. The prohibition of dodgeball represents the overshooting of yet another successful campaign against violence, the century-long movement to prevent the abuse and neglect of children. It reminds us of how a civilizing offensive can leave a culture with a legacy of puzzling customs, peccadillos, and taboos. The code of etiquette bequeathed by this and the other rights revolutions is pervasive enough to have acquired a name. We call it political correctness. The rights revolutions have another curious legacy. Because they are propelled by an escalating sensitivity to new forms of harm, they erase their own tracks and leave us amnesic about their successes. As we shall see, the revolutions have brought us measurable and substantial declines in many categories of violence. But many people resist acknowledging the victories, partly out of ignorance of the statistics, partly because of a mission creep that encourages activists to keep up the pressure by denying that progress has been made. The racial oppression that inspired the first generations of the civil rights movement was played out in lynchings, night raids, anti-black pogroms, and physical intimidation at the ballot box. In a typical battle of today, it may consist of African-American drivers being pulled over more often on the highways. When Clarence Thomas described his successful but contentious 1991 Supreme Court confirmation hearing as a high-tech lynching, it was the epitome of tastelessness, but also a sign of how far we have come. The oppression of women used to include laws that allowed husbands to rape, beat, and confine their wives. Today it is applied to elite universities whose engineering departments do not have a 50-50 ratio of male and female professors. The battle for gay rights has progressed from repealing laws that execute, mutilate, or imprison homosexual men to repealing laws that define marriage as a contract between a man and a woman. None of this means we should be satisfied with the status quo or disparage the efforts to combat remaining discrimination and mistreatment. It's just to remind us that the first goal of any rights movement is to protect its beneficiaries from being assaulted or killed. These victories, even if partial, are moments we should acknowledge, savor, and seek to understand. Civil rights and the decline of lynching and racial pogroms. When most people think of the American civil rights movement, they recall a 20-year run of newsworthy events. It began in 1948 when Harry Truman ended segregation in the U.S. Armed Forces, accelerated through the 1950s when the Supreme Court banned segregated schools. Rosa Parks was arrested for refusing to give up her bus seat to a white man, and Martin Luther King organized a boycott in response. Climaxed in the early 1960s when 200,000 people marched on Washington and heard King give perhaps the greatest speech in history, and culminated with the passing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the Civil Rights Acts of 1964 and 1968. Yet these triumphs were presaged by quieter but no less important ones. King began his 1963 speech by noting, "50 years ago, a great American, in whose symbolic shadow we now stand, signed the Emancipation Proclamation, a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves." Yet, 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. The reason that African Americans did not exercise their rights in the intervening century was that they were intimidated by the threat of violence. Not only did the government use force in administering segregation and discriminatory laws, but African Americans were kept in their place by the category of violence called intercommunal conflict, in which one group of citizens, defined by race, tribe, religion, or language, targets another. In many parts of the United States, African American families were terrorized by organized thugs such as the Ku Klux Klan, and in thousands of incidents, a mob would publicly torture and execute an individual, a lynching, or visit an orgy of vandalism and murder on a community, a racial pogrom, also called a deadly ethnic riot. In his definitive book on the deadly ethnic riot, the political scientist Donald Horowitz studied reports of 150 episodes of this form of intercommunal violence spanning 50 countries and laid out their common features. An ethnic riot combines aspects of genocide and terrorism with features of its own. Unlike these two other forms of collective violence, it is not planned, has no articulated ideology, and is not masterminded by a leader or implemented by a government or militia, though it does depend on the government sympathizing with the perpetrators and looking the other way. Its psychological roots, though, are the same as those of genocide. One group essentializes the members of another and deems them less than human, inherently evil, or both. A mob forms and strikes against its target, either preemptively in response to the Hobbesian fear of being targeted first, or retributively in revenge for a dastardly crime. The inciting threat or crime is typically rumored, embellished, or invented out of whole cloth. The rioters are consumed by their hatred and strike with demonic fury. They burn and destroy assets rather than plundering them, and they kill, rape, torture, and mutilate members of the despised group at random, rather than seeking the alleged wrongdoers. Usually they go after their victims with bladed weapons and other hands-on armaments rather than with firearms. The perpetrators, mostly young men of course, carry out their atrocities in a euphoric frenzy, and afterward feel no remorse for what they see as a justifiable response to an intolerable provocation. An ethnic riot doesn't destroy the targeted group, but it kills far greater numbers than terrorism. The death toll averages around a dozen, but can range into the hundreds, the thousands, or, as in the nationwide rioting after the partition of India and Pakistan in 1947, the hundreds of thousands. Deadly ethnic riots can be an effective means of ethnic cleansing, sending millions of refugees from their homes in fear of their lives. And like terrorism, deadly riots can exact enormous costs in money and fear, leading to martial law, the abrogation of democracy, coup d'etat, and secessionist warfare. Deadly ethnic riots are by no means an innovation of the 20th century. Pogrom is a Russian word that was applied to the frequent anti-Jewish riots in the 19th century Pale of Settlement, which were just the latest wave in a millennium of intercommunal killings of Jews in Europe. In the 17th and 18th centuries, England was swept by hundreds of deadly riots targeting Catholics. One response was a piece of legislation that a magistrate would publicly recite to a mob, threatening them with execution if they did not immediately disperse. We remember this crowd control measure in the expression, "to read them the Riot Act." The United States also has a long history of intercommunal violence. In the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, just about every religious group came under assault in deadly riots, including Pilgrims, Puritans, Quakers, Catholics, Mormons, and Jews, together with immigrant communities such as Germans, Poles, Italians, Irish, and Chinese. And as we saw in Chapter 6, intercommunal violence against some Native American peoples was so complete that it can be placed in the category of genocide. Though the federal government did not perpetrate any overt genocides, it carried out several ethnic cleansings. The forced expulsion of 5 civilized tribes along the Trail of Tears from their southeastern homelands to present-day Oklahoma resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands from disease, hunger, and exposure. As recently as the 1940s, 100,000 Japanese Americans were forced into concentration camps because they were of the same race as the nation the country was fighting. But the longest-running victims of intercommunal and government-indulged violence were African Americans. Though we tend to think of lynchings as a phenomenon of the American South, 2 of the most atrocious incidents took place in New York City. A 1741 rampage following rumors of a slave revolt in which many African Americans were burned at the stake, and the 1863 draft riots, depicted in the 2002 film Gangs of New York, in which at least 50 were lynched. In some years in the postbellum South, thousands of African Americans were killed, and the early 20th century saw race riots killing dozens at a time in more than 25 cities. Rioting of all kinds began to decrease in Europe in the mid-19th century. In the United States, deadly rioting began to diminish at the century's end, and by the 1920s it had entered a terminal decline. Using figures from the U.S. Census Bureau, James Payne tabulated the number of lynchings beginning in 1882 and found that they fell precipitously from 1890 to the 1940s. During these decades, horrific lynchings continued to make the news, and shocking photographs of hanged and burned corpses were published in newspapers and circulated among activists, particularly the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. A 1930 photograph of a pair of men hanged in Indiana inspired a schoolteacher named Abel Meeropol to write a poem in protest. Southern trees bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the root. Black body swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Meeropol and his wife Anne would later adopt the orphaned sons of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, after the couple had been executed for Julius's passing of nuclear secrets to the Soviet Union. When Meeropol put the poem to music, it became the signature tune of Billie Holiday, and in 1999, Time magazine called it the Song of the Century. Yet in one of those paradoxes of timing that we have often stumbled upon, the conspicuous protest emerged at a time when the crime had already long been in decline. The last famous lynching case came to light in 1955, when 14-year-old Emmett Till was kidnapped, beaten, mutilated, and killed in Mississippi after allegedly whistling at a white woman. His murderers were acquitted by an all-white jury in a perfunctory trial. Fears of a renewal of lynching were raised in the late 1990s when a vicious murderer stunned the nation. In 1998, 3 racists in Texas abducted an African-American man, James Byrd, Jr., beat him senseless, chained him by the ankles to their pickup truck, and dragged him along the pavement for 3 miles until his body hit a culvert and was torn to pieces. Though the clandestine murder was very different from the lynchings of a century before, in which an entire community would execute a black person in a carnival atmosphere, the word lynching was widely applied to the crime. The murder took place a few years after the FBI had begun to gather statistics on so-called hate crimes, namely acts of violence that target a person because of race, religion, or sexual orientation. Since 1996, the FBI has published these statistics in annual reports, allowing us to see whether the bird murder was part of a disturbing new trend. 5 African Americans were murdered because of their race in 1996, the first year in which records were published, and the number has since gone down to 1%. In a country with 17,000 murders a year, hate crime murders have fallen into the statistical noise. Far more common, of course, are the less serious forms of violence, such as aggravated assault, in which the assailant uses a weapon or causes an injury, simple assault, and intimidation, in which the victim is made to feel in danger for his or her personal safety. Though the absolute numbers of racially motivated incidents are alarming, several hundred assaults, several hundred aggravated assaults, and 1,000 acts of intimidation a year, they have to be put in the context of American crime numbers during much of that period, which included 1 million aggravated assaults per year. The rate of racially motivated aggravated assaults was about 0.5% of the rate of all aggravated assaults, 322 per 100,000 people per year, and less than the rate that a person of any race would be murdered for any reason. Since 1996, all 3 kinds of hate crime have been in decline. As lynching died out, so did anti-black pogroms. Horowitz discovered that in the second half of the 20th century in the West, his subject matter, the deadly ethnic riot, ceased to exist. The so-called race riots of the mid-1960s in Los Angeles, Newark, Detroit, and other American cities represented a different phenomenon altogether. African Americans were the rioters rather than the targets. Death tolls were low, mostly rioters themselves killed by the police, and virtually all the targets were property rather than people. After 1950, the United States had no riots that singled out a race or ethnic group, nor did other zones of ethnic friction in the West, such as Canada, Belgium, Corsica, Catalonia, or the Basque Country. Some anti-black violence did erupt in the late 1950s and early 1960s, but it took a different form. The attacks are seldom called terrorism, but that's exactly what they were. They were directed at civilians, low in casualties, high in publicity, intended to intimidate, and directed toward a political goal, namely, preventing racial desegregation in the South. And like other terrorist campaigns, segregationist terrorism sealed its doom when it crossed the line into depravity and turned all public sympathy to its victims. In highly publicized incidents, ugly mobs hurled obscenities and death threats at black children for trying to enroll in all-white schools. One event that left a strong impression in cultural memory was the day 6-year-old Ruby Nell Bridges had to be escorted by federal marshals to her first day of school in New Orleans. John Steinbeck, while driving through America to write his memoir, Travels with Charlie, found himself in the Big Easy at the time. 4 big marshals got out of each car, and from somewhere in the automobiles they extracted the littlest Negro girl you ever saw, dressed in shining, starchy white, with new white shoes on feet so little they were almost round. Her face and little legs were very black against the white. The big marshals stood her on the curb, and a jangle of jeering shrieks went up from behind the barricades. The little girl did not look at the howling crowd, but from the side the whites of her eyes showed like those of a frightened fawn. The men turned her around like a doll, and then the strange procession moved up the broad walk toward the school, and the child was even more a mite because the men were so big. Then the girl made a curious hop, and I think I know what it was. I think in her whole life she had not gone 10 steps without skipping. But now, in the middle of her first step, the weight bore her down, and her little round feet took measured, reluctant steps between the tall guards. The incident was also immortalized in a painting published in 1964 in Look magazine titled The Problem We All Live With. It was painted by Norman Rockwell, the artist whose name is synonymous with sentimental images of an idealized America. In another conscience-jarring incident, 4 black girls attending Sunday school were killed in 1963 when a bomb exploded at a Birmingham church that had recently been used for civil rights meetings. That same year, the civil rights worker Medgar Evers was murdered by Klansmen, as were James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner the following year. Joining the violence by mobs and terrorists was violence by the government. The noble Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King were thrown into jail, and peaceful marchers were assaulted with fire hoses, dogs, whips, and clubs, all shown on national television. After 1965, opposition to civil rights was moribund. Anti-black riots were a distant memory, and terrorism against blacks no longer received support from any significant community. In the 1990s, there was a widely publicized report of a string of arson attacks on black churches in the South, but it turned out to be apocryphal. So, for all the publicity that hate crimes have received, they have become a blessedly rare phenomenon in modern America. Lynchings and race riots have declined for other ethnic groups and in other countries as well. The 9/11 attacks and the London and Madrid bombings were just the kind of symbolic provocation that in earlier decades could have led to anti-Muslim riots across the Western world. Yet no riots occurred, and a 2008 review of violence against Muslims by a human rights organization could not turn up a single clear case of a fatality in the West motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. Horowitz identifies several reasons for the disappearance of deadly ethnic riots in the West. One is governance. For all their abandon in assaulting their victims, rioters are sensitive to their own safety and know when the police will turn a blind eye. Prompt law enforcement can quell riots and nip cycles of group-against-group revenge in the bud, but the procedures have to be thought out in advance. Since the local police often come from the same ethnic group as the perpetrators and may sympathize with their hatreds, a professionalized national militia is more effective than the neighborhood cops. And since riot police can cause more deaths than they prevent, they must be trained to apply the minimal force needed to disperse a mob. The other cause of the disappearance of deadly ethnic riots is more nebulous, a rising abhorrence of violence, and of even the slightest trace of a mindset that might lead to it. Recall that the main risk factor of genocides and deadly ethnic riots is an essentialist psychology that categorizes the members of a group as insensate obstacles, as disgusting vermin, or as avaricious, malignant, or heretical villains. These attitudes can be formalized into governmental policies of the kind that Daniel Goldhagen calls eliminationist and Barbara Harf calls exclusionary. The policies may be implemented as apartheid, forced assimilation, and, in extreme cases, deportation or genocide. Ted Robert Gurr has shown that even discriminatory policies that fall short of the extremes are a risk factor for violent ethnic conflicts such as civil wars and deadly riots. Now imagine policies that are designed to be the diametric opposite of the exclusionary ones. They would not only erase any law in the books that singled out an ethnic minority for unfavorable treatment, but would swing to the opposite pole and mandate anti-exclusionary, un-eliminationist policies such as the integration of schools, educational head starts, and racial or ethnic quotas and preferences in government, business, and education. These policies are generally called remedial discrimination, though in the United States they go by the name affirmative action. Whether or not the policies deserve credit for preventing a backsliding of developed countries into genocide and pogroms, they obviously are designed as the photographic negative of the exclusionary policies that caused or tolerated such violence in the past, and they have been riding a wave of popularity throughout the world. In a report called The Decline of Ethnic Political Discrimination, 1950 through 2003, the political scientists Victor Assal and Amy Pate examined a data set that records the status of 337 ethnic minorities in 124 countries since 1950. It overlaps with Harf's data set on genocide, which we examined in Chapter 6. Assal and Pate plotted the percentage of countries with policies that discriminate against an ethnic minority, together with those that discriminate in favor of them. In 1950, 44% of governments had invidious discriminatory policies. By 2003, only 19% did, and they were outnumbered by the governments that had remedial policies. When Assal and Pate broke down the figures by region, they found that minority groups are doing particularly well in the Americas and Europe, where little official discrimination remains. Minority groups still experience legal discrimination in Asia, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and especially the Middle East, though in each case there have been improvements since the end of the Cold War. The authors conclude, everywhere the weight of official discrimination has lifted. While this trend began in Western democracies in the late 1960s, by the 1990s, it had reached all parts of the world. Not only has official discrimination by governments been in decline, but so has the dehumanizing and demonizing mindset in individual people. This claim may seem incredible to the many intellectuals who insist that the United States is racist to the bone. But as we have seen throughout this book, for every moral advance in human history, there have been social commentators who insist that we've never had it so bad. In 1968, the political scientist Andrew Hacker predicted that African Americans would soon rise up and engage in dynamiting of bridges and water mains, firing of buildings, assassination of public officials and private luminaries. And, of course, there will be occasional rampages. Undeterred by the dearth of dynamitings and the rarity of rampages, he followed up in 1992 with two nations, black and white, separate, hostile, unequal, whose message was, a huge racial chasm remains, and there are few signs that the coming century will see it closed. Though the 1990s were a decade in which Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan, and Colin Powell were repeatedly named in polls as among the most admired Americans, gloomy assessments on race relations dominated literary life. The legal scholar Derek Bell, for example, wrote in a 1992 book subtitled The Permanence of Racism that racism is an integral, permanent, and indestructible component of this society. The sociologist Lawrence Bobo and his colleagues decided to see for themselves by examining the history of white Americans' attitudes toward African Americans. They found that, far from being indestructible, overt racism has been steadily declining. In the 1940s and early 1950s, a majority of Americans said they were opposed to black children attending white schools, and as late as the early 1960s, almost half said they would move away if a black family moved in next door. By the 1980s, the percentages with these attitudes were in the single digits. In the late 1950s, only 5% of white Americans approved of interracial marriage. By the late 1990s, 2/3 approved of it, and in 2008, almost 80% did. With some questions like, should blacks have access to any job, the percentage of racist responses had dropped so low by the early 1970s that pollsters dropped them from their questionnaires. Also in decline are dehumanizing and demonizing beliefs. Among white Americans, these beliefs historically took the form of the prejudice that African Americans were lazier and less intelligent than whites. But over the past 2 decades, the proportion of Americans professing these beliefs has been falling, and today the proportion who profess that inequality is a product of low ability is negligible. Religious intolerance has been in steady decline as well. In 1924, 91% of the students in a middle American high school agreed with the statement, Christianity is the one true religion, and all peoples should be converted to it. By 1980, only 38% agreed. In 1996, 62% of Protestants and 74% of Catholics agreed with the statement, all religions are equally good, an opinion that would have baffled their ancestors a generation before, to say nothing of those in the 16th century. The stigmatizing of any attitude that smacks of the dehumanization or demonization of minority groups extends well beyond the polling numbers. It has transformed Western culture, government, sports, and everyday life. For more than 50 years, America has been cleansing itself of racist imagery that had accumulated in its popular culture. First to go were demeaning portrayals of African Americans such as blackface musical performances, shows like Amos and Andy and Little Rascals, films such as Walt Disney's Song of the South, and many Bugs Bunny cartoons. Caricatures in logos, advertisements, and lawn ornaments have disappeared as well. The peak of the civil rights movement was a turning point, and the taboo was quickly extended to other ethnic groups. I remember as a child the 1964 rollout of a line of powdered drink mixes called Funny Face that came in flavors called Goofy Grape, Loudmouth Lime, Chinese Cherry, and Injun Orange, each illustrated with a grotesque caricature. Bad timing. Within 2 years, the latter two were made over into a raceless Choo Choo Cherry and Jolly Ollie Orange. We are still living through the rebranding of venerable sports teams that were based on Native American stereotypes, most recently, the University of North Dakota Fighting Sioux. Derogatory racial and ethnic jokes, offensive terms for minority groups, and naive musings about innate racial differences have become taboo in mainstream forums and have ended the careers of several politicians and media figures. Of course, plenty of vicious racism can still be found in the cesspools of the Internet and at the fringes of the political right, but a sharp line divides it from mainstream culture and politics. For instance, in 2002, the Senate Republican Minority Leader Trent Lott praised the 1948 presidential bid of Strom Thurmond, who at the time was an avowed segregationist. After a firestorm from within his own party, Lott was forced to resign his post. The campaign to extirpate any precursor to attitudes that could lead to racial violence has defined the bounds of the thinkable and sayable. Racial preferences and set-asides are difficult to justify by rational arguments in a society that professes to judge people not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Yet no one in a position of responsibility is willing to eliminate them because they realize it would decrease the representation of African Americans in professional positions and risk a repolarization of society. So whenever racial preferences are declared illegal or voted out in plebiscites, they are reframed with euphemisms such as affirmative action and diversity, and preserved in workarounds, such as granting university admission to the top percentage of students in every high school, rather than to the top percentage statewide. The race consciousness continues after admissions. Many universities herd freshmen into sensitivity workshops that force them to confess to unconscious racism, and many more have speech codes, ruled unconstitutional whenever they have been challenged in court, that criminalize any opinion that may cause offense to a minority group. Some of the infractions for racial harassment cross over into self-parody, as when a student at an Indiana university was convicted for reading a book on the defeat of the Ku Klux Klan because it featured a Klansman on the cover, and when a Brandeis professor was found guilty for mentioning the term wetback in a lecture on racism against Hispanics. Trivial incidents of racial insensitivity, such as the 1993 episode in which a University of Pennsylvania student shouted at some late-night revelers to "Shut up, you water buffalo," a slang expression for a rowdy person in his native Hebrew that was construed as a new racial epithet, bring universities to a halt and set off agonized rituals of communal mortification, atonement, and moral cleansing. The only defense of this hypocrisy is that it may be a price worth paying for historically unprecedented levels of racial comity, though it's in the nature of hypocrisy that one cannot say that either. In The Blank Slate, I argued that an outsized fear of reintroducing racial hostility has distorted the social sciences by putting a heavy thumb on the nurture side of the nature-nurture scale, even for those aspects of human nature that have nothing to do with racial differences but are universal across the species. The underlying fear is that if anything about human nature is innate, then differences among races or ethnic groups might be innate. whereas if the mind is a blank slate at birth, then all minds must start out equally blank. An irony is that a politicized denial of human nature betrays a tacit acceptance of a particularly dark theory of human nature, that human beings are perpetually on the verge of a descent into racial animus, so every resource of the culture must be mobilized against it. Women's rights and the decline of rape and battering. To review the history of violence is to experience repeated bouts of disbelief in learning how categories of violence that we deplore today were perceived in the past. The history of rape provides one of those shocks. Rape is one of the prime atrocities in the human repertoire. It combines pain, degradation, terror, trauma, the seizure of a woman's means of perpetuating life, and an intrusion into the makeup of her progeny. It is also one of the commonest of atrocities. The anthropologist Donald Brown includes rape in his list of human universals, and it has been chronicled in every age and place. The Hebrew Bible tells of an era in which the brothers of a raped woman could sell her to her rapist. Soldiers were entitled by divine decree to ravish nubile captives, and kings acquired concubines by the thousands. Rape, we have seen, was also common in tribal Amazonia, Homeric Greece, medieval Europe, and England during the 100 Years' War. In Shakespeare's account, Henry V warns a French village to surrender, or else their pure maidens will fall into the hand of hot and forcing violation. Mass rape is a fixture in genocides and pogroms all over the world, including recent rampages in Bosnia, Rwanda, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It is also common in the aftermath of military invasions, such as by the Germans in Belgium in World War I, the Japanese in China, and the Russians in Eastern Europe in World War II, and the Pakistanis in Bangladesh during its War of Independence. Brown notes that while rape is a human universal, so are proscriptions against rape. Yet one has to look long and hard through history and across cultures to find an acknowledgement of the harm of rape from the viewpoint of the victim. "Thou shalt not rape" is not one of the 10 Commandments, though the 10th one does reveal the status of a woman in that world. She is enumerated in a list of her husband's chattels, after his house and before his servants and livestock. Elsewhere in the Bible, we learn that a married rape victim was considered guilty of adultery and could be stoned to death, a sentence that was carried over into Sharia law. Rape was seen as an offense not against the woman, but against a man, the woman's father, her husband, or in the case of a slave, her owner. Moral and legal systems all over the world codified rape in similar ways. Rape is the theft of a woman's virginity from her father, or of her fidelity from her husband. Rapists can redeem themselves by buying their victim as a wife. Women are culpable for being raped. Rape is a perquisite of a husband, seigneur, slave owner, or harem holder. Rape is the legitimate spoils of war. When medieval European governments began to nationalize criminal justice, rape shifted from a tort against a husband or father to a crime against the state, which ostensibly represented the interests of women and society, but in practice tilted the scales well toward the side of the accused. The fact that a false charge of rape is easy to make and hard to defend against was used to put an insuperable burden of proof onto the prosecutrix, as a rape victim was termed in many legal codes. Judges and lawyers sometimes claimed that a woman could not be forced into sex against her will because you can't thread a moving needle. Police often treated rape as a joke, pressing the victim for pornographic details or dismissing her with wisecracks like, "Who'd want to rape you?" or "A rape victim is a prostitute that didn't get paid." In court, the woman often found herself on trial, together with the defendant, having to prove that she did not entice, encourage, or consent to her rapist. In many states, women were not allowed to serve on juries for sex crimes because they might be embarrassed by the testimony. The prevalence of rape in human history and the invisibility of the victim in the legal treatment of rape are incomprehensible from the vantage point of contemporary moral sensibilities. But they are all too comprehensible from the vantage point of the genetic interests that shaped human desires and sentiments over the course of evolution, before our sensibilities were shaped by Enlightenment humanism. A rape entangles three parties, each with a different set of interests: the rapist, the men who take a proprietary interest in the woman, and the woman herself. Evolutionary psychologists and many radical feminists agree that rape is governed by the economics of human sexuality. As the feminist writer Andrea Dworkin put it, a man wants what a woman has: sex. He can steal it, rape, persuade it to give it away, seduction, rent it, prostitution, lease it over the long term, marriage in the United States, or own it outright, marriage in most societies. What evolutionary psychology adds to this analysis is an explanation of the resource that backs these transactions. In any species in which one sex can reproduce at a faster rate than the other, the participation of the slower reproducing sex will be a scarce resource over which the faster reproducing sex competes. In mammals and many birds, it is the female who reproduces more slowly, because she is committed to a lengthy period of gestation, and for mammals, lactation. Females are the more discriminating sex, and the males treat restrictions on their access to females as an obstacle to be overcome. Harassment, intimidation, and forced copulation are found in many species, including gorillas, orangutans, and chimpanzees. Among humans, the male may use coercion to get sex when certain risk factors line up, when he is violent, callous, and reckless by temperament, when he is a loser who cannot attract sexual partners by other means, when he is an outcast and has little fear of opprobrium from the community, and when he senses that the risks of punishment are low, such as during conquests and pogroms. Around 5% of rapes result in pregnancies, which suggests that rape can bring an evolutionary advantage to the rapist. Whatever inclinations sometimes erupt in rape need not have been selected against in our evolutionary history, and may have been selected for. None of this, of course, implies that men are born to rape, that rapists can't help it, or that rape is natural in the sense of inevitable or excusable. But it does help explain why rape has been a scourge in all human societies. The second party to a rape is the woman's family, particularly her father, brothers, and husband. The human male is unusual among mammals in that he feeds, protects, and cares for his offspring and for their mother. But this investment is genetically risky. If a man's wife has a secret dalliance, he could be investing in another man's child, which is a form of evolutionary suicide. Any genes that incline him to be indifferent to the risk of cuckoldry will lose out over evolutionary time to genes that incline him to be vigilant. As always, genes don't pull the strings of behavior directly. They exert their influence by shaping the emotional repertoire of the brain, in this case, the emotion of sexual jealousy. Men are enraged at the thought of their partner's infidelity, and they take steps to foreclose that possibility. One step is to threaten her and her prospective partners, and to enforce the threat when necessary to keep it credible. Another is to control her movements and her ability to use sexual signals to her advantage. Fathers, too, can display a proprietariness toward their daughter's sexuality that looks a lot like jealousy. In traditional societies, daughters are sold for a bride price, and since a virgin is guaranteed not to be bearing another man's child, chastity is a selling point. Fathers, and to some extent brothers and mothers, may try to protect this valuable resource by keeping their girls chaste. The elder generation of women in a society also have an incentive to regulate the sexual competition from the younger one. Of course, women as well as men are jealous of their partners, as a biologist would predict from the fact that men invest in their offspring. A man's infidelity brings the risk that his investment stream will be alienated by another woman and the children he has with her, and this risk gives his partner an incentive to keep him from straying. But the costs of a partner's infidelity are different for the two sexes, and accordingly, a man's jealousy has been found to be more implacable, violent, and tilted toward sexual rather than emotional infidelity. In no society are women and in-laws obsessed with the virginity of grooms. The motives shaped by evolutionary interests do not translate directly into social practices, but they can impel people to lobby for laws and customs that protect those interests. The result is the widespread legal and cultural norms by which men recognize each other's right to control the sexuality of their wives and daughters. The human mind thrives on metaphor. And in the case of women's sexuality, the recurring figure of thought is property. Property is an elastic concept, and laws in various societies have recognized the ownership of intangibles such as airspace, images, melodies, phrases, electromagnetic bandwidth, and even genes. It's no surprise, then, that the concept of property has also been applied to the ultimate in unpossessibility, sentient humans with interests of their own, such as children, slaves, and women. In their article, The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Chattel, Margot Wilson and Martin Daly have documented that traditional laws all over the world treat women as the property of their fathers and husbands. Property laws entitle owners to sell, exchange, and dispose of their property without encumbrance, and to expect the community to recognize their right to redress if the property is stolen or damaged by others. With the woman's interests unrepresented in this social contract, rape becomes an offense against the enfranchised men who own her. Rape was conceptualized as a tort for damaged goods, or as the theft of valuable property, as we see in the word rape itself, a cognate of ravage, rapacious, and usurp. It follows that a woman who was not under the protection of a high-born propertied man was not covered by rape laws, and that the rape of a wife by her husband was an incoherent notion, like stealing one's own property. Men may also protect their investment by holding the woman strictly liable for any theft or damage of her sexual value. Blaming the victim forecloses any possibility of her explaining away consensual sex as rape, and it incentivizes her to stay out of risky situations and to resist a rapist, regardless of the costs to her freedom and safety. Though the more blatant tropes of the women as property metaphor were dismantled in the late Middle Ages, the model has persisted in laws, customs, and emotions into the recent present. Women, but not men, wear engagement rings to signal they are taken, and many are still given away at their weddings by their fathers to their husbands, whereupon they change their surname accordingly. Well into the 1970s, marital rape was not a crime in any state, and the legal system underweighted the interests of women in other rapes. Legal scholars who have studied jury proceedings have discovered that jurors must be disabused of the folk theory that women can be negligently liable for their own rapes, a concept not recognized in any contemporary American code of law, or it will creep into their deliberations. And in the realm of the emotions, husbands and boyfriends often find themselves cruelly unsympathetic to their partners after they have been raped, saying things like, "Something has been taken from me. I feel cheated. She was all mine before, and now she's not." It's not uncommon in the aftermath of a rape for a marriage to unravel. And finally, we get to the third party to the rape, the victim. The same genetic calculus that predicts that men might sometimes be inclined to pressure women into sex, and that the victim's kin may experience rape as an offense against themselves, also predicts that the woman herself should resist and abhor being raped. It is in the nature of sexual reproduction that a female should evolve to exert control over her sexuality. She should choose the time, the terms, and the partner to ensure that her offspring have the fittest, most generous, and most protective father available, and that the offspring are born at the most propitious time. As always, this reproductive spreadsheet is not something that a woman calculates, either consciously or unconsciously, nor is it a chip in her brain that robotically controls her behavior. It is just the backstory of why certain emotions evolved, in this case, the determination of a woman to control her sexuality, and the agony of violation when it has been forcibly wrested from her. The history of rape, then, is one in which the interests of women had been zeroed out in the implicit negotiations that shaped customs, moral codes, and laws, and our current sensibilities, in which we recognize rape as a heinous crime against the woman, represent a reweighting of those interests, mandated by a humanist mindset that grounds morality in the suffering and flourishing of sentient individuals, rather than in power, tradition, or religious practice. The mindset, moreover, has been sharpened into the principle of autonomy, that people have an absolute right to their bodies, which may not be treated as a common resource to be negotiated among other interested parties. Our current moral understanding does not seek to balance the interests of a woman not to be raped, the interests of the men who may wish to rape her, and the interests of the husband and fathers who want to monopolize her sexuality. In an upending of the traditional valuation, the woman's ownership of her body counts for everything, and the interests of all other claimants count for nothing. The only trade-off we recognize today is the interests of the accused in a criminal proceeding, since his autonomy is at stake too. The principle of autonomy, recall, was also a linchpin in the abolition of slavery, despotism, debt bondage, and cruel punishments during the Enlightenment. The idea, seemingly obvious today, that rape is always an atrocity against the rape victim was slow in catching on. In English law, there had been some rebalancing toward the interests of victims in the late Middle Ages, but only in the 18th century did the laws settle into a form that is recognizable today. Not coincidentally, it was also during that era, the Age of Enlightenment, that women's rights began to be acknowledged, pretty much for the first time in history. In a 1700 essay, Mary Astell took the arguments that had been leveled against despotism and slavery and extended them to the oppression of women. If absolute sovereignty be not necessary in a state, how comes it to be so in a family? Or if in a family, why not in a state? Since no reason can be alleged for the one that will not hold more strongly for the other. If all men are born free, how is it that all women are born slaves? As they must be, if the being subjected to the inconstant, uncertain, unknowing, arbitrary will of men be the perfect condition of slavery. It took another 150 years for this argument to turn into a movement. The first wave of feminism, bookended in the United States by the Seneca Falls Convention of 1848, and the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution in 1920, gave women the right to vote, to serve as jurors, to hold property in marriage, to divorce, and to receive an education. But it took the second wave of feminism in the 1970s to revolutionize the treatment of rape. Much of the credit goes to a 1975 bestseller by the scholar Susan Brownmiller called Against Our Will. Brownmiller shone a harsh light on the historical indulgence of rape in religion, law, warfare, slavery, policing, and popular culture. She presented contemporary statistics on rape and first-person accounts of what it is like to be raped and to press charges of rape. And Brownmiller showed how the non-existence of a female vantage point in society's major institutions had created an atmosphere that made light of rape. As in the common quip, "When rape is inevitable, you might as well lie back and enjoy it." She wrote at a time when the decivilizing process of the 1960s had made violence a form of romantic rebellion, and the sexual revolution had made lasciviousness a sign of cultural sophistication. The two affectations are more congenial to men than to women, and in combination they made rape almost chic. Brownmiller reproduced discomfortingly heroic portrayals of rapists in middlebrow and highbrow culture, together with cringe-inducing commentaries that assumed that the reader sympathized with them. Stanley Kubrick's 1971 film, A Clockwork Orange, for example, featured a Beethoven-loving rapscallion who amused himself by beating people senseless and by raping a woman before her husband's eyes. A reviewer from Newsweek exclaimed, "At its most profound level, A Clockwork Orange is an odyssey of the human personality, a statement of what it is to be truly human. As a fantasy figure, Alex appeals to something dark and primal in all of us. He acts out our desire for instant sexual gratification, for the release of our angers and repressed instincts for revenge, our need for adventure and excitement. The reviewer seemed to forget, Brown Miller remarked, that there were two sexes who watched the movie. I am certain no woman believes that the punk with the Pinocchio nose and pair of scissors acted out her desire for instant gratification, revenge, or adventure. But the reviewer could not be accused of taking liberties with the intentions of the filmmaker. Kubrick himself used the first-person plural to explain its appeal. Alex symbolizes man in his natural state, the way he would be if society did not impose its civilizing processes upon him. What we respond to subconsciously is Alex's guiltless sense of freedom to kill and rape, and to be our natural savage selves. And it is in this glimpse of the true nature of man that the power of the story derives. Against Our Will helped put the reform of rape laws and judicial practices onto the national agenda. When the book was published, marital rape was not a crime in any American state. Today, it has been outlawed in all 50, and in most of the countries of Western Europe. Rape crisis centers have eased the trauma of reporting and recovering from rape. Indeed, on today's campuses, one can hardly turn around without seeing an advertisement of their services. A sticker that is pasted above many bathroom sinks at Harvard offers students no fewer than 5 agencies they can contact. You are not alone. If you have been forced or coerced into sexual activity against your will, there are many people at Harvard who can help. Office of Sexual Assault Prevention and Response, 24 hours. University Health Services, 24 hours. Response Peer Counseling Line, 9 p.m. through 7 a.m. Boston Area Rape Crisis Center, 24 hours. For immediate emergency assistance or to report suspicious or criminal activity of any kind, call Harvard University Police. Today, every level of the criminal justice system has been mandated to take sexual assaults seriously. A recent anecdote conveys the flavor of the change. One of my graduate students was walking in a working-class Boston suburb and was accosted on a sidewalk by 3 high school boys, one of whom grabbed her breast and, when she protested, jokingly threatened to hit her. When she reported it to the police, they assigned an undercover officer to conduct a stakeout with her, and the two of them spent 3 afternoons in an inconspicuous car, a 1978 salmon-colored Cadillac Seville, seized in a drug bust, until she spotted the perpetrator. The assistant district attorney met with her several times and with her consent charged him with second-degree assault, to which he pleaded guilty. Compared to the casual way that even brutal rapes had been treated in earlier decades, this mobilization of the judicial system for a relatively minor offense is a sign of the change in policies. Also changed beyond recognition is the treatment of rape in popular culture. Today, when the film and television industries depict a rape, it is to generate sympathy for the victim and revulsion for her attacker. Popular television series like Law and Order Special Victims Unit drive home the message that sexual attackers at all social stations are contemptible scum and that DNA evidence will inevitably bring them to justice. Most striking of all is the video gaming industry, because it is the medium of the next generation, rivaling cinema and recorded music in revenue. Video gaming is a sprawling anarchy of unregulated content, mostly developed by and for young men. Though the games overflow with violence and gender stereotypes, one activity is conspicuous by its absence. The legal scholar Francis X. Shen has performed a content analysis of video games dating back to the 1980s and discovered a taboo that was close to absolute. It seems that rape may be the one thing that you can't put into a video game. Killing scores of people in a game, often brutally, or even destroying entire cities, is clearly worse than rape in real life. But in a video game, allowing someone to press the X button to rape another character is off limits. The "it's just a game" justification seems to fall flat when it comes to rape. Even in the virtual world of role-playing games, rape is taboo. He uncovered just a handful of exceptions in his worldwide search, and each triggered instant and vehement protest. But did any of these changes reduce the incidence of rape? The facts of rape are elusive because rape is notoriously underreported, and at the same time often overreported, as in the highly publicized but ultimately disproven 2006 accusation against 3 Duke University lacrosse players. Junk statistics from advocacy groups are slung around and become common knowledge, such as the incredible factoid that 1 in 4 university students has been raped. The claim was based on a commodious definition of rape that the alleged victims themselves never accepted. It included, for example, any incident in which a woman consented to sex after having had too much to drink and regretted it afterward. An imperfect but serviceable data set is the U.S. Bureau of Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey, which since 1973 has methodically interviewed a large and stratified sample of the population to estimate crime rates without the distorting factor of how many victims report a crime to the police. The survey has several features that are designed to minimize underreporting. 90% of the interviewers are women, and after the methodology was improved in 1993, adjustments were made retroactively to the estimates from earlier years to keep the data from all years commensurable. Rape was defined broadly, but not too broadly. It included sexual acts coerced by verbal threats as well as by physical force, and it included rapes that were either attempted or completed, of men or of women, homosexual or heterosexual. In fact, most rapes are man-on-woman. A survey of the annual rate of rape over the past 4 decades shows that in 35 years, the rate has fallen by an astonishing 80%, from 250 per 100,000 people over the age of 12 in 1973 to 50 per 100,000 in 2008. In fact, the decline may be even greater than that, because women have almost certainly been more willing to report being raped in recent years when rape has been recognized as a serious crime than they were in earlier years, when rape was often hidden and trivialized. We learned in Chapter 3 that the 1990s saw a decrease in all categories of crime, from homicide to auto theft. One might wonder whether the rape decline is just a special case of the crime decline, rather than an accomplishment of the feminist effort to stamp out rape. When we compare the murder rate from the FBI's uniform crime reports, the decline of rape is different from the decline of homicide. The murder rate meandered up and down until 1992, fell in the 1990s, and stayed put in the new millennium. The rape rate began to fall around 1979, dropped more steeply during the 1990s, and continued to bounce downward in the new millennium. By 2008, the homicide rate had hit 57% of its 1973 level, whereas the rape statistics bottomed out at 20%. If the trend in the survey data is real, the drop in rape is another major decline in violence. Yet it has gone virtually unremarked. Rather than celebrating their success, anti-rape organizations convey an impression that women are in more danger than ever, as in the university bathroom stickers. And though the 30-year rape decline needs an explanation that is distinct from the 7-year homicide decline, politicians and criminologists have not jumped into the breach. There is no broken windows theory, no Freakonomics theory that has tried to explain the 3-decade plunge. Probably several causes pushed in the same direction. The portion of the downslope in the 1990s must share some causes with the general crime decline, such as better policing and fewer dangerous men on the street. Before, during, and after that decline, feminist sensibilities had singled out rape for special attention by the police, courts, and social service agencies. Their effort was enhanced by the Violence Against Women Act of 1994, which added federal funding and oversight to rape prevention, and underwrote the use of rape kits and DNA testing, which put many first-time rapists behind bars rather than waiting for a second or third offense. Indeed, the general crime decline in the 1990s may have been as much a product of the feminist anti-rape campaign as the other way around. Once the crime binge of the 1960s and 1970s had reached a plateau, it was the feminist campaign against assaults on women that helped to de-romanticize street violence, make public safety a right, and spur the re-civilizing process of the 1990s. Though feminist agitation deserves credit for the measures that led to the American rape decline, the country was clearly ready for them. It was not as if anyone argued that women ought to be humiliated at police stations and courtrooms, that husbands did have the right to rape their wives, or that rapists should prey on women in apartment stairwells and parking garages. The victories came quickly, did not require boycotts or martyrs, and did not face police dogs or angry mobs. The feminists won the battle against rape partly because there were more women in positions of influence, the legacy of technological changes that loosened the age-old sexual division of labor, which had shackled women to hearth and children. But they also won the battle because both sexes had become increasingly feminist. Despite anecdote-driven claims that women have made no progress because of a backlash against feminism, data show that the country's attitudes have become inexorably more progressive. The psychologist Jean Twenge has charted more than a quarter of a century of responses to a standardized questionnaire about attitudes toward women, which includes items such as, "It is insulting to women to have the obey clause remain in the marriage service. Women should worry less about their rights and more about becoming good wives and mothers," and "A woman should not expect to go to exactly the same places or to have quite the same freedom of action as a man." Taking the average of 71 studies that probed the attitudes of college-age men and women from 1970 to 1995, successive generations of students, women, and men alike had increasingly progressive attitudes toward women. In fact, the men of the early 1990s had attitudes that were more feminist than those of the women in the 1970s. Southern students were slightly less feminist than Northern ones, but the trends over time were similar, as are attitudes toward women measured in other samples of Americans. We are all feminists now. Western culture's default point of view has become increasingly unisex. The universalizing of the generic citizen's vantage point, driven by reason and analogy, was an engine of moral progress during the humanitarian revolution of the 18th century, and it resumed that impetus during the rights revolutions of the 20th. It's no coincidence that the expansion of the rights of women followed on the heels of the expansion of the rights of racial minorities, because if the true meaning of the nation's founding creed is that all men are created equal, then why not all women, too? In the case of gender, a superficial sign of this universalizing trend is the effort of writers to avoid masculine pronouns such as he and him to refer to a generic human. A deeper sign is the reorienting of moral and legal systems so that they could be justified from a viewpoint that is not specific to men. Rapists are men. Their victims are usually women. The campaign against rape got traction not only because women had muscled their way into power and rebalanced the instruments of government to serve their interests, but also, I suspect, because the presence of women changed the understanding of the men in power. A moral vantage point determines more than who benefits and who pays. It also determines how events are classified as benefits and costs to begin with. And nowhere is this gap in valuation more consequential than in the construal of sexuality by men and by women. In their book, Warrior Lovers, an analysis of erotic fiction by women, the psychologist Catherine Salmon and the anthropologist Donald Simons wrote, "To encounter erotica designed to appeal to the other sex is to gaze into the psychological abyss that separates the sexes. The contrasts between romance novels and porn videos are so numerous and profound that they can make one marvel that men and women ever get together at all, much less stay together and successfully rear children. Since the point of erotica is to offer the consumer sexual experiences without having to compromise with the demands of the other sex, It is a window into each sex's unalloyed desires. Pornography for men is visual, anatomical, impulsive, floridly promiscuous, and devoid of content and character. Erotica for women is far more likely to be verbal, psychological, reflective, serially monogamous, and rich in context and character. Men fantasize about copulating with bodies. Women fantasize about making love to people. Rape is not exactly a normal part of male sexuality, but it is made possible by the fact that male desire can be indiscriminate in its choice of a sexual partner and indifferent to the partner's inner life. Indeed, object can be a more fitting term than partner. The difference in the sex's conception of sex translates into a difference in how they perceive the harm of sexual aggression. A survey by the psychologist David Buss shows that men underestimate how upsetting sexual aggression is to a female victim, while women overestimate how upsetting sexual aggression is to a male victim. The sexual abyss offers a complementary explanation of the callous treatment of rape victims in traditional legal and moral codes. It may come from more than the ruthless exercise of power by males over females. It may also come from a parochial inability of men to conceive of a mind unlike theirs, a mind that finds the prospect of abrupt, unsolicited sex with a stranger to be repugnant rather than appealing. A society in which men work side by side with women and are forced to take their interests into account while justifying their own is a society in which this thick-headed incuriosity is less likely to remain intact. The sexual abyss also helps to explain the politically correct ideology of rape. As we have seen, successful campaigns against violence often leave in their wake unexamined codes of etiquette, ideology, and taboo. In the case of rape, the correct belief is that rape has nothing to do with sex and only to do with power. As Brownmiller put it, "From prehistoric times to the present, I believe rape has played a critical function. It is nothing more or less than a conscious process of intimidation by which all men keep all women in a state of fear." Rapists, she wrote, are like myrmidons, the mythical swarm of soldiers descended from ants who fought as mercenaries for Achilles. Police blotter rapists, in a very real sense, perform a myrmidon function for all men in our society. The myrmidon theory, of course, is preposterous. Not only does it elevate rapists to altruistic troopers for a higher cause and slander all men as beneficiaries of the rape of the women they love, but it assumes that sex is the one thing that no man will ever use violence to attain, and it is contradicted by numerous facts about the statistical distribution of rapists and their victims. Brownmiller wrote that she adapted the theory from the ideas of an old communist professor of hers, and it does fit the Marxist conception that all human behavior is to be explained as a struggle for power between groups. But if I may be permitted an ad feminam suggestion, the theory that rape has nothing to do with sex may be more plausible to a gender to whom a desire for impersonal sex with an unwilling stranger is too bizarre to contemplate. Common sense never gets in the way of a sacred custom that has accompanied a decline of violence, and today rape centers unanimously insist that rape or sexual assault is not an act of sex or lust. It's about aggression, power, and humiliation, using sex as the weapon. The rapist's goal is domination. To which the journalist Heather MacDonald replies, "The guys who push themselves on women at keggers are after one thing only, and it's not a reinstatement of the patriarchy." Because of the sacred belief, rape counselors foist advice on students that no responsible parent would ever give a daughter. When MacDonald asked the associate director of an Office of Sexual Assault Prevention at a major university whether they encourage students to exercise good judgment with guidelines like, "Don't get drunk, don't get into bed with the guy, and don't take off your clothes or allow them to be removed," she replied, "I am uncomfortable with the idea. This indicates that if female students are raped, it could be their fault. It is never their fault. And how one dresses does not invite rape or violence. I would never allow my staff or myself to send the message it is the victim's fault due to their dress or lack of restraint in any way. Fortunately, the students whom MacDonald interviewed did not let this sexual correctness get in the way of their own common sense. The party line of the campus rape bureaucracy, however interesting it may be as a topic in the sociology of belief, is a sideshow to a more significant historical development, that in recent decades, a widening of social attitudes in law enforcement to embrace the perspective of women has driven down the incidence of a major category of violence. The other major category of violence against women has been called wife-beating, battering, spousal abuse, intimate partner violence, and domestic violence. The man uses physical force to intimidate, assault, and in extreme cases kill a current or estranged wife or girlfriend. Usually the violence is motivated by sexual jealousy or a fear that the woman will leave him, though he may also use it to establish dominance in the relationship by punishing her for acts of insubordination, such as challenging his authority or failing to perform a domestic duty. Domestic violence is the backstop in a set of tactics by which men control the freedom, especially the sexual freedom of their partners. It may be related to the biological phenomenon of mate guarding. In many organisms in which males invest in their offspring and females have opportunities to mate with other males, the male will follow the female around, try to keep her away from rival males, and, upon seeing signs that he may have failed, attempt to copulate with her on the spot. Human practices such as veiling, chaperoning, chastity belts, claustration, segregation by sex, and female genital cutting appear to be culturally sanctioned mate-guarding tactics. As an extra layer of protection, men often contract with other men, and sometimes older female kin, to recognize their monopoly over their partners as a legal right. Legal codes in the civilizations of the Fertile Crescent, the Far East, the Americas, Africa, and Northern Europe spelled out almost identical corollaries of the equation of women with property. Adultery was a tort against the husband by his romantic rival, entitling him to damages, divorce with a refund of the bride price, or violent revenge. Adultery was always defined by the marital status of the woman. The man's marital status and the woman's own preferences in the matter were immaterial. Well into the first decade of the 20th century, the man of the house was entitled by law to chastise his wife. In Western countries, the 1970s saw the repeal of many laws that had treated women as possessions of their husbands. Divorce laws became more symmetrical. A man could no longer claim justifiable provocation when he killed his adulterous wife or her lover. A husband could no longer forcibly confine his wife or prevent her from leaving the house. And a woman's family and friends were no longer guilty of the crime of harboring if they gave sanctuary to a fleeing wife. Most parts of the United States now have shelters in which women can escape from an abusive partner, and the legal system has recognized their right to safety by criminalizing domestic violence. Police who used to stay out of marital spats are now required by the laws of a majority of states to arrest a spouse if there is probable cause of abuse. In many jurisdictions, prosecutors are obligated to seek protective orders that keep a potentially abusive spouse away from his home and partner, and then to prosecute him without the option of dropping the case, whether the victim wants it to proceed or not. Originally intended to rescue women who were trapped in a cycle of abuse, apology, forgiveness, and reoffending, the policies have become so intrusive that some legal scholars, such as Jeannie Suk, have argued that they now work against the interests of women by denying them their autonomy. Attitudes have changed as well. For centuries, wife-beating was considered a normal part of marriage, from the quip of the 17th century playwrights Beaumont and Fletcher that charity and beating begins at home, to the threat of the 20th century bus driver Ralph Cramden. One of these days, Alice, pow, right in the kisser. As recently as 1972, the respondents to a survey of the seriousness of various crimes ranked violence toward a spouse 91st in a list of 140. Respondents in that survey also considered the selling of LSD to be a worse crime than the forcible rape of a stranger in the park. Readers who distrust survey data may be interested in an experiment conducted in 1974 by the social psychologists Lance Shotland and Margaret Straw. Students filling out a questionnaire overheard an argument break out between a man and a woman, in reality actors hired by the experimenters. I will let the authors describe the experimental method. After approximately 15 seconds of heated discussion, the man physically attacked the woman, violently shaking her while she struggled, resisting and screaming. The screams were loud, piercing shrieks, interspersed with pleas to get away from me. Along with the shrieks, one of two conditions was introduced and then repeated several times. In the stranger condition, the woman screamed, "I don't know you," and in the married condition, "I don't know why I ever married you." Most of the students ran out of the testing room to see what the commotion was about. In the condition in which the actors played strangers, almost 2/3 of the students intervened, usually by approaching the couple slowly and hoping they would stop. But in the condition in which the actors played husband and wife, fewer than 1/5 of the students intervened. Most of them did not even pick up a phone in front of them with a sticker that listed an emergency number for the campus police. When interviewed afterward, they said it was none of their business. In 1974, violence that was considered unacceptable between strangers was considered acceptable within a marriage. The experiment almost certainly could not be conducted today because of federal regulations on research with human subjects, another sign of our violence-averse times. But other studies suggest that people today are less likely to think that a violent attack by a man on his wife is none of their business. In a 1995 survey, more than 80% of the respondents deemed domestic violence a very important social and legal issue, more important than children in poverty and the state of the environment. 87% believe that intervention is necessary when a man hits his wife, even if she is not injured, and 99% believe that legal intervention is necessary if a man injures the wife. Surveys that ask the same question in different decades show striking changes. In 1987, only half of Americans thought it was always wrong for a man to strike his wife with a belt or stick. A decade later, 86% thought it was always wrong. Strauss compared the statistically adjusted results of 4 surveys that asked people whether they approved of a husband slapping a wife. Between 1968 and 1994, the level of approval fell by half, from 20 to 10%. Though men are more likely to condone domestic violence than women, the feminist tide carried them along as well, and the men of 1994 were less approving than the women of 1968. The decline was seen in all regions of the country and in samples of whites, blacks, and Hispanics alike. What about domestic violence itself? Before we look at the trends, we have to consider a surprising claim, that men commit no more domestic violence than women. The sociologist Murray Strauss has conducted many confidential and anonymous surveys that asked people in relationships whether they had ever used violence against their partners, and he found no difference between the sexes. In 1978, he wrote, "The old cartoons of the wife chasing her husband with a rolling pin or throwing pots and pans are closer to reality than most, and especially those with feminist sympathies, realize." Some activists have called for greater recognition of the problem of battered men, and for a network of shelters in which men can escape from their violent wives and girlfriends. This would be quite a twist. If women were never the victims of a gendered category of violence called wife-beating, but rather both sexes have always been equally victimized by spouse-beating, it would be misleading to ask whether wife-beating has declined over time as a part of the campaign to end violence against women. To make sense of the survey findings, one has to be careful about what one means by domestic violence. It turns out that there really is a distinction between common marital spats that escalate into violence, the conversations with the flying plates, as Rogers and Hart put it, and the systematic intimidation and coercion of one partner by another. The sociologist Michael Johnson analyzed data on the interactions between partners in violent relationships and discovered a cluster of controlling tactics that tended to go together. In some couples, one partner threatens the other with force, controls the family finances, restricts the other's movements, redirects anger and violence against the children or pets, and strategically withholds praise and affection. Among couples with the controllers who used violence were almost exclusively men. The spouses who used violence were almost entirely women, presumably defending themselves or their children. When neither partner was a controller, violence erupted only when an argument got out of hand, and in those couples the men were just a shade more prone to using force than the women. The distinction between controllers and squabblers, then, resolves the mystery of the gender-neutral violence statistics. The numbers in violence surveys are dominated by spats between non-controlling partners, in which the women give as good as they get. But the numbers from shelter admissions, court records, emergency rooms, and police statistics are dominated by couples with a controller, usually the man intimidating the woman, and occasionally a woman defending herself. The asymmetry is even greater with estranged partners, in which it is the men who do most of the stalking, threatening, and harming. Other studies have confirmed that chronic intimidation, serious violence, and maleness tend to go together. So has anything changed over time? With the small stuff, the mutual slapping and shoving, perhaps not. But with violence that is severe enough to count as an assault, so that it turns up in the National Crime Victimization Survey, the rates have plunged. As with estimates of rape, the numbers from a victimization study can't be treated as exact measures of rates of domestic violence, but they are useful as a measure of trends over time, especially since the new concern over domestic violence should make the recent respondents more willing to report abuse. According to the Bureau of Justice, the rate of reported violence against women by their intimate partners has fallen by almost 2/3, and the rate against men has fallen by almost half. The decline almost certainly began earlier. In Strauss's surveys, women in 1985 reported twice the number of severe assaults by their husbands as did the women in 1992, the year the federal victimization data begin. What about the most extreme form of domestic violence? Uxoricide and mariticide. To a social scientist, the killing of one intimate partner by another has the great advantage that one needn't haggle over definitions or worry about reporting biases. Dead is dead. Once again, we see a substantial decline, though with an interesting twist. Feminism has been very good for men. In the years since the ascendancy of the women's movement, the chance that a man would be killed by his wife, ex-wife, or girlfriend has fallen sixfold. Since there was no campaign to end violence against men during this period, and since women in general are the less homicidal sex, the likeliest explanation is that a woman was apt to kill an abusive husband or boyfriend when he threatened to harm her if she left him. The advent of women's shelters and restraining orders gave women an escape plan that was a bit less extreme. What about the rest of the world? Unfortunately, it is not easy to tell. Unlike homicide, definitions of rape and spousal abuse are all over the map, and police records are misleading because any change in the rate of violence against women can be swamped by changes in the willingness of women to report the abuse to the police. Adding to the confusion, advocacy groups tend to inflate statistics on rates of violence against women and to hide statistics on trends over time. The UK Home Office administers a crime victimization survey in England and Wales, but it does not present data on trends in rape or domestic violence. But when the data from separate annual reports are aggregated, they show a dramatic decline in domestic violence similar to the one seen in the United States. Though the United States and other Western nations are often accused of being misogynistic patriarchies, the rest of the world is immensely worse. As I mentioned, Surveys of domestic violence in the United States that are broad enough to include minor acts of shoving and slapping show no difference between men and women. The same is true of Canada, Finland, Germany, the UK, Ireland, Israel, and Poland. But that gender neutrality is a departure from the rest of the world. The psychologist John Archer looked at sex ratios in surveys of domestic violence in 16 countries and found that in the non-Western ones, India, Jordan, Japan, Korea, Nigeria, and Papua New Guinea, the men do more of the hitting. The World Health Organization recently published a hodgepodge of rates of serious domestic violence from 48 countries. Worldwide, it has been estimated that between a fifth and a half of all women have been victims of domestic violence, and they are far worse off in countries outside Western Europe and the Anglosphere. In the United States, Canada, and Australia, fewer than 3% of women report that their partners assaulted them in the previous year, but the reports from other countries are an order of magnitude higher, 27% in a Nigerian sample, 38% in a Korean sample, and 52% in a Palestinian sample. Attitudes toward marital violence also show striking differences. About 1% of New Zealanders and 4% of Singaporeans say that a husband has the right to beat a wife who talks back or disobeys him. But the figures are 78% for rural Egyptians, up to 50% for Indians in Uttar Pradesh, and 57% for Palestinians. Laws on violence against women also show a lag from the legal reforms of Western democracies. 84% of the countries of Western Europe have outlawed or are planning to outlaw domestic violence, and 72% have done so for marital rape. Here are the respective figures for other parts of the world. Eastern Europe, 57 and 39%. Asia and the Pacific, 51 and 19%. Latin America, 94 and 18%. Sub-Saharan Africa, 35 and 12.5%. Arab states, 25 and 0%. On top of these injustices, Sub-Saharan Africa and South and Southwest Asia are host to systematic atrocities against women that are rare or unheard of in the 21st century West, including infanticide, genital mutilation, trafficking in child prostitutes and sex slaves, honor killings, attacks on disobedient or under-dowried wives with acid and burning kerosene, and mass rapes during wars, riots, and genocides. Is the difference in violence against women between the West and the rest just one of the many wholesome factors that are bundled together in the Matthew effect? Democracy, prosperity, economic freedom, education, technology, decent government? Not entirely. Korea and Japan are affluent democracies, but have more domestic violence against women. And several Latin American countries that are far less developed appear to have more equal sex ratios and less absolute rates. This leaves some statistical wiggle room to look for the differences across societies that make women safer, holding affluence constant. Archer found that countries in which women are better represented in government and the professions, and in which they earn a larger proportion of earned income, are less likely to have women at the receiving end of spousal abuse. Also, cultures that are classified as more individualistic, where people feel they are individuals with the right to pursue their own goals, have relatively less domestic violence against women than the cultures classified as collectivist, where people feel they are a part of a community whose interests take precedence over their own. These correlations don't prove causation, but they are consistent with the suggestion that the decline of violence against women in the West has been pushed along by a humanist mindset that elevates the rights of individual people over the traditions of the community, and that increasingly embraces the vantage point of women. Though elsewhere I have been chary about making predictions, I think it's extremely likely that in the coming decades, violence against women will decrease throughout the world. The pressure will come both from the top down and from the bottom up. At the top, a consensus is formed within the international community that violence against women is the most pressing human rights problem remaining in the world. There have been symbolic measures such as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, November 25th, and numerous proclamations from bully pulpits such as the United Nations and its member governments. Though the measures are toothless, the history of denunciations of slavery, whaling, piracy, privateering, chemical weaponry, apartheid, and atmospheric nuclear testing shows that international shaming campaigns can make a difference over the long run. As the head of the UN Development Fund for Women has noted, there are now more national plans, policies, and laws in place than ever before, and momentum is also growing in the intergovernmental arena. Among the grassroots, attitudes all over the world will almost certainly ensure that women will gain greater economic and political representation in the coming years. A 2010 survey by the Pew Research Center Global Attitudes Project of 22 countries found that in most of them, at least 90% of the respondents of both sexes believe that women should have equal rights, including the United States, China, India, Japan, South Korea, Turkey, Lebanon, and countries in Europe and Latin America. Even in Egypt, Jordan, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Kenya, more than 60% favor equal rights. Only in Nigeria does the proportion fall just short of half. Support for women being allowed to work outside the home is even higher. And recall the global Gallup survey that showed that even in Islamic countries, a majority of women believe that women should be able to vote as they please, work at any job, and serve in government, and that in most of the countries, a majority of the men agreed. As this pent-up demand is released, the interests of women are bound to be given greater consideration in their country's policies and norms. The argument that women should not be assaulted by the men in their lives is irrefutable, and as Victor Hugo noted, there is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Children's rights and the decline of infanticide, spanking, child abuse, and bullying. What do Moses, Ishmael, Romulus and Remus, Oedipus, Cyrus the Great, Sargon, Gilgamesh, and Hu Qi, a founder of the Chou dynasty, have in common? They were all exposed as infants, abandoned by their parents and left to the elements. The image of a helpless baby dying alone of cold, hunger, and predation is a potent tug on the heartstrings. So it is not surprising that a rise from infant exposure to dynastic greatness found its way into the mythologies of Jewish, Muslim, Roman, Greek, Persian, Akkadian, Sumerian, and Chinese civilizations. But the ubiquity of the exposure archetype is not just a lesson in what makes for a good story arc. It is also a lesson on how common infanticide was in human history. From time immemorial, parents have abandoned, smothered, strangled, beaten, drowned, or poisoned many of their newborns. A survey of cultures by the anthropologist Leila Williamson reveals that infanticide has been practiced on every continent and by every kind of society, from non-state bands and villages, 77% of which have an accepted custom of infanticide, to advanced civilizations. Until recently, between 10 and 15% of all babies were killed shortly after they were born, and in some societies the rate has been as high as 50%. In the words of the historian Lloyd de Mos, all families once practiced infanticide. All states trace their origin to child sacrifice. All religions began with the mutilation and murder of children. Though infanticide is the most extreme form of maltreatment of children, our cultural heritage tells of many others, including the sacrifice of children to gods, the sale of children into slavery, marriage, and religious servitude, the exploitation of children to clean chimneys and crawl through tunnels and coal mines, and the subjection of children to forms of corporal punishment that verge on or cross over into torture. We have come a long way to arrive at an age in which 1-pound preemies are rescued with heroic surgery. Children are not expected to be economically productive until their 4th decade, and violence against children has been defined down to dodgeball. How can we make sense of something that runs as contrary to the continuation of life as killing a newborn? In the concluding chapter of Hardness of Heart, Hardness of Life, his magisterial survey of infanticide around the world, the physician Larry Milner makes a confession. I began this book with one purpose in mind, to understand, as stated in the introduction, how someone can take their own child and strangle it to death. When I first raised the question many years ago, I thought the issue to be suggestive of some unique pathologic alteration of nature's way. It did not seem rational that evolution would maintain an inherited tendency to kill one's offspring when survival was already in such a delicate balance. Darwinian natural selection of genetic material meant that only the survival of the fittest was guaranteed. A tendency toward infanticide must certainly be a sign of unfit behavior that would not pass this reasonable standard. But the answer which has emerged from my research indicates that one of the most natural things a human being can do is voluntarily kill its own offspring when faced with a variety of stressful situations. The solution to Milner's puzzlement lies in the subfield of evolutionary biology called life history theory. The intuition that a mother should treat every offspring as infinitely precious, far from being an implication of the theory of natural selection, is incompatible with it. Selection acts to maximize an organism's expected lifetime reproductive output, and that requires that it negotiate the trade-off between investing in a new offspring and conserving its resources for current and future offspring. Mammals are extreme among animals in the amount of time, energy, and food they invest in their young, and humans are extreme among mammals. Pregnancy and birth are only the first chapter in a mother's investment career, and a mammalian mother faces an expenditure of more calories in suckling the offspring to maturity than she expended in bearing it. Nature generally abhors the sunk cost fallacy, and so we expect mothers to assess the offspring and the circumstances to decide whether to commit themselves to the additional investment or to conserve their energy for its born or unborn siblings. If a newborn is sickly, or if the situation is unpromising for its survival, they do not throw good money after bad, but cut their losses and favor the healthiest in the litter, or wait until times get better and they can try again. To a biologist, human infanticide is an example of this triage. Until recently, women nursed their children for 2 to 4 years before returning to full fertility. Many children died, especially in the perilous first year. Most women saw no more than 2 or 3 of their children survive to adulthood, and many did not see any survive. To become a grandmother in the unforgiving environment of our evolutionary ancestors, a woman would have had to make hard choices. The triage theory predicts that a mother would let a newborn die when its prospects for survival to adulthood were poor. The forecast may be based on bad signs in the infant, such as being deformed or unresponsive, or bad signs for successful motherhood, such as being burdened with older children, beset by war or famine, or unable to count on support from relatives or the baby's father. It should also depend on whether she is young enough to have opportunities to try again. Martin Daly and Margot Wilson tested the triage theory by examining a sample of 60 unrelated societies from a database of ethnographies. Infanticide was documented in a majority of them, and in 112 cases the anthropologists recorded a reason. 87% of the reasons fit the triage theory. The infant was not sired by the woman's husband, the infant was deformed or ill, or the infant had strikes against its chances of surviving to maturity, such as being a twin, having an older sibling close in age, having no father around, or being born into a family that had fallen on hard economic times. The ubiquity and evolutionary intelligibility of infanticide suggests that for all its apparent inhumanity, it is usually not a form of wanton murder, but falls into a special category of violence. Anthropologists who interview these women, or their relatives, since the event may be too painful for the woman to discuss, often recount that the mother saw death as an unavoidable tragedy and grieved for the lost child. Napoleon Chagnon, for example, wrote of the wife of a Yanomamo headman, "Bahami was pregnant when I began my field work, but she destroyed the infant when it was born. A boy in this case, explaining tearfully that she had no choice. The new baby would have competed with Ariwari, her youngest child, who was still nursing. Rather than expose Ariwari to the dangers and uncertainty of an early weaning, she chose to terminate the newborn instead. Though the Yanomamo are the so-called fierce people, infanticide is not necessarily a manifestation of fierceness across the board. Some warring tribes, particularly in Africa, rarely kill their newborns, while some relatively peaceful ones kill them regularly. The title of Milner's magnum opus comes from a quotation from a 19th century founder of anthropology, Edward Tyler, who wrote, "Infanticide arises from hardness of life, rather than hardness of heart." The fateful tipping point between keeping and sacrificing a newborn is set both by internal emotions and by cultural norms. In a culture such as ours that reveres birth and takes every step to allow babies to thrive, we tend to think that joyful bonding between mother and newborn is close to reflexive. But in fact, it requires overcoming considerable psychological obstacles. In the 1st century CE, Plutarch pointed out an uncomfortable truth. There is nothing so imperfect, so helpless, so naked, so shapeless, so foul, as man observed at birth, to whom alone one might almost say, nature has given not even a clean passage to the light, but defiled with blood and covered with filth, and resembling more one just slain than one just born. He is an object for none to touch or lift up or kiss or embrace, except for someone who loves with a natural affection. The natural affection is far from automatic. Daly and Wilson, and later the anthropologist Edward Hagen, have proposed that postpartum depression and its milder version, the baby blues, are not a hormonal malfunction, but the emotional implementation of the decision period for keeping a child. Mothers with postpartum depression often feel emotionally detached from their newborns and may harbor intrusive thoughts of harming them. Mild depression, psychologists have found, often gives people a more accurate appraisal of their life prospects than the rose-tinted view we normally enjoy. The typical rumination of a depressed new mother, "How will I cope with this burden?" has been a legitimate question from others throughout history who faced the weighty choice between a definite tragedy now and the possibility of an even greater tragedy later. As the situation becomes manageable and the blues dissipate, many women report falling in love with their baby, coming to see it as a uniquely wonderful individual. Hagen examined the psychiatric literature on postpartum depression to test 5 predictions of the theory that it is an evaluation period for investing in a newborn. As predicted, postpartum depression is more common in women who lack social support. They are single, separated, dissatisfied with their marriage, or distant from their parents, who had had a complicated delivery or an unhealthy infant, and who were unemployed, or whose husbands were unemployed. He found reports of postpartum depression in a number of non-Western populations, which showed the same risk factors, though he could not find enough suitable studies of traditional kin-based societies. Finally, postpartum depression is only loosely tied to measured hormonal imbalances, suggesting that it is not a malfunction, but a design feature. Many cultural traditions work to distance people's emotions from a newborn until its survival seems likely. People may be enjoined from touching, naming, or granting legal personhood to a baby until the danger period is over, and the transition is often marked by a joyful ceremony, as in our own customs of the christening and the bris. Some traditions have a series of milestones, such as traditional Judaism, which grants full legal personhood to a baby only after it has survived 30 days. If I have tried to make infanticide a bit more comprehensible, it is only to reduce the distance between the vast history in which it was accepted and our contemporary sensibilities in which it is abhorrent. But the chasm that separates them is wide. Even when we acknowledge the harsh evolutionary logic that applies to the hard lives of pre-modern peoples, many of their infanticides are, by our standards, hard to comprehend and impossible to forgive. Examples from Daly and Wilson's list include the killing of a newborn conceived in adultery, and the killing of all a woman's children from a previous marriage when she takes or is abducted by a new husband. And then there are the 14% of the infanticidal justifications on the list that, as Daly and Wilson point out, do not easily fall into categories that an evolutionary biologist would have predicted beforehand. They include child sacrifice, an act of spite by a grandfather against his son-in-law, filicides that are committed to eliminate claimants to a throne or to avoid the obligations of kinship customs, and most commonly, the killing of a newborn for no other reason than that she is a girl. Female infanticide has been put on the world's agenda today by census data revealing a massive shortage of women in the developing world. 100 million missing is the commonly cited statistic for the daughter shortfall, a majority of them in China and India. Many Asian families have a morbid preference for sons. In some countries, a pregnant woman can walk into an amniocentesis or ultrasound clinic, and if she learns she is carrying a girl, she can walk next door to an abortion clinic. The technological efficiency of daughter-proofing a pregnancy may make it seem as if the girl shortage is a problem of modernity, but female infanticide has been documented in China and India for more than 2,000 years. In China, midwives kept a bucket of water at the bedside to drown the baby if it was a girl. In India, there were many methods: giving a pill of tobacco and bhang to swallow, drowning in milk, smearing the mother's breast with opium or the juice of the poisonous datura, or covering the child's mouth with a plaster of cow dung before it drew breath. Then and now, even when daughters are suffered to live, they may not last long. Parents allocate most of the available food to their sons, and, as a Chinese doctor explains, if a boy gets sick, the parents may send him to the hospital at once, but if a girl gets sick, the parents may say to themselves, "Well, we'll see how she is tomorrow." Female infanticide, also called gendercide and gynocide, is not unique to Asia. The Yanomamo are one of many foraging peoples that kill more newborn daughters than sons. In ancient Greece and Rome, babies were discarded in rivers, dunghills, or cesspools, placed in jars to starve, or exposed to the elements and beasts in the wild. Infanticide was also common in medieval and Renaissance Europe. In all these places, more girls perished than boys. Often families would kill every daughter born to them until they had a son. Subsequent daughters were allowed to live. Female infanticide is biologically mysterious. Every child has a mother and a father, so if people are concerned about posterity, be it for their genes or their dynasty, culling their own daughters is a form of madness. A basic principle of evolutionary biology is that a 50-50 sex ratio at sexual maturity is a stable equilibrium in a population, because if males ever predominated, daughters would be in demand and would have an advantage over sons in attracting partners and contributing children to the next generation. And so it would be for sons if females ever predominated. To the extent that parents can control the sex ratio of their surviving offspring, whether by nature or by nurture, posterity should punish them for favoring sons or daughters across the board. One naive hypothesis comes out of the realization that it is the number of females in a population that determines how rapidly it will grow. Perhaps tribes or nations that have multiplied themselves to the Malthusian limit on food or land kill their daughters to achieve zero population growth. One problem for the ZPG theory, however, is that many infanticidal tribes and civilizations were not environmentally stressed. A more serious problem is that it has the fatal flaw of all naive good-of-the-group theories, namely that the mechanism it proposes is self-undermining. Any family that cheated on the policy and kept its daughters alive would take over the population, stocking it with their grandchildren, while the excess bachelor sons of their altruistic neighbors died without issue. The lineages that were inclined to kill their newborn daughters would have died out long ago, and the persistence of female infanticide in any society would be a mystery. Can evolutionary psychology explain the gender bias? Critics of that approach say that it is merely an exercise in creativity, since one can always come up with an ingenious evolutionary explanation for any phenomenon. But that is an illusion, arising from the fact that so many ingenious evolutionary hypotheses have turned out to be confirmed by the data. Such success is far from guaranteed. One prominent hypothesis that, for all its ingenuity, turned out to be false was the application of the Trivers-Willard theory of sex ratios to female infanticide in humans. The biologist Robert Trivers and the mathematician Dan Willard reasoned that even though sons and daughters are expected to yield the same number of grandchildren on average, the maximum number that each sex can promise is different. A superfit son can outcompete other males and impregnate any number of women, and thereby have any number of children, whereas a superfit daughter can have no more than the maximum she can bear and nurture in her reproductive career. On the other hand, a daughter is a safer bet. An unfit son will lose the competition with other men and end up childless, whereas an unfit daughter almost never lacks for a willing sex partner. It's not that her fitness is irrelevant. A healthy and desirable daughter will still have more surviving children than an unhealthy and undesirable one. But the difference is not as extreme as it is for boom or bust sons. To the extent that parents can predict the fitness of their children, say by monitoring their own health, nutrition, or territory, and strategically tilt the sex ratio, they should favor sons when they are in better shape than the competition and favor daughters when they are in worse shape. The Trivers-Willard theory has been confirmed in many non-human species and even a bit in Homo sapiens. In traditional societies, richer and higher status people tend to live longer and attract more and better mates. So the theory predicts that higher status people should favor sons and lower status people should favor daughters. In some kinds of favoritism, like bequests in wills, that is exactly what happens. But with a very important kind of favoritism, allowing a newborn to live, the theory doesn't work so well. The evolutionary anthropologists Sarah Hrdy and Kristen Hawkes have each shown that the Trivers-Willard theory gets only half of the story right. In India, it's true that the lower castes tend to kill their sons. In fact, it's hard to find a society anywhere that kills its sons. The infanticidal cultures of the world are either equal opportunity baby killers, or they prefer to kill the girls, and with them the Trivers-Willard explanation for female infanticide in humans. The ultimate misogyny of female infanticide may suggest a feminist analysis, in which the sexism of a society extends to the right to life itself. Being female is a capital offense. But that hypothesis doesn't work either. No matter how sexist these societies were, or are, they did not want a world that was Frauenfrei. The men do not live in all-boy tree houses in which no girls are allowed. They depend on women for sex, children, child-rearing, and the gathering or preparation of most of their food. Families that kill their daughters want there to be women around. They just want someone else to raise them. Female infanticide is a kind of social parasitism, free rider problem, a genealogical tragedy of the commons. Free rider problems arise when no one owns a common resource, in this case, the pool of potential brides. In a free market in marriages, in which parents wielded property rights, sons and daughters would be fungible, and neither sex would be favored across the board. If you really needed a fierce warrior or brawny field hand around the house, it shouldn't matter whether you raised a son for the job or raised a daughter who would bring you a son-in-law. Families with more sons would trade some of them for daughters-in-law, and vice versa. True, your son-in-law's parents might prefer him to stay with them, but you could use your bargaining position to force the young man to move in with you if he wanted to have a wife at all. A preference for sons should arise only in a market with distorted property rights, one in which parents, in effect, own their sons, but not their daughters. Hawkes noted that among foraging peoples, female infanticide is more common in patrilocal societies, in which daughters move away to live with their husbands and in-laws, than in matrilocal societies, in which they stay with their parents and their husbands move in with them, or in societies in which the couple goes wherever they want. Patrilocal societies are common in tribes in which neighboring villages are constantly at war, which encourages related men to stay and fight together. They are less common when the enemies are other tribes, and the men have more freedom of movement within their territory. The internally warring societies then fall into a vicious circle, in which they kill their newborn girls so their wives can hurry up and bear them more warrior sons, the better to raid other villages and to defend their own villages against being raided for a supply of women that had been decimated by their own infanticides. The warring tribes in Homeric Greece were caught in a similar trap. What about state societies like India and China? In state societies that practice female infanticide, Hawkes noted, parents also own their sons, but not their daughters, though for economic rather than military reasons. In stratified societies whose elites have indivisible wealth, the inheritance often goes to a son. In India, the caste system was an additional market distorter. Lower castes had to pay steep dowries so their daughters could marry higher caste grooms. In China, parents had a permanent claim on the support of their sons and daughters-in-law, extending into their dotage, but not of their daughters and sons-in-law. Hence the traditional adage, "A daughter is like spilled water." China's one-child policy, introduced in 1978, made parents' need for a son to support them in their old age all the more acute. In all these cases, sons are an economic asset and daughters a liability, and parents respond to the distorted incentives with the most extreme measures. Today, infanticide is illegal in both countries. In China, infanticide is thought to have given way to sex-selective abortions, which are also illegal, though still widely practiced. In India, despite the inroads of the ultrasound abortion chains, it is thought to remain common. The pressure to reduce these practices will almost certainly increase, if only because governments have finally done the demographic arithmetic and realized that gynocide today means unruly bachelors tomorrow, a phenomenon we will revisit.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Better Angels of Our Nature, Why Violence Has Declined, by Steven Pinker, performed by Arthur Morey. Whether they are new mothers in desperate straits, putative fathers doubting their paternity, or parents preferring a son over a daughter, people in the West can no longer kill their newborns with impunity. In 2007, in the United States, 221 infants were murdered out of 4.3 million births. That works out to a rate of 0.00005, or a reduction from the historical average by a factor of 2 to 3,000. About a quarter of them were killed on their first day of life by their mothers, like the trash can moms, who made headlines in the late 1990s by concealing their pregnancies, giving birth in secret, in one case during a high school prom, smothering their newborns and discarding their bodies in the trash. These women find themselves in similar conditions to those who set the stage for infanticide in human prehistory. They are young, single, give birth alone, and feel they cannot count on the support of their kin. Other infants were killed by fatal abuse, often by a stepfather. Still others perished at the hands of a depressed mother who committed suicide and took her children with her, because she could not imagine them living without her. Rarely a mother with postpartum depression will cross the line into postpartum psychosis and kill her children under the spell of a delusion, like the infamous Andrea Yates, who in 2001 drowned her 5 children in a bathtub. What drove down the Western rate of infanticide by more than 3 orders of magnitude? The first step was to criminalize it. Biblical Judaism prohibited filicide, though it didn't go the whole hog. Killing an infant younger than a month did not count as murder, and loopholes were claimed by Abraham, King Solomon, and Yahweh himself for plague number 10. The prohibition became clearer in Talmudic Judaism and in Christianity, from which it was absorbed into the late Roman Empire. The prohibition came from an ideology that held that lives are owned by God, to be given and taken at His pleasure, so the lives of children no longer belonged to their parents. The upshot was a taboo in Western moral codes and legal systems on taking an identifiable human life. One could not deliberate on the values of the life of an individual in one's midst. Exceptions were exuberantly made, of course, for heretics, infidels, uncivilized tribes, enemy peoples, and transgressors of any of several hundred laws. And we continue to deliberate on the value of statistical lives as opposed to identifiable lives, every time we send soldiers or police into harm's way, or scrimp on expensive health and safety measures. It may seem odd to call the protection of identifiable human life a taboo, because it seems self-evident. The very act of holding the sacredness of life up to the light to examine it appears to be monstrous. But that reaction is precisely what makes a taboo, and questioning the identifiable human life taboo on intellectual and even moral grounds is certainly possible. In 1911, an English physician, Charles Mercier, presented arguments that infanticide should be considered a less heinous crime than the murder of an older child or an adult. The victim's mind is not sufficiently developed to enable it to suffer from the contemplation of approaching suffering or death. It is incapable of feeling fear or terror. Nor is its consciousness sufficiently developed to enable it to suffer pain in appreciable degree. Its loss leaves no gap in any family circle, deprives no children of their breadwinner or their mother, no human being of a friend, helper, or companion. Today we know that infants do feel pain. But in other ways, Mercier's line of reasoning has been taken up by several contemporary philosophers, invariably pilloried when their essays are brought to light, who have probed the shadowy regions of our ethical intuitions in cases of abortion, animal rights, stem cell research, and euthanasia. And while few people would admit to observations like Mercier's, they creep into intuitions that in practice distinguish the killing of a newborn by its mother from other kinds of homicide. Many European legal systems separate the two, defining a separate crime of infanticide or neonaticide, or granting the mother a presumption of temporary insanity. Even in the United States, which makes no such distinction, when a mother kills a newborn, prosecutors often don't prosecute, juries rarely convict, and those found guilty often avoid jail. Sometimes, as with the trash can moms of 1997, a media circus removes any possibility of leniency, but even these young women were paroled after 3 years in jail. Like the nuclear taboo, the human life taboo is in general a very good thing. Consider this memoir from a man whose family was migrating with a group of settlers from California to Oregon in 1846. During their journey, they came across an abandoned 8-year-old Native American girl who was starving, naked, and covered with sores. A council among the men was held to see what should be done with her. My father wanted to take her along. Others wanted to kill her and put her out of her misery. Father said that would be willful murder. A vote was taken, and it was decided to do nothing about it, but to leave her where we found her. My mother and my aunt were unwilling to leave the little girl. They stayed behind to do all they could for her. When they finally joined us, their eyes were wet with tears. Mother said she had knelt down by the little girl and had asked God to take care of her. One of the young men in charge of the horses felt so badly about leaving her, he went back and put a bullet through her head, to put her out of her misery. Today the story leaves us in shock. But in the moral universe of the settlers, allowing the girl to die and actively ending her life were live options. Though we engage in similar reasoning when we put an aging pet or a horse with a broken leg out of its misery, we place humans in a sacred category. Trumping all calculations based on empathy and mercy is a veto based on human life, an identifiable human's right to live is not negotiable. The human life taboo was cemented by our reaction to the Nazi Holocaust, which proceeded in stages. It started with the euthanizing of mentally retarded people, psychiatric patients, and children with disabilities, then expanded to homosexuals, inconvenient Slavs, the Roma, and the Jews. Among the masterminds of the Holocaust and the citizens who were complicit with them, each stage may have made the next more thinkable. A bright line at the top of the slippery slope, we now reason, might have prevented people from sliding into depravity. Since the Holocaust, a taboo on human manipulations of life and death have put public discussions of infanticide, eugenics, and active euthanasia beyond the pale. But like all taboos, the human life taboo is incompatible with certain features of reality, and fierce debates in bioethics today hinge on how to reconcile it with the fuzziness of the biological boundary that demarcates human life during embryogenesis, comas, and non-instantaneous deaths. Any taboo that contravenes powerful inclinations in human nature must be fortified with layers of euphemism and hypocrisy, and it may have little practical effect on the prescribed activity. That is what happened with infanticide in most of European history. Perhaps the least contentious claim about human nature is that humans are apt to have sex under a wider range of circumstances than those in which they are capable of bringing up the resulting babies. In the absence of contraception, abortion, or an elaborate system of social welfare, many children will be born without suitable caregivers to bring them to adulthood. Taboo or no taboo, many of those newborns will end up dead. For almost a millennium and a half, the Judeo-Christian prohibition against infanticide coexisted with massive infanticide in practice. According to one historian, exposure of infants during the Middle Ages was practiced on a gigantic scale, with absolute impunity, noticed by writers with most frigid indifference. Milner cites birth records showing an average of 5.1 births among wealthy families, 2.9 among the middle class, and 1.8 among the poor, adding, there was no evidence that the number of pregnancies followed similar lines. In 1527, a French priest wrote that the latrines resound with the cries of children who have been plunged into them. At various points in the late Middle Ages and the early modern period, systems of criminal justice tried to do something about infanticide. The steps they took were a dubious improvement. In some countries, the breasts of unmarried servant women were regularly inspected for signs of milk, and if the woman could not produce a baby, she would be tortured to find out what happened to it. A woman who concealed the birth of a baby who did not survive was presumed guilty of infanticide and put to death, often by being sewn into a sack with a couple of feral cats and thrown into a river. Even with less colorful methods of punishment, the campaign to reduce infanticide by executing young mothers, many of them servants impregnated by the man of the house, began to tug on people's consciences, as they realized they were preserving the sanctity of human life by allowing men to dispose of their inconvenient mistresses. Various fig leaves were procured. The phenomenon of overlying, in which a mother would accidentally smother an infant by rolling over it in her sleep, at times became an epidemic. Women were invited to drop off their unwanted babies at foundling homes, some of them equipped with turntables and trap doors to ensure anonymity. The mortality rates for the inhabitants of these homes ranged from 50% to more than 99%. Women handed over their infants to wet nurses or baby farmers, who were known to have similar rates of success. Elixirs of opium, alcohol, and treacle were readily obtainable by mothers and wet nurses to becalm a cranky infant, and at the right dosage it could becalm them very effectively indeed. Many a child who survived infancy was sent to a workhouse, without the inconvenience of too much food or too much clothing, as Dickens described them in Oliver Twist, and where it did perversely happen in 8.5 cases out of 10, either that it sickened from want and cold, or fell into the fire from neglect, or got half smothered by accident, in any one of which cases the miserable little being was usually summoned into another world, and there gathered to the fathers it had never known in this. Even with these contrivances, Tiny corpses were a frequent sight in parks, under bridges, and in ditches. According to a British coroner in 1862, the police seemed to think no more of finding a dead child than they did of finding a dead cat or a dead dog. The several thousand-fold reduction in infanticide enjoyed in the Western world today is partly a gift of affluence, which leaves fewer mothers in desperate straits, and partly a gift of technology, in the form of safe and reliable contraception and abortion that has reduced the number of unwanted newborns. But it also reflects a change in the valuation of children. Rather than leaving it a pious aspiration, societies finally made good on the doctrine that the lives of infants are sacred, regardless of who bore them, regardless of how shapeless and foul they were at birth, regardless of how noticeable a gap their loss would leave in a family circle, regardless of how expensive they were to feed and care for. In the 20th century, even before abortions were widely available, a girl who got pregnant was less likely to give birth alone and secretly kill her newborn because other people had set up alternatives, such as homes for unwed mothers, orphanages that were not death camps, and agencies that found adoptive and foster parents for motherless children. Why did governments, charities, and religions start putting money into these lifesavers? One gets a sense that children became more highly valued, and that our collective circle of concern has widened to embrace their interests, beginning with their interest in staying alive. A look at other aspects of the treatment of children confirms that the recent changes have been sweeping. Before turning to the bigger picture of the appreciation of children in the West, I must spend a few words on a more jaundiced view of the historical fate of infanticide. According to an alternative history, the major long-term trend in the West is that people have switched from killing children shortly after they are born to killing them shortly after they are conceived. It is true that in much of the world today, a similar proportion of pregnancies end in abortion as the fraction that in centuries past ended in infanticide. Women in the developed West abort between 12 and 25% of their pregnancies. In some of the former communist countries, the proportion is greater than half. In 2003, 1 million fetuses were aborted in the United States, and about 5 million were aborted throughout Europe and the West, with at least another 11 million aborted elsewhere in the world. If abortion counts as a form of violence, the West has made no progress in its treatment of children. Indeed, because effective abortion has become widely available only since the 1970s, especially in the United States with the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court decision, the moral state of the West hasn't improved. It has collapsed. This is not the place to discuss the morality of abortion, but the larger context of trends in violence can provide some insight into how people conceive of abortion. Many opponents of legalized abortion predicted that acceptance of the practice would cheapen human life and put society on a slippery slope toward infanticide, euthanasia of the handicapped, a devaluation of the lives of children, and eventually widespread murder and genocide. Today we can say with confidence that that has not happened. Though abortion has been available in most of the Northern Hemisphere for decades, no country has allowed the deadline for abortions during pregnancy to creep steadily forward into legal infanticide, nor has the availability of abortion prepared the ground for euthanasia of disabled children. Between the time when abortion was made widely available and today, the rate of every category of violence has gone down, and, as we shall see, the valuation of the lives of children has shot up. Opponents of abortion may see the decline in every form of violence but the killing of fetuses as a stunning case of moral hypocrisy. But there is another explanation for the discrepancy. Modern sensibilities have increasingly conceived moral worth in terms of consciousness, particularly the ability to suffer and flourish, and have identified consciousness with the activity of the brain. The change is part of the turning away from religion and custom and towards science and secular philosophy as a source of moral illumination. Just as the legally recognized end of life is now defined by the cessation of brain activity rather than the cessation of a heartbeat, The beginning of life is sensed to depend on the first stirrings of consciousness in the fetus. The current understanding of the neural basis of consciousness ties it to reverberating neural activity between the thalamus and the cerebral cortex, which begins at around 26 weeks of gestational age. More to the point, people conceive of fetuses as less than fully conscious. The psychologists Heather Gray, Kurt Gray, and Daniel Wegner have shown that people think of fetuses as more capable of experience than robots or corpses, but less capable than animals, babies, children, and adults. The vast majority of abortions are carried out well before the milestone of having a functioning brain, and thus are safely conceptualized, according to this understanding of the worth of human life, as fundamentally different from infanticide and other forms of violence. At the same time, we might expect a general distaste for the destruction of any kind of living thing to turn people away from abortion, even when they don't equate it with murder. And that indeed has happened. It's a little-known fact that rates of abortion are falling throughout the world. The decline has been steepest in the countries of the former Soviet bloc, which were said to have had a culture of abortion. During the communist era, abortions were readily available, but contraceptives, like every other consumer good, were allocated by a central commissar rather than by supply and demand, so they were always in short supply. But abortions have also become less common in China, the United States, and the Asian and Islamic countries in which they are legal. Only in India and Western Europe did abortion rates fail to decline, and those are regions where the rates were lowest to begin with. The causes of much of the decline, to be sure, are practical. Contraception is cheaper and more convenient than abortion, and if it's readily available, it will be the first choice of people with the foresight and self-control to use it. But presumably abortion has a moral dimension even among those who undergo it, and among their compatriots who want to keep the option safe and legal. Abortion is seen as something to be minimized, even if it is not criminalized. If so, the trends in abortion offer a sliver of common ground in the rancorous debate between the so-called pro-life and pro-choice factions. The countries that allow abortion have not let an indifference to life put them on a slippery slope to infanticide or other forms of violence. But these same countries increasingly act as if abortion is undesirable, and they may be reducing its incidence as part of the move to protect all living things. During the long, sad history of violence against children, even when infants survived the day of their birth, it was only to endure harsh treatment and cruel punishments in the years to come. Though hunter-gatherers tend to use corporal punishment in moderation, the dominant method of child-rearing in every other society comes right out of Alice in Wonderland. Speak roughly to your little boy, and beat him when he sneezes. The reigning theory of child development was that children were innately depraved and could be socialized only by force. The expression, "spare the rod and spoil the child," has been attributed to an advisor to the king of Assyria in the 7th century BCE, and may have been the source of Proverbs chapter 13, verse 24. "He that spareth the rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes." A medieval French verse advised, "Better to beat your child when small than to see him hanged when grown." The Puritan minister Cotton Mather, Increase's son, extended the concern for the child's well-being to the hereafter. Better whipped than damned. As with all punishments, human ingenuity rose to the technological challenge of delivering experiences that were as unpleasant as possible. De Moss writes of medieval Europe, "That children with devils in them had to be beaten goes without saying. A panoply of beating instruments existed for that purpose, from cat-o'-nine-tails and whips to shovels, canes, iron rods, bundles of sticks, the discipline, a whip made of small chains, the goad, shaped like a cobbler's knife, used to prick the child on the head or hands, and special school instruments like the flapper, which had a pear-shaped end and a round hole to raise blisters. The beatings described in the sources were almost always severe, involved bruising and bloodying of the body, began in infancy, were usually erotically tinged by being inflicted on bare parts of the body, near the genitals, and were a regular part of the child's daily life. Severe corporal punishment was common for centuries. One survey found that in the second half of the 18th century, 100% of American children were beaten with a stick, whip, or other weapon. Children were also liable to punishment by the legal system. A recent biography of Samuel Johnson remarks in passing that a 7-year-old girl in 18th century England was hanged for stealing a petticoat. Even at the turn of the 20th century, German children were regularly placed on a red-hot iron stove if obstinate, tied to their bedposts for days, thrown into cold water or snow to harden them, and forced to kneel for hours every day against the wall on a log while the parents ate and read. During toilet training, many children were tormented with enemas, and at school they were beaten until their skin smoked. The harsh treatment was not unique to Europe. The beating of children has been recorded in ancient Egypt, Sumeria, Babylonia, Persia, Greece, Rome, China, and Aztec Mexico, whose punishments included sticking the child with thorns, having their hands tied and then being stuck with pointed agave leaves, whippings, and even being held over a fire of dried axi peppers and being made to inhale the acrid smoke. De Moss notes that well into the 20th century, Japanese children were subjected to beating and burning of incense on the skin as routine punishments, cruel bowel training with constant enemas, kicking, hanging by the feet, giving cold showers, strangling, driving a needle into the body, cutting off a finger joint. A psychoanalyst as well as a historian, de Moss had plenty of material with which to explain the atrocities of World War II. Children were subjected to psychological torture as well. Much of their entertainment was filled with reminders that they might be abandoned by parents, abused by step-parents, or mutilated by ogres and wild animals. Grimm's fairy tales were just a few of the advisories that may be found in children's literature of the misfortunes that can befall a careless or disobedient child. English babies, for example, were soothed to sleep with a lullaby about Napoleon. "Baby, baby, if he hears you, as he gallops past the house, limb from limb at once he'll tear you, just as pussy tears a mouse. And he'll beat you, beat you, beat you, and he'll beat you all to pap, and he'll eat you, eat you, eat you, every morsel, snap, snap, snap." A recurring archetype in children's verse is the child who commits a minor slip-up or is unjustly blamed for one, whereupon his stepmother butchers him and serves him for dinner to his unwitting father. In a Yiddish version, the victim of one such injustice sings posthumously to his sister, "Murdered by my mother, eaten by my father, and Shendela, when they were done, sucked the marrow from my bones and threw them out the window." Why would any parents torture, starve, neglect, and terrify their own children? One might naively think that parents would have evolved to nurture their children without stinting, since having viable offspring is the be-all and end-all of natural selection. Children, too, ought to submit to their parents' guidance without resistance, since it is offered for their own good. The naive view predicts a harmony between parent and child, since each wants the same thing, for the child to grow up healthy and strong enough to have children of its own. It was Trivers who first noticed that the theory of natural selection predicts no such thing. Some degree of conflict between parent and offspring is rooted in the evolutionary genetics of the family. Parents have to apportion their investment in resources, time, and risk across all their children, born and unborn. All things being equal, every offspring is equally valuable, though each benefits from paternal investment more when it is young and helpless than when it can fend for itself. The child sees things differently. Though an offspring has an interest in its siblings' welfare, since it shares half its genes with each full sib, it shares all of its genes with itself, so it has a disproportionate interest in its own welfare. The tension between what a parent wants, an equitable allocation of its worldly efforts to all its children, and what a child wants, a lopsided benefit to itself compared to its siblings, is called parent-offspring conflict. Though the stakes of the conflict are the parent's investment in a child and its siblings, those siblings need not yet exist. A parent must also conserve strength for future children and grandchildren. Indeed, the first dilemma of parenthood, whether to keep a newborn, is just a special case of parent-offspring conflict. The theory of parent-offspring conflict says nothing about how much investment an offspring should want or how much a parent should be prepared to give. It says only that however much parents are willing to give, the offspring wants a bit more. Children cry when they are in need of help, and parents cannot ignore the cries, but children are expected to cry a bit louder and longer than their objective need calls for. Parents discipline children to keep them out of danger and socialize them to be effective members of their community. But parents are expected to discipline children a bit more for their own convenience and to socialize them to be a bit more accommodating to their siblings and kin than the levels that would be in the interests of the children themselves. As always, the teleological terms in the explanation wants, interests, for don't refer to literal desires in the minds of people, but are shorthand for the evolutionary pressures that shaped those minds. Parent-offspring conflict explains why child-rearing is always a battle of wills. What it does not explain is why that battle should be fought with rods and birches in one era and lectures and time-outs in another. In retrospect, it's hard to avoid sorrow for the millennia of children who have needlessly suffered at the hands of their caregivers. Unlike the tragedy of war, where each side has to be as fierce as its adversary, the violence of child-rearing is entirely one-sided. The children who were whipped and burned in the past were no naughtier than the children of today, and they ended up no better behaved as adults. On the contrary, we have seen that the rate of impulsive violence of yesterday's adults was far higher than today's. What led the parents of our era to the discovery that they could socialize their children with a fraction of the brute force that was used by their ancestors? The first nudge was ideological, and like so many other humanitarian reforms, it originated in the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment. Children's tactics in parent-offspring conflict have led parents in every era to call them little devils. During the ascendancy of Christianity, that intuition was ratified by a religious belief in innate depravity and original sin. A German preacher in the 1520s, for instance, sermonized that children harbored wishes for adultery, fornication, impure desires, lewdness, idol worship, belief in magic, hostility, quarreling, passion, anger, strife, dissension, factiousness, hatred, murder, drunkenness, gluttony. And he was just getting started. The expression, beat the devil out of him, was more than a figure of speech. Also, a fatalism about the unfolding of life made child development a matter of fate or divine will, rather than the responsibility of parents and teachers. One paradigm shift came from John Locke's Some Thoughts Concerning Education, which was published in 1693 and quickly went viral. Locke suggested that a child was only as white paper or wax to be molded and fashioned as one pleases, a doctrine also called the tabula rasa, scraped tablet or blank slate. Locke wrote that the education of children would make a great difference in mankind, and he encouraged teachers to be sympathetic toward their pupils and to try to take their viewpoints. Tutors should carefully observe the change in temper in their students and should help them enjoy their studies. And teachers should not expect young children to show the same carriage, seriousness, or application as older ones. On the contrary, they must be permitted the foolish and childish actions suitable to their years. The idea that the way children are treated determines the kinds of adults they grow into is conventional wisdom today, but it was news at the time. Several of Locke's contemporaries and successors turned to metaphor to remind people about the formative years of life. John Milton wrote, "The childhood shows the man as morning shows the day." Alexander Pope elevated the correlation to causation. Just as the twig is bent, the tree's inclined. And William Wordsworth inverted the metaphor of childhood itself. The child is father of the man. The new understanding required people to rethink the moral and practical implications of the treatment of children. Beating a child was no longer an exorcism of malign forces possessing a child, or even a technique of behavior modification designed to reduce the frequency of bratty behavior in the present. It shaped the kind of person that the child would grow up into, so its consequences, foreseen and unforeseen, would alter the makeup of civilization in the future. Another Gestalt shift came from Rousseau, who replaced the Christian notion of original sin with the Romantic notion of original innocence. In his 1762 treatise, Émile, or On Education, Rousseau wrote, "Everything is good as it leaves the hand of the author of things, and everything degenerates in the hands of man." Foreshadowing the theories of the 20th century psychologist Jean Piaget, Rousseau divided childhood into a succession of stages, centered on instinct, sensations, and ideas. He argued that young children have not yet reached the age of ideas, and so should not be expected to reason in the ways of adults. Rather than drilling youngsters in the rules of good and evil, adults should allow children to interact with nature and learn from their experiences. If in the course of exploring the world they damaged things, it was not from an intention to do harm, but from their own innocence. Respect childhood, he implored, and leave nature to act for a long time before you get involved with acting in its place. The 19th century Romantic movement, inspired by Rousseau, saw childhood as a period of wisdom, purity, and creativity, a stage that children should be left to enjoy rather than be disciplined out of. The sensibility is familiar today, but was radical at the time. During the Enlightenment, elite opinion began to incorporate the child-friendly doctrines of the blank slate and original innocence. But historians of childhood place the turning point in the actual treatment of children considerably later, in the decades surrounding the turn of the 20th century. The economist Viviana Zelizer has suggested that the era from the 1870s to the 1930s saw a sacralization of childhood among middle and upper-class parents in the West. That was when children attained the status we now grant them, economically worthless, emotionally priceless. The era was inaugurated in England when a baby farming scandal led to the formation of the Infant Protection Society in 1870, and to the Infant Life Protection Acts of 1872 and 1897. Around the same time, pasteurization in sterilized bottles meant that fewer infants were outsourced to infanticidal wet nurses. Though the Industrial Revolution originally moved children from back-breaking labor on farms to back-breaking labor in mills and factories, legal reforms increasingly restricted child labor. At the same time, the affluence that flowed from the maturing Industrial Revolution drove rates of infant mortality downward, reduced the need for child labor, and provided a tax stream that could support social services. More children went to school, which soon became compulsory and free. To deal with the packs of urchins, ragamuffins, and artful dodgers who roamed city streets, child welfare agencies founded kindergartens, orphanages, reform schools, fresh air camps, and boys and girls clubs. Stories for children were written to give them pleasure rather than to terrorize them or moralize to them. The child study movement aimed for a scientific approach to human development and began to replace the superstition and bunkum of old wives with the superstition and bunkum of child-rearing experts. We have seen that during periods of humanitarian reform, a recognition of the rights of one group can lead to a recognition of others by analogy, as when the despotism of kings was analogized to the despotism of husbands, and when 2 centuries later the civil rights movement inspired the women's rights movement. The protection of abused children also benefited from an analogy, in this case, believe it or not, with animals. In Manhattan in 1874, the neighbors of 10-year-old Mary Ellen McCormick, an orphan being raised by an adoptive mother and her second husband, noticed suspicious cuts and bruises on the girl's body. They reported her to the Department of Public Charities and Correction, which administered the city's jails, poorhouses, orphanages, and insane asylums. Since there were no laws that specifically protected children, the caseworker contacted the American Society for the Protection of Animals. The society's founder saw an analogy between the plight of the girl and the plight of the horses he rescued from violent stable owners. He engaged a lawyer who presented a creative interpretation of habeas corpus to the New York State Supreme Court and petitioned to have her removed from her home. The girl calmly testified, "Mama has been in the habit of whipping and beating me almost every day. She used to whip me with a twisted whip, a rawhide. I have now on my head 2 blackened blue marks which were made by Mama with the whip, and a cut on the left side of my forehead, which was made by a pair of scissors in Mama's hand. I never dared speak to anybody, because if I did, I would get whipped." The New York Times reprinted the testimony in an article entitled, "Inhumane Treatment of a Little Waif," and the girl was removed from the home and eventually adopted by her caseworker. Her lawyer set up the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, the first protective agency for children anywhere in the world. Together with other agencies founded in its wake, it set up shelters for battered children and lobbied for laws that punished their abusive parents. Similarly, in England, the first legal case to protect a child against an abusive parent was taken up by the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and out of it grew the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. Though the rollover of the 19th century saw an acceleration in the valuation of children in the West, it was neither an abrupt transition nor a one-shot advance. Expressions of love of children, of grief at their loss, and of dismay at their mistreatment can be found in every period of European history and in every culture. Even many of the parents who treated their children cruelly were often laboring under superstitions that led them to think they were acting in the child's best interests. And, as with many declines in violence, it's hard to disentangle all the changes that were happening at once: enlightened ideas, increasing prosperity, reformed laws, changing norms. But whatever the causes were, they did not stop in the 1930s. Benjamin Spock's perennial bestseller, Baby and Child Care, was considered radical in 1946 because it discouraged mothers from spanking their children, stinting on affection, and regimenting their routines. Though the indulgence of post-war parents was a novelty at the time, widely and spuriously blamed for the excesses of the baby boomers, it was by no means a high watermark. When the boomers became parents, they were even more solicitous of their children. Locke, Rousseau, and the 19th century reformers had set in motion an escalator of gentleness in the treatment of children, and in recent decades its rate of ascent has accelerated. Since 1950, people have become increasingly loath to allow children to become the victims of any kind of violence. The violence people can most easily control, of course, is the violence they inflict themselves, namely by spanking, smacking, slapping, paddling, birching, tanning, hiding, thrashing, and other forms of corporal punishment. Elite opinion on corporal punishment changed dramatically during the 20th century. Other than in fundamentalist Christian groups, it's rare today to hear people say that sparing the rod will spoil the child. Scenes of fathers with belts, mothers with hairbrushes, and teary children tying pillows to their bruised behinds are no longer common in family entertainment. At least since Dr. Spock, childcare gurus have increasingly advised against spanking. Today, every pediatric and psychological association opposes the practice, though not always in language as clear as the title of a recent article by Murray Strauss, "Children should never, ever be spanked, no matter what the circumstances." The expert opinion recommends against spanking for 3 reasons. 1, that spanking has harmful side effects down the line, including aggression, delinquency, a deficit in empathy, and depression. The cause and effect theory in which spanking teaches children that violence is a way to solve problems is debatable. Equally likely explanations for the correlation between spanking and violence are that innately violent parents have innately violent children, and that cultures and neighborhoods that tolerate spanking also tolerate other kinds of violence. The second reason not to spank a child is that spanking is not particularly effective in reducing misbehavior compared to explaining the infraction to the child and using nonviolent measures like scolding and timeouts. Pain and humiliation distract children from pondering what they did wrong. And if the only reason they have to behave is to avoid these penalties, then as soon as moms and dads' backs are turned, they can be as naughty as they like. But perhaps the most compelling reason to avoid spanking is symbolic. Here is Strauss's third reason why children should never, ever be spanked. Spanking contradicts the ideal of nonviolence in the family and society. Have parents been listening to the experts, or perhaps coming to similar conclusions on their own? Public opinion polls sometimes ask people whether they agree with statements like, "It is sometimes necessary to discipline a child with a good hard spanking," or, "There are certain circumstances when it is all right to smack a child." The level of agreement depends on the wording of the question, but in every poll in which the same question has been asked in different years, the trend is downward. Before the early 1980s, around 90% of respondents in the English-speaking countries approved of spanking. In less than a generation, the percentage had fallen in some polls to just more than half. Swedes approve of spanking far less than do Americans or New Zealanders, and Americans themselves are diverse, as we would expect from the Southern culture of honor. In a 2005 survey, spanking approval rates ranged from around 55% in northern blue states, those that tend to vote for Democrats, like Massachusetts and Vermont, to more than 85% in southern red states, those that tend to vote for Republicans, like Alabama and Arkansas. Across the 50 states, the rate of approval for spanking tracks the homicide rate. The two measures show a correlation of 0.52 on a scale from -1 to 1, which could mean that spanked children grow up to be killers, but more likely that subcultures that encourage the spanking of children also encourage the violent defense of honor among adults. But every region showed a decline, so that by 2006, the southern states disapproved of spanking in the same proportion that the North Central and Mid-Atlantic states did in 1986. What about actual behavior? Many parents will still slap a toddler's hand if the child reaches for a forbidden object, but in the second half of the 20th century, every other kind of corporal punishment declined. In the 1930s, American parents spanked their children more than 3 times a month, or more than 30 times a year. By 1975, the figure had fallen to 10 times a year, and by 1985 to around 7. Even steeper declines were seen in Europe. In the 1950s, 94% of Swedes spanked their children, and 33% did so every day. By 1995, the figures had plunged to 33 and 4%. By 1992, German parents had come a long way from their great-grandparents, who had placed their grandparents on hot stoves and tied them to bedposts. But 81% still slapped their children on the face, 41% spanked them with a stick, and 31% beat them to the point of bruising. By 2002, these figures had sunk to 14%, 5%, and 3%. There remains a lot of variation among countries today. No more than 5% of college students in Israel, Hungary, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Sweden recall being hit as a teenager, but more than a quarter of students in Tanzania and South Africa do. In general, wealthier countries spank their children less, with the exception of developed Asian nations like Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong. The international contrast is replicated among ethnic groups in the United States, where African Americans and Asians spank more than whites. But the level of approval of spanking has declined in all 3 groups. In 1979, the government of Sweden outlawed spanking altogether. The other Scandinavian countries soon joined it, followed by several countries of Western Europe. The United Nations and the European Union have called on all their member nations to abolish spanking. Several countries have launched public awareness campaigns against the practice, and 24 have now made it illegal. The prohibition of spanking represents a stunning change from millennia in which parents were considered to own their children, and the way they treated them was considered no one else's business. But it is consistent with other intrusions of the state into the family, such as compulsory schooling, mandatory vaccination, the removal of children from abusive homes, the imposition of life-saving medical care over the objections of religious parents, and the prohibition of female genital cutting by communities of Muslim immigrants in European countries. In one frame of mind, this meddling is a totalitarian imposition of state power into the intimate sphere of the family. But in another, it is part of the historical current toward a recognition of the autonomy of individuals. Children are people, and like adults they have a right to life and limb, and genitalia, that is secured by the social contract that empowers the state. The fact that other individuals, their parents, stake a claim of ownership over them cannot negate that right. American sentiments tend to weigh family over government, and currently no American state prohibits corporal punishment of children by their parents. But when it comes to corporal punishment of children by the government, namely in schools, the United States has been turning away from this form of violence. Even in red states, where 3/4 of the people approve of spanking by parents, only 30% approve of paddling in schools. And in the blue states, the approval rate is less than half that. And since the 1950s, the level of approval of corporal punishment in schools has been in decline. The growing disapproval has been translated into legislation. A shrinking proportion of American states still allows corporal punishment in schools. The trend is even more marked in the international arena, where corporal punishment in schools is now seen as a violation of human rights, like other forms of extrajudicial government violence. It has been condemned by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, the UN Human Rights Committee, and the UN Committee Against Torture, and has been banned by 106 countries, more than half of the world's total. Though a majority of Americans still endorse corporal punishment by parents, they draw an increasingly sharp line between mild violence they consider discipline, such as spanking and slapping, and severe violence they consider abuse, such as punching, kicking, whipping, beating, and terrorizing, for example, threatening a child with a knife or gun, or dangling it over a ledge. In his surveys of domestic violence, Strauss gave respondents a checklist that included punishments that are now considered abusive. He found that the number of parents admitting to them almost halved between 1975 and 1992, from 20% of mothers to a bit more than 10%. A problem in self-reports of violence by perpetrators, as opposed to self-reports by victims, is that a positive response is a confession to a wrongdoing. An apparent decline in parents beating their children may really be a decline in parents owning up to it. At one time, a mother who left bruises on her child might consider it within the range of acceptable discipline. But starting in the 1980s, a growing number of opinion leaders, celebrities, and writers of television dramas began to call attention to child abuse, often by portraying abusive parents as reprehensible ogres or grown-up children as permanently scarred. In the wake of this current, a parent who bruised a child in anger might keep her mouth shut when the surveyor called. We do know that child abuse had become more of a stigma in this interval. In 1976, when people were asked, "Is child abuse a serious problem in this country?" 10% said yes. When the same question was asked in 1985 and 1999, 90% said yes. Strauss argued that the downward trend in his violence survey captured both a decline in the acceptance of abuse and a decline in actual abuse. Even if much of the decline was in acceptance, he added, that would be something to celebrate. A decreasing tolerance of child abuse led to an expansion in the number of abuse hotlines and child protection officers, and to an expanded mandate among police, social workers, school counselors, and volunteers to look for signs of abuse and take steps that would lead to abusers being punished or counseled and to children being removed from the worst homes. Have the changes in norms and institutions done any good? The National Child Abuse and Neglect Data System was set up to aggregate data on substantiated cases of child abuse from child protection agencies around the country. The psychologist Lisa Jones and the sociologist David Finkelhor have plotted their data over time and shown that from 1990 to 2007, the rate of physical abuse of children fell by half. Jones and Finkelhor also showed that during this time, the rate of sexual abuse and the incidence of violent crimes against children, such as assault, robbery, and rape, also fell by 1/3 to 2/3. They corroborated the declining numbers with sanity checks such as victimization surveys, homicide data, offender confessions, and rates of sexually transmitted diseases, all of which are in decline. In fact, over the past 2 decades, the lives of children and adolescents improved in just about every way you can measure. They were also less likely to run away, to get pregnant, to get into trouble with the law, and to kill themselves. England and Wales have also enjoyed a decline in violence against children. A recent report has shown that since the 1970s, the rate of violent deaths of children fell by almost 40%. The decline of child abuse in the 1990s coincided in part with the decline of adult homicide, and its causes are just as hard to pinpoint. Finkelhor and Jones examined the usual suspects: demography, capital punishment, crack cocaine, guns, abortion, and incarceration can't explain the decline. The prosperity of the 1990s can explain it a little, but can't account for the decline in sexual abuse, nor a second decline of physical abuse in the 2000s, when the economy was in the tank. The hiring of more police and interveners from social service agencies probably helped, and Finkelhor and Jones speculate that another exogenous factor may have made a difference. The early 1990s was the era of Prozac Nation and running on Ritalin. The massive expansion in the prescription of medication for depression and attention deficit disorder may have lifted many parents out of depression and helped many children control their impulses. Finkelhor and Jones also pointed to nebulous but potentially potent changes in cultural norms. The 1990s, as we saw in Chapter 3, hosted a civilizing offensive that reversed some of the licentiousness of the 1960s and made all forms of violence increasingly repugnant. And the Oprahfication of America applied a major stigma to domestic violence while destigmatizing, indeed beatifying, the victims who brought it to light. Another kind of violence that torments many children is the violence perpetuated against them by other children. Bullying has probably been around for as long as children have been around, because children, like many juvenile primates, strive for dominance in their social circle by demonstrating their mettle and strength. Many childhood memoirs include tales of cruelty at the hands of other children, and the knuckle-dragging bully is a staple of popular culture. The Rogues Gallery includes Butch and Boim in Our Gang, Buff Tannen in the Back to the Future trilogy, Nelson Muntz in The Simpsons, and Moe in Calvin and Hobbes. Until recently, adults had written off bullying as one of the trials of childhood. Boys will be boys, they said, figuring that an ability to deal with intimidation in childhood was essential training for the ability to deal with it in adulthood. The victims, for their part, had nowhere to turn, because complaining to a teacher or parent would brand them as snitches and pantywaists and make their lives more hellish than ever. But in another of those historical gestalt shifts in which a category of violence flips from inevitable to intolerable, bullying has been targeted for elimination. The movement emerged from the ball of confusion surrounding the 1999 Columbine High School massacre, as the media amplified one another's rumors about the causes: goth culture, jocks, antidepressants, video games, internet use, violent movies, the rock singer Marilyn Manson, and one of them was bullying. As it turned out, the two assassins were not, as the media endlessly repeated, goths who had been picked on by jocks, but a popular understanding took hold that the massacre was an act of revenge, and childhood professionals parlayed the urban legend into a campaign against bullying. Fortunately, the theory, bully victim today, cafeteria sniper tomorrow, coexisted with more respectable rationales, such as that victims of bullies suffer from depression, impaired performance in school, and an elevated risk of suicide. Currently, 44 states have laws that prohibit bullying in school, and many have mandatory curricula that denounce bullying, encourage empathy, and instruct children in how to resolve their conflicts constructively. Organizations of pediatricians and child psychologists have issued statements calling for prevention efforts, and magazines, television programs, the Oprah Winfrey empire, and even the President of the United States have targeted it as well. In another decade, the facetious treatment of bullying in, for example, the Calvin and Hobbes cartoons may become as offensive as the Spank the Wife coffee ads from the 1950s are to us today. Psychological consequences aside, the moral case against bullying is ironclad. As Calvin observed, once you grow up, you can't go beating people up for no reason. We adults protect ourselves with laws, police, workplace regulations, and social norms, and there is no conceivable reason why children should be left more vulnerable, other than laziness or callousness in considering what life is like from their point of view. The increased valuation of children and the universalizing of moral viewpoints of which it is a part made the campaign to protect children from violence by their peers inevitable. So, too, the effort to protect them from other depredations. Children and teenagers have long been victims of petty crimes like the theft of lunch money, vandalism of their possessions, and sexual groping, which fall in the cracks between school regulations and criminal law enforcement. Here, too, the interests of younger humans are increasingly being recognized. Has it made a difference? It has begun to do so. In 2004, the U.S. Departments of Justice and Education issued a report on Indicators of School Crime and Safety that used victimization surveys and school and police statistics to document trends in violence against students from 1992 to 2003. The survey asked about bullying only in the last 3 years, but they tracked other kinds of violence for the entire period and found that fighting, fear at school, and crimes such as theft, sexual assault, robbery, and assault all ramped downward. And contrary to yet another scare that has recently been ginned up by the media, based on widely circulated YouTube videos of female teenagers pummeling one another, the nation's girls have not gone wild. The rates of murder and robbery by girls are at their lowest level in 40 years, and rates of weapon possession, fights, assaults, and violent injuries by and toward girls have been declining for a decade. With the popularity of YouTube, we can expect more of these video-driven moral panics. Sadist grannies, bloodthirsty toddlers, killer gerbils, in the years to come. It is premature to say that the kids are all right, but they are certainly far better off than they used to be. Indeed, in some ways, the effort to protect children against violence has begun to overshoot its target and is veering into the realm of sacrament and taboo. One of these taboos is what the psychologist Judith Harris calls the nurture assumption. Locke and Rousseau helped set off a revolution in the conceptualization of child-rearing by rewriting the role of caregivers from beating bad behavior out of children to shaping the kind of people they would grow into. By the late 20th century, the idea that parents can harm their children by abusing and neglecting them, which is true, grew into the idea that parents can mold their children's intelligence, personalities, social skills, and mental disorders, which is not. Why not? Consider the fact that children of immigrants end up with the accent, values, and norms of their peers, not of their parents. That tells us that children are socialized in their peer group rather than in their families. It takes a village to raise a child. And studies of adopted children have found that they end up with personalities and IQ scores that are correlated with those of their biological siblings, but uncorrelated with those of their adopted siblings. That tells us that adult personality and intelligence are shaped by genes and also by chance, since the correlations are far from perfect, even among identical twins, but are not shaped by parents, at least not by anything they do with all their children. Despite these refutations, the nurture assumption developed a stranglehold on professional opinion, and mothers have been advised to turn themselves into round-the-clock parenting machines, charged with stimulating, socializing, and developing the characters of the little blank slates in their care. Another sacrament is a campaign to quarantine children from the slightest shred of a trace of a hint of a reminder of violence. In Chicago, in 2009, after 25 students aged 11 to 15 took part in the age-old sport of a cafeteria food fight, they were rounded up by the police, handcuffed, herded into a paddy wagon, photographed for mug shots, and charged with reckless conduct. Zero-tolerance policies for weapons on school property led to a threat of reform school for a 6-year-old Cub Scout who had packed an all-in-one camping utensil in his lunchbox. The expulsion of a 12-year-old girl who had used a utility knife to cut windows out of a paper house for a class project, and the suspension of an Eagle Scout who followed the motto, "Be prepared," by keeping a sleeping bag, drinking water, emergency food, and a 2-inch pocket knife in his car. Many schools have hired whistle-wielding recess coaches to steer children into constructive, organized games because left on their own, they might run into one another, bicker over balls and jump ropes, or monopolize patches of playground. Adults have increasingly tried to keep depictions of violence out of children's culture. In a climactic sequence of the 1982 movie E.T., Elliot sneaks past a police roadblock with E.T. in the basket of his bicycle. When the film was re-released in a 20th anniversary version in 2002, Steven Spielberg had digitally disarmed the officers, using computer-generated imagery to replace their rifles with walkie-talkies. Around Halloween, parents are now instructed to dress their children in positive costumes, such as historical figures or items of food like carrots or pumpkins, rather than zombies, vampires, or characters from slasher films. A memo from a Los Angeles school carried the following costume advisory: they should not depict gangs or horror characters or be scary. Masks are allowed only during the parade. Costumes may not demean any race, religion, nationality, handicapped condition, or gender. No fake fingernails. No weapons, even fake ones. Elsewhere in California, a mother who thought that her children might be frightened by the Halloween tombstones and monsters in a neighbor's yard called the police to report it as a hate crime. The historical increase in the valuation of children has entered its decadent phase. Now that children are safe from being smothered on the day they are born, starved in foundling homes, poisoned by wet nurses, beaten to death by fathers, cooked in pies by stepmothers, worked to death in mines and mills, felled by infectious diseases, and beaten up by bullies, experts have racked their brains for ways to eke infinitesimal increments of safety from a curve of diminishing or even reversing returns. Children are not allowed to be outside in the middle of the day, skin cancer, to play in the grass, deer ticks, to buy lemonade from a stand, bacteria on lemon peel, or to lick cake batter off spoons, salmonella from uncooked eggs. Lawyer-vetted playgrounds have had their turf padded with rubber, their slides and monkey bars lowered to waist height, and their seesaws removed altogether, so that the kid at the bottom can't jump off and watch the kid at the top come hurtling to the ground, the most fun part of playing on a seesaw. When the producers of Sesame Street issued a set of DVDs containing classic programs from the first years of the series, 1969 through 74, they included a warning on the box that the shows were not suitable for children. The programs showed kids engaging in dangerous activities like climbing on monkey bars, riding tricycles without helmets, wriggling through pipes, and accepting milk and cookies from kindly strangers. Censored altogether was Monster Piece Theater, because at the end of each episode, the ascotted, smoking-jacketed host, Alistair Cookie, played by Cookie Monster, gobbled down his pipe, which glamorizes the use of tobacco products and depicts a choking hazard. But nothing has transformed childhood as much as the risk of kidnapping by strangers, a textbook case in the psychology of fear. Since 1979, when 6-year-old Eitan Potts disappeared on his way to a school bus stop in Lower Manhattan, kidnapped children have riveted the nation's attention, thanks to 3 interest groups that are dedicated to sowing panic among the nation's parents. The grief-stricken parents of murdered children understandably want something good to come out of their tragedies, and several have devoted their lives to raising awareness of child abductions. One of them, John Walsh, campaigned to have photographs of missing children featured on milk cartons, and hosted a lurid television program, America's Most Wanted, which specialized in horrific kidnap murders. Politicians, police chiefs, and corporate publicists can smell a no-lose campaign from a mile away. Who could be against protecting children from perverts, and have held ostentatious ceremonies to announce protective measures named after missing children? Code Adam, Amber Alerts, Megan's Law, the National Missing Children Day. The media, too, can recognize a ratings pump when they see one, and have stoked the fear with round-the-clock vigils, documentaries in constant rotation. It is every parent's nightmare, and a Law and Order spin-off dedicated to nothing but sex crimes. Childhood has never been the same. American parents will not let their children out of their sight. Children are chauffeured, chaperoned, and tethered with cell phones, which, far from reducing parents' anxiety, only sends them into a tizzy if a child doesn't answer on the first ring. Making friends in the playground has given way to mother-arranged play dates, a phrase that didn't exist before the 1980s. 40 years ago, 2/3 of children walked or biked to school. Today, 10% do. A generation ago, 70% of children played outside. Today, the rate is down to 30%. In 2008, the 9-year-old son of the journalist Lenore Skenazy begged her to let him go home by himself on the New York subway. She agreed, and he made it home without incident. When she wrote about the vignette in a New York Sun column, she found herself at the center of a media frenzy in which she was dubbed America's Worst Mom. Sample headline: Mom lets 9-year-old take subway home alone. Columnist stirs controversy with experiment in childhood independence. In response, she started a movement, Free-Range Children, and proposed National Take Our Children to the Park and Leave Them There Day, intended to get children to learn to play by themselves without constant adult supervision. Skenazy is not, in fact, America's worst mom. She simply did what no politician, policeman, parent, or producer ever did. She looked up the facts. The overwhelming majority of milk carton children were not lured into vans by sex perverts, child traffickers, or ransom artists, but were teenagers who ran away from home, or children taken by a divorced parent who was embittered by an unfavorable custody ruling. The annual number of abductions by strangers has ranged from 200 to 300 in the 1990s to about 100 today, around half of whom are murdered. With 50 million children in the United States, that works out to an annual homicide rate of 1 in a million, 0.001 per 100,000, to use our usual metric. That's about a 20th of the risk of drowning and a 40th of the risk of a fatal car accident. The writer Warwick Cairns calculated that if you wanted your child to be kidnapped and held overnight by a stranger, you'd have to leave the child outside and unattended for 750,000 years. One might reply that the safety of a child is so precious that even if these precautions saved a few lives a year, they would be worth the anxiety and expense. But the reasoning is spurious. People inescapably trade off safety for other good things in life, as when they set aside money for their children's college education rather than installing a sprinkler system in their homes, or drive with their children to a vacation destination rather than letting them play video games in the safety of their bedrooms all summer. The campaign for perfect safety from abductions ignores costs like constricting childhood experience, increasing childhood obesity, instilling chronic anxiety in working women, and scaring young adults away from having children. And even if minimizing risk were the only good in life, the innumerate safety advisories would not accomplish it. Many measures, like the milk carton wanted posters, are examples of what criminologists call crime control theater. They advertise that something is being done without actually doing anything. When 30 million people change their lives to reduce a risk to 50 people, they will probably do more harm than good, because of the unforeseen consequences of their adjustments on the vastly more than 50 people who are affected by them. To take just 2 examples, more than twice as many children are hit by cars driven by parents taking their children to school as by any other kinds of traffic. So, when more parents drive their children to school to prevent them from getting killed by kidnappers, more children get killed. And one form of crime control theater, electronic highway signs that display the names of missing children to drivers on freeways, may cause slowdowns, distracted drivers, and the inevitable accidents. The movement over the past 2 centuries to increase the valuation of children's lives is one of the great moral advances in history. But the movement over the past 2 decades to increase the valuation to infinity can lead only to absurdities. Gay rights, the decline of gay bashing, and the decriminalization of homosexuality. It would be an exaggeration to say that the British mathematician Alan Turing explained the nature of logical and mathematical reasoning, invented the digital computer, solved the mind-body problem, and saved Western civilization, but it would not be much of an exaggeration. In a landmark 1936 paper, Turing laid out a set of simple mechanical operations that was sufficient to compute any mathematical or logical formula that was computable at all. These operations could easily be implemented in a machine, a digital computer, and a decade later Turing designed a practicable version that served as a prototype for the computers we use today. In the interim, he worked for the British Decryption Unit during World War II and helped to crack the cipher used by the Nazis to communicate with their U-boats, which was instrumental in defeating the German naval blockade and turning around the war. When the war was over, Turing wrote a paper, still widely read today, that equated thinking with computation, thereby offering an explanation of how intelligence could be carried out by a physical system. For good measure, he then tackled one of the hardest problems in science: how the structure of an organism could emerge from a pool of chemicals during embryonic development, and proposed an ingenious solution. How did Western civilization thank one of the greatest geniuses it ever produced? In 1952, the British government arrested him, withdrew his security clearance, threatened him with prison, and chemically castrated him, driving him to suicide at the age of 42. What did Turing do to earn this stunning display of ingratitude? He had sex with a man. Homosexual acts were illegal in Britain at the time, and he was charged with gross indecency, under the same statute that in the preceding century had broken another genius, Oscar Wilde. Turing's persecution was motivated by a fear that homosexuals were vulnerable to being entrapped by Soviet agents. The fear became risible 8 years later when the British War Secretary John Profumo was forced to resign because he had had an affair with the mistress of a Soviet spy. At least since Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13, prescribed the death penalty for a man lying with mankind as he lieth with a woman, many governments have used their monopoly on violence to imprison, torture, mutilate, and kill homosexuals. A gay person who escaped government violence in the form of laws against indecency, sodomy, buggery, unnatural acts, or crimes against nature was vulnerable to violence from his fellow citizens in the form of gay bashing, homophobic violence, and anti-gay hate crimes. Homophobic violence, whether state-sponsored or grassroots, is a mysterious entity in the catalog of human violence, because there is nothing in it for the aggressor. No contested resource is at stake, and since homosexuality is a victimless crime, no peace is gained by deterring it. If anything, one might expect straight men to react to their gay fellows by thinking, "Great! More women for me!" By the same logic, lesbianism should be the most heinous crime imaginable because it takes women out of the mating pool 2 at a time. But homophobia has been more prominent in history than lesbophobia. While many legal systems single out male homosexuality for criminalization, no legal system singles out lesbianism, and hate crimes against gay men outnumber hate crimes against gay women by a ratio of almost 5 to 1. Homophobia is an evolutionary puzzle, as is homosexuality itself. It's not that there's anything mysterious about homosexual behavior. Humans are a polymorphously perverse species, and now and again seek sexual gratification from all manner of living and non-living things that don't contribute to their reproductive output. Men in all-male settings, such as ships, prisons, and boarding schools, often make do with the available object that resembles a female body more closely than anything else in the vicinity. Pederasty, which offers a softer, smoother, and more docile object, has been institutionalized in a number of societies, including, famously, the elite of ancient Greece. When homosexual behavior is institutionalized, not surprisingly, there is little homophobia as we know it. Women, for their part, are less ardent but more flexible in their sexuality, and many go through phases in life when they are happily celibate, promiscuous, monogamous, or homosexual. Hence the phenomenon in American women's colleges of the LUG, lesbian until graduation. The real puzzle is homosexual orientation. Why should there be men and women who consistently prefer homosexual mating opportunities to heterosexual ones, or who avoid mating with the opposite sex altogether? At least in men, homosexual orientation appears to be inborn. Gay men generally report that their homosexual attractions began as soon as they felt sexual stirrings shortly before adolescence, and homosexuality is more concordant and identical than in fraternal twins, suggesting that their shared genes play a role. Homosexuality, by the way, is one of the few examples of a nature-nurture debate in which the politically correct position is nature. If homosexuality is innate, according to the common understanding, then people don't choose to be gay, and hence can't be criticized for their lifestyle. Nor could they convert the children in their classrooms or Boy Scout troops if they wanted to. The evolutionary mystery is how any genetic tendency to avoid heterosexual sex can remain in a population for long, since it would have consigned the person to few or no offspring. Perhaps gay genes have a compensating advantage, like enhancing fertility when they are carried by women, particularly if they are on the X chromosome, which women have in 2 copies. The advantage to women would need to be only a bit more than half the disadvantage to men for the gene to spread. Perhaps the putative gay genes lead to homosexuality only in certain environments, which didn't exist while our genes were selected. One ethnographic survey found that in almost 60% of pre-literate societies, homosexuality was unknown or extremely rare. Or perhaps the genes work indirectly, by making a fetus susceptible to fluctuations in hormones or antibodies which affect its developing brain. Whatever the explanation, people with a homosexual orientation who grow up in a society that does not cultivate homosexual behavior may find themselves the target of a society-wide hostility. Among traditional societies that take note of homosexuality in their midst, more than twice as many disapprove of it as tolerate it. And in traditional and modern societies alike, the intolerance can erupt in violence. Bullies and toughs may see an easy mark on whom they can prove their machismo to an audience or to one another. And lawmakers may have moralistic convictions about homosexuality that they translate into commandments and statutes. These beliefs may be products of the cross-wiring between disgust and morality that leads people to confuse visceral revulsion with objective sinfulness. That short circuit may convert an impulse to avoid homosexual partners into an impulse to condemn homosexuality. At least since biblical times, homophobic sentiments have been translated into laws that punish homosexuals with death or mutilation, especially in Christian and Muslim kingdoms and their former colonies. A chilling 20th century example was the targeting of homosexuals for elimination during the Holocaust. During the Enlightenment, the questioning of any moral precept that was based on visceral impulse or religious dogma led to a new look at homosexuality. Montesquieu and Voltaire argued that homosexuality should be decriminalized, though they didn't go so far as to say that it was morally acceptable. In 1785, Jeremy Bentham took the next step. Using utilitarian reasoning, which equates morality with whatever brings the greatest good to the greatest number, Bentham argued that there is nothing immoral about homosexual acts because they make no one worse off. Homosexuality was legalized in France after the Revolution and in a smattering of other countries in the ensuing decades. The movement picked up in the middle of the 20th century and blasted off in the 1970s and 1990s, as the gay rights movement was fueled by the ideal of human rights. Today, homosexuality has been legalized in almost 120 countries, though laws against it remain on the books of another 80, mostly in Africa, the Caribbean, Oceania, and the Islamic world. Worse, homosexuality is punishable by death in Mauritania, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Yemen, parts of Nigeria, parts of Somalia, and all of Iran, despite, according to Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, not existing in that country. But the pressure is on. Every human rights organization considers the criminalization of homosexuality to be a human rights violation. And in 2008, in the UN General Assembly, 66 countries endorsed a declaration urging that all such laws be repealed. In a statement endorsing the declaration, Navanathan Pillai, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, wrote, "The principle of universality admits no exception. Human rights truly are the birthright of all human beings." The decriminalization of homosexuality began later in the United States. As late as 1969, homosexuality was illegal in every state but Illinois, and municipal police would often relieve their boredom on a slow night by raiding a gay hangout and dispersing or arresting the patrons, sometimes with the help of billy clubs. But in 1969, a raid of the Stonewall Inn, a gay dance club in Greenwich Village, set off 3 days of rioting and protest and galvanized gay communities throughout the country to work to repeal laws that criminalized homosexuality or discriminated against homosexuals. Within a dozen years, almost half of American states had decriminalized homosexuality. In 2003, following another burst of decriminalizations, the Supreme Court overturned an anti-sodomy statute in Texas and ruled that all such laws were unconstitutional. In the majority opinion, Justice Anthony Kennedy invoked the principle of personal autonomy and the indefensibility of using government power to enforce religious belief and traditional customs. Liberty presumes an autonomy of self that includes freedom of thought, belief, expression, and certain intimate conduct. It must be acknowledged, of course, that for centuries there have been powerful voices to condemn homosexual conduct as immoral. The condemnation has been shaped by religious beliefs, conceptions of right and acceptable behavior, and respect for the traditional family. These considerations do not answer the question before us, however. The issue is whether the majority may use the power of the state to enforce these views on the whole society through operation of the criminal law. Between the first burst of legalization in the 1970s and the collapse of the remaining laws a decade and a half later, Americans' attitudes towards homosexuality underwent a sea change. The rise of AIDS in the 1980s mobilized gay activist groups and led many celebrities to come out of the closet, while others were outed posthumously. They included the actors John Gielgud and Rock Hudson, the singers Elton John and George Michael, the fashion designers Perry Ellis, Roy Halston, and Yves Saint Laurent, the athletes Billie Jean King and Greg Louganis, and the comedians Ellen DeGeneres and Rosie O'Donnell. Popular entertainers such as K.D. Lang, Freddie Mercury, and Boy George flaunted gay personas, and playwrights such as Harvey Fierstein and Tony Kushner wrote about AIDS and other gay themes in popular plays and movies. Lovable gay characters began to appear in romantic comedies and in sitcoms such as Will and Grace and Ellen, and an acceptance of homosexuality among heterosexuals was increasingly depicted as the norm. As Jerry Seinfeld and George Costanza insisted, "We're not gay." Not that there's anything wrong with that. As homosexuality was becoming destigmatized, domesticated, and even ennobled, fewer gay people felt the need to keep their sexual orientation hidden. In 1990, my graduate advisor, an eminent psycholinguist and social psychologist who was born in 1925, published an autobiographical essay that began, "When Roger Brown comes out of the closet, the time for courage is past." Americans increasingly felt that gay people were a part of their real and virtual communities, and that made it harder to keep them outside their circle of sympathy. Surveys from 2 polling organizations showed the changes in the attitudes they revealed to pollsters. Americans were asked whether homosexuality is morally wrong, whether it should be legal, and whether gay people should have equal job opportunities. The most gay-friendly opinion, and the first to show a decline, was on equal opportunity. After the Civil Rights Movement, a commitment to fairness had become common decency, and Americans were unwilling to accept discrimination against gay people, even if they didn't approve of their lifestyle. By the new millennium, resistance to equal opportunity had fallen into the zone of crank opinion. Beginning in the late 1980s, the moral judgments began to catch up with the sense of fairness, and more Americans were willing to say, "Not that there's anything wrong with that." The headline of a 2008 press release from the Gallup organization sums up the current national mood. Americans evenly divided on morality of homosexuality. However, majority supports legality and acceptance of gay relations. Liberals are more accepting of homosexuality than conservatives, whites more accepting than blacks, and the secular more tolerant than the religious. But in every sector, the trend over time is toward tolerance. Personal familiarity matters. A 2009 Gallup poll showed that the 6 in 10 Americans who have an openly gay friend, relative, or co-worker are more favorable to legalized homosexual relations and to gay marriage than the 4 in 10 who don't. But tolerance is now widespread. Even among Americans who have never known a gay person, 62% say they would feel comfortable around one. And in the most significant sector of all, the change has been dramatic. Many people have informed me that younger Americans have become homophobic based on the observation that they use "that's so gay" as a put-down. But the numbers say otherwise. The younger the respondents, the more accepting they are of homosexuality. Their acceptance, moreover, is morally deeper. Older tolerant respondents have increasingly come down on the nature side of the debate on the causes of homosexuality, and naturists are more tolerant than nurturists because they feel that a person cannot be condemned for a trait he never chose. But teens and 20-somethings are more sympathetic to the nurture explanation, and they are more tolerant of homosexuality. The combination suggests that they just find nothing wrong with homosexuality in the first place, so whether gay people can help it is beside the point. The attitude is, "Gay? Whatever, dude." Young people, of course, tend to be more liberal than their elders, and it's possible that as they creep up the demographic totem pole, they will lose their acceptance of homosexuality. But I doubt it. The acceptance strikes me as a true generational difference, one that this cohort will take with them as they become geriatric. If so, the country will only get increasingly tolerant as their homophobic elders die off. A populace that accepts homosexuality is likely not just to disempower the police and courts from using force against gay people, but to empower them to prevent other citizens from using it. A majority of American states and more than 20 countries have hate crime laws that increase the punishment for violence motivated by a person's sexual orientation, race, religion, or gender. Since the 1990s, the federal government has been joining them. The most recent escalation came from the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009, named after a gay student in Wyoming who, in 1998, was beaten, tortured, and tied to a fence overnight to die. The law's other namesake was the African-American man who was murdered that year by being dragged behind a truck. So, tolerance of homosexuality has gone up, and tolerance of anti-gay violence has gone down. But have the new attitudes and laws caused a downturn in homophobic violence? The mere fact that gay people have become so much more visible, at least in urban, coastal, and university communities, suggests they feel less menaced by an implicit threat of violence. But it's not easy to show that rates of actual violence have changed. Statistics are available only for the years since 1996, when the FBI started to publish data on hate crimes broken down by the motive, the victim, and the nature of the crime. Even these numbers are iffy because they depend on the willingness of the victims to report a crime and on the local police to categorize it as a hate crime and report it to the FBI. That isn't as much of a problem with homicides, but unfortunately for social scientists, and fortunately for humanity, not that many people are killed because they are gay. Since 1996, the FBI has recorded fewer than 3 anti-gay homicides a year, from among the 17,000 or so that are committed for every other reason. And as best as we can tell, other anti-gay hate crimes are uncommon as well. In 2008, the chance that a person would be a victim of aggravated assault because of sexual orientation was 3 per 100,000 gay people, whereas the chance that he would be a victim because he was a human being was more than 100 times higher. We don't know whether these odds have gotten smaller over time. Since 1996, there has been no significant change in the incidence of 3 of the 4 major kinds of hate crimes against gay people: aggravated assault, simple assault, or homicide, though the homicides are so rare that trends would be meaningless anyway. The remaining category, which has declined, is intimidation, in which a person is made to feel in danger for his or her personal safety, together with the rate of aggravated assault for comparison. So while we can't say for sure that gay Americans have become safer from assault, we do know they are safer from intimidation, safer from discrimination and moral condemnation, and, perhaps most importantly, completely safe from violence from their own government. For the first time in millennia, the citizens of more than half the countries of the world can enjoy that safety, not enough of them, but a measure of progress from a time in which not even helping to save one's country from defeat in war was enough to keep the government goons away. Animal rights and the decline of cruelty to animals. Let me tell you about the worst thing I have ever done. In 1975, as a 20-year-old sophomore, I got a summer job as a research assistant in an animal behavior lab. One evening, the professor gave me an assignment. Among the rats in the lab was a runt that could not participate in the ongoing studies, so he wanted to use it to try out a new experiment. The first step was to train the rat in what was called a temporal avoidance conditioning procedure. The floor of a Skinner box was hooked up to a shock generator and a timer that would shock the animal every 6 seconds unless it pressed a lever, which would give it a 10-second reprieve. Rats catch on quickly and press the lever every 8 or 9 seconds, postponing the shock indefinitely. All I had to do was throw the rat in the box, start the timers, and go home for the night. When I arrived back at the lab early the next morning, I would find a fully conditioned rat. But that was not what looked back at me when I opened the box in the morning. The rat had a grotesque crook in its spine and was shivering uncontrollably. Within a few seconds it jumped with a start. It was nowhere near the lever. I realized that the rat had not learned to press the lever and had spent the night being shocked every 6 seconds. When I reached in to rescue it, I found it cold to the touch. I rushed it to the veterinarian 2 floors down, but it was too late, and the rat died an hour later. I had tortured an animal to death. As the experiment was being explained to me, I had already sensed it was wrong. Even if the procedure had gone perfectly, the rat would have spent 12 hours in constant anxiety, and I had enough experience to know that laboratory procedures don't always go perfectly. My professor was a radical behaviorist for whom the question, "What is it like to be a rat?" was simply incoherent. But I was not, and there was no doubt in my mind that a rat could feel pain. The professor wanted me in his lab. I knew that if I refused, nothing bad would happen. But I carried out the procedure anyway, reassured by the ethically spurious but psychologically reassuring principle that it was standard practice. The resonance with certain episodes of 20th century history is too close for comfort, and in the next chapter I will expand on the psychological lesson I learned that day. The reason I bring up this blot on my conscience is to show what was standard practice in the treatment of animals at the time. To motivate the animals to work for food, we starved them to 80% of their free feeding weight, which in a small animal means a state of gnawing hunger. In the lab next door, pigeons were shocked through beaded keychains that were fastened around the base of their wings. I saw that the chains had worn right through their skin, exposing the muscle below. In another lab, rats were shocked through safety pins that pierced the skin of their chests. In one experiment on endorphins, animals were given unavoidable shocks described in the paper as extremely intense, just subtetanizing. That is, just short of the point where the animal's muscles would seize up in a state of tetanus. The callousness extended outside the testing chambers. One researcher was known to show his anger by picking up the nearest unused rat and throwing it against a wall. Another shared a cold joke with me, a photograph, printed in a scientific journal, of a rat that had learned to avoid shocks by lying on its furry back while pressing the food lever with its forepaw. The caption, "Breakfast in bed." I'm relieved to say that just 5 years later, indifference to the welfare of animals among scientists had become unthinkable, indeed illegal. Beginning in the 1980s, any use of an animal for research or teaching had to be approved by an Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, IACUC, and any scientist will confirm that these committees are not rubber stamps. The size of cages, the amount and quality of food and veterinary care, and the opportunities for exercise and social contact are strictly regulated. Researchers and their assistants must take a training course on the ethics of animal experimentation, attend a series of panel discussions, and pass an exam. Any experiment that would subject an animal to discomfort or distress is placed in a category governed by special regulations, and must be justified by its likelihood of providing a greater benefit to science and human welfare. Any scientist will also confirm that attitudes among scientists themselves have changed. Recent surveys have shown that animal researchers, virtually without exception, believe that laboratory animals feel pain. Today, a scientist who was indifferent to the welfare of laboratory animals would be treated by his or her peers with contempt. The change in the treatment of laboratory animals is part of yet another rights revolution. The growing conviction that animals should not be subjected to unjustifiable pain, injury, and death. The revolution in animal rights is a uniquely emblematic instance of the decline of violence, and it is fitting that I end my survey of historical declines by recounting it. That is because the change has been driven purely by the ethical principle that one ought not to inflict suffering on a sentient being. Unlike the other rights revolutions, the movement for animal rights was not advanced by the affected parties themselves. The rats and pigeons were hardly in a position to press their case. Nor has it been a byproduct of commerce, reciprocity, or any other positive-sum negotiation. The animals have nothing to offer us in exchange for our treating them more humanely, and unlike the revolution in children's rights, it does not hold out the promise of an improvement in the makeup of its beneficiaries later in life. The recognition of animal interests was taken forward by human advocates on their behalf, who were moved to empathy, reason, and the inspiration of the other rights revolutions. Progress has been uneven, and certainly the animals themselves, if they could be asked, would not allow us to congratulate ourselves too heartily just yet. But the trends are real, and they are touching every aspect of our relationship with our fellow animals. When we think of indifference to animal welfare, we tend to conjure up images of scientific laboratories and factory farms. But callousness toward animals is by no means modern. In the course of human history, it has been the default. Killing animals to eat their flesh is a part of the human condition. Our ancestors have been hunting, butchering, and probably cooking meat for at least 2 million years, and our mouths, teeth, and digestive tracts are specialized for a diet that includes meat. The fatty acids and complete protein in meat enabled the evolution of our metabolically expensive brains, and the availability of meat contributed to the evolution of human sociality. The jackpot of a felled animal gave our ancestors something of value to share or trade, and set the stage for reciprocity and cooperation, because a lucky hunter with more meat than he could consume on the spot had a reason to share it, with the expectation that he would be the beneficiary when fortunes reversed. And the complementary contributions of hunted meat from men and gathered plants from women created synergies that bonded men and women for reasons other than the obvious ones. Meat also provided men with an efficient way to invest in their offspring, further strengthening family ties. The ecological importance of meat over evolutionary time left its mark in the psychological importance of meat in human lives. Meat tastes good, and eating it makes people happy. Many traditional cultures have a word for meat hunger, and the arrival of a hunter with a carcass was an occasion for village-wide rejoicing. Successful hunters are esteemed and have better sex lives, some by dint of their prestige, sometimes by explicit exchanges of the carnal for the carnal. And in most cultures, a meal does not count as a feast unless meat is served. With meat so important in human affairs, it's not surprising that the welfare of the entities whose bodies provide that meat has been low on the list of human priorities. The usual signals that mitigate violence among humans are mostly absent in animals. They are not close kin. They can't trade favors with us, and in most species they don't have faces or expressions that elicit our sympathy. Conservationists are often exasperated that people care only about the charismatic animals lucky enough to have faces to which humans respond, like grinning dolphins, sad-eyed pandas, and baby-faced juvenile seals. Ugly species are on their own. The reverence for nature commonly attributed to foraging people in children's books did not prevent them from hunting large animals to extinction or treating captive animals with cruelty. Hopi children, for example, were encouraged to capture birds and play with them by breaking their legs or pulling off their wings. A website for Native American cuisine includes the following recipe: roast turtle. Ingredients: 1 turtle, 1 campfire. Directions: put a turtle on his back on the fire. When you hear the shell crack, he's done. The cutting or cooking of live animals by traditional peoples is far from uncommon. The Maasai regularly bleed their cattle and mix the blood with milk for a delicious beverage, and Asian nomads cut chunks of fat from the tails of living sheep that they have specially bred for that purpose. Pets, too, are treated harshly. A recent cross-cultural survey found that half the traditional cultures that keep dogs as pets kill them, usually for food, and more than half abuse them. Among the Mbuti of Africa, for example, the hunting dogs, valuable as they are, get kicked around mercilessly from the day they are born to the day they die. When I asked an anthropologist friend about the treatment of animals by the hunter-gatherers she had worked with, she replied, "That is perhaps the hardest part of being an anthropologist. They sensed my weakness and would sell me all kinds of baby animals with descriptions of what they would do to them otherwise. I used to take them far into the desert and release them. They would track them and bring them back to me for sale again." The early civilizations that depended on domesticated livestock often had elaborate moral codes on the treatment of animals, but the benefits to the animal were mixed at best. The overriding principle was that animals exist for the benefit of humans. In the Hebrew Bible, God's first words to Adam and Eve in Genesis chapter 1, verse 28 are, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." Though Adam and Eve were frugivores, after the flood the human diet switched to meat. God told Noah in Genesis chapter 9, verses 2 through 3, "The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb, have I given you all things. Until the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans in 70 CE, vast numbers of animals were slaughtered by Hebrew priests not to nourish the people, but to indulge the superstition that God had to be periodically placated with a well-done steak. The smell of charbroiled beef, according to the Bible, is a soothing aroma and a sweet savor to God. Ancient Greece and Rome had a similar view of the place of animals in the scheme of things. Aristotle wrote that plants are created for the sake of animals and the animals for the sake of man. Greek scientists put this attitude into practice by dissecting live mammals, including, occasionally, Homo sapiens. According to the Roman medical writer Celsus, physicians in Hellenic Alexandria procured criminals out of prison by royal permission, and dissecting them alive, contemplated, while they were yet breathing, the parts which nature had before concealed. The Roman anatomist Galen wrote that he preferred to work with pigs rather than monkeys because of the unpleasant expression on the monkeys' faces when he cut into them. His compatriots, of course, delighted in the torture and slaughter of animals in the Colosseum, again not excluding a certain bipedal primate. In Christendom, Saints Augustine and Thomas Aquinas combined biblical with Greek views to ratify the amoral treatment of animals. Aquinas wrote, "By the divine providence, animals are intended for man's use. Hence it is not wrong for man to make use of them, either by killing or in any other way whatsoever." When it came to the treatment of animals, modern philosophy got off to a bad start. Descartes wrote that animals were clockwork, so there was no one home to feel pain or pleasure. What sounds to us like cries of distress were merely the output of a noisemaker, like a warning buzzer on a machine. Descartes knew that the nervous systems of animals and humans were similar, so from our perspective it's odd that he could grant consciousness to humans while denying it to animals. But Descartes was committed to the existence of the soul, granted to humans by God, and the soul was the locus of consciousness. When he introspected on his own consciousness, he wrote, "He could not distinguish in myself any parts, but apprehend myself to be clearly one and entire. The faculties of willing, feeling, conceiving, etc., cannot be, properly speaking, said to be its parts, for it is one and the same mind which employs itself in willing and in feeling and understanding." Language, too, is a faculty of this indivisible thing we call mind or soul. Since animals lack language, they must lack souls. Hence they must be without consciousness. A human has a clockwork body and brain, like an animal, but also a soul, which interacts with the brain through a special structure, the pineal gland. From the standpoint of modern neuroscience, the argument is loopy. Today we know that consciousness depends, down to the last glimmer and itch, on the psychological activity of the brain. We also know that language can be dissociated from the rest of consciousness, most obviously in stroke patients who have lost their ability to speak, but have not been turned into insensate robots. But aphasia would not be documented until 1861 by Descartes' compatriot Paul Broca, and the theory sounded plausible enough at the time. For centuries, live animals would be dissected in medical laboratories, encouraged by the Church's disapproval of the dissection of human cadavers. Scientists cut the limbs off living animals to see if they would regenerate, drew out their bowels, pulled off their skin, and removed their organs, including their eyes. Agriculture was no more humane. Practices like gelding, branding, piercing, and the docking of ears and tails have been common in farms for centuries. And cruel practices to fatten animals or tenderize their meat, familiar to us today from protests against foie gras and milk-fed veal, are by no means a modern invention. A history of the British kitchen describes some of the methods of tenderization in the 17th century. Poultry, in order to put on flesh after its long journey from the farms, was sewn up by the gut. Turkey were bled to death by hanging them upside down with a small incision in the vein of the mouth. Geese were nailed to the floor. Salmon and carp were hacked into collops while still living to make their flesh firmer. Eels were skinned alive, coiled around skewers and fixed through the eye so they could not move. The flesh of the bull, it was believed, was indigestible and unwholesome if the animal was killed without being baited. Calves and pigs were whipped to death with knotted ropes to make the meat more tender, rather than our modern practice of beating the flesh when dead. Take a red cock that is not too old and beat him to death, begins one recipe. Factory farming is also not a phenomenon of the 20th century. The Elizabethan method of brawning or fattening pigs was to keep them in so close a room that they cannot turn themselves round about, whereby they are forced always to lie on their bellies. They feed in pain, said a contemporary, lie in pain and sleep in pain. Poultry and game birds were often fattened in darkness and confinement, sometimes being blinded as well. Geese were thought to put on weight if the webs of their feet were nailed to the floor, and it was the custom of some 17th-century housewives to cut the legs off living fowl in the belief that it made their flesh more tender. In 1686, Sir Robert Southwell announced a new invention of an ox house, where the cattle are to eat and drink in the same crib and not to stir until they be fitted for the slaughter. Dorset lambs were specially reared for the Christmas tables of the gentry by being imprisoned in little dark cabins. Many other millennia-old practices are thoroughly indifferent to animal suffering. Fish hooks and harpoons go back to the Stone Age, and even fish nets kill by slow suffocation. Bits, whips, spurs, yokes, and heavy loads made life miserable for beasts of burden, especially those who spent their days pushing drive shafts in dark mills and pumping stations. Any reader of Moby Dick knows about the age-old cruelties of whaling. And then there were the blood sports that we saw in chapters 3 and 4, such as head-butting a cat nailed to a post, clubbing a pig, baiting a bear, and watching a cat burn to death. During this long history of exploitation and cruelty, there had always been forces that pushed for restraint in the treatment of animals. But the driving motive was rarely an empathic concern for their inner lives. Vegetarianism, anti-vivisectionism, and other pro-animal movements have always had a wide range of rationales. Let's consider a few of them. I have mentioned in a number of places the mind's tendency to moralize the disgust-purity continuum. The equation holds at both ends of the scale. At one pole, we equate immorality with filth, carnality, hedonism, and dissoluteness. At the other, we equate virtue with purity, chastity, asceticism, and temperance. This crosstalk affects our emotions about food. Meat eating is messy and pleasurable, therefore bad. Vegetarianism is clean and abstemious, therefore good. Also, since the human mind is prone to essentialism, we are apt to take the cliché, "you are what you eat," a bit too literally. Incorporating dead flesh into one's body can feel like a kind of contamination, and ingesting a concentrate of animality can threaten to imbue the eater with beastly traits. Even Ivy League university students are vulnerable to the illusion. The psychologist Paul Rosen has shown that students are apt to believe that a tribe that hunts turtles for their meat and wild boar for their bristles are probably good swimmers, whereas a tribe that hunts wild boar for their meat and turtles for their shells are probably tough fighters. People can be turned against meat by romantic ideologies as well. Prelapsarian, pagan, and blood and soil creeds can depict the elaborate process of procuring and preparing animals as a decadent artifice, and vegetarianism as a wholesome living off the land. For similar reasons, a concern over the use of animals in research can feed off an antipathy toward science and intellect in general, as when Wordsworth wrote in The Tables Turned, "Sweet is the lore which nature brings, our meddling intellect, misshapes the beauteous forms of things we murder to dissect." Finally, since different subcultures treat animals in different ways, a moralistic concern with how the other guy treats his animals, while ignoring the way we do, can be a form of social one-upsmanship. Blood sports in particular offer satisfying opportunities for class warfare, as when the middle class lobbies to outlaw the cockfighting enjoyed by the lower classes and the fox hunts enjoyed by the upper ones. Thomas Macaulay's remark that the Puritan hated bear baiting, not because it gave pain to the bear, but because it gave pleasure to the spectators, can mean that campaigns against violence tend to target the mindset of cruelty rather than just the harm to the victims. But it also captures the insight that zoophily can shade into misanthropy. The Jewish dietary laws are an ancient example of the confused motives behind taboos on meat. Leviticus and Deuteronomy present the laws as unadorned diktats, since God is under no obligation to justify his commandments to mere mortals. But according to later rabbinical interpretations, the laws foster a concern with animal welfare, if only by forcing Jews to stop and think about the fact that the source of their meat is a living thing, ultimately belonging to God. Animals must be dispatched by a professional slaughterer who severs the animal's carotid artery, trachea, and esophagus with a clean swipe of a nick-free knife. This indeed may have been the most humane technology of the time, and was certainly better than cutting parts off a living animal or roasting it alive, but it is far from a painless death, and some humane societies today have sought to ban the practice. The commandment not to see the kid in its mother's milk, the basis for the prohibition of mixing meat with dairy products, has also been interpreted as an expression of compassion for animals. But when you think about it, it's really an expression of the sensibilities of the observer. To a kid that is about to be turned into stewing meat, the ingredients of the sauce are the least of its concerns. Cultures that have gone all the way to vegetarianism are also driven by a mixture of motives. In the 6th century BCE, Pythagoras started a cult that did more than measure the sides of triangles. He and his followers avoided meat largely because they believed in the transmigration of souls from body to body, including those of animals. Before the word vegetarian was coined in the 1840s, an abstention from meat and fish was called the Pythagorean diet. The Hindus, too, based their vegetarianism on the doctrine of reincarnation, though cynical anthropologists like Marvin Harris have offered a more prosaic explanation. Cattle in India were more precious as plow animals and dispensers of milk and dung, used as fuel and fertilizer, than they would have been as the main ingredient in beef curry. The spiritual rationale of Hindu vegetarianism was carried over into Buddhism and Jainism, though with a more explicit concern for animals, rooted in a philosophy of nonviolence. Jain monks sweep the ground in front of them so as not to tread on insects, and some wear masks to avoid killing microbes by inhaling them. But any intuition that vegetarianism and humanitarianism go together was shattered in the 20th century by the treatment of animals under Nazism. Hitler and many of his henchmen were vegetarians, not so much out of compassion for animals as from an obsession with purity, a pagan desire to reconnect to the soil, and a reaction to the anthropocentrism and meat rituals of Judaism. In an unsurpassed display of the human capacity for moral compartmentalization, the Nazis, despite their unspeakable experiments on living humans, instituted the strongest laws for the protection of animals in research that Europe had ever seen. Their laws also mandated humane treatment of animals in farms, movie sets, and restaurants, where fish had to be anesthetized and lobsters killed swiftly before they were cooked. Ever since that bizarre chapter in the history of animal rights, advocates of vegetarianism have had to retire one of their oldest arguments, that eating meat makes people aggressive, and abstaining from it makes them peaceful. Some of the early expressions of a genuinely ethical concern for animals took place in the Renaissance. Europeans had become curious about vegetarianism when reports came back from India of entire nations that lived without meat. Several writers, including Erasmus and Montaigne, condemned the mistreatment of animals in hunting and butchery, and one of them, Leonardo da Vinci, became a vegetarian himself. But it was in the 18th and 19th centuries that arguments for animal rights began to catch on. Part of the impetus was scientific. Descartes' substance dualism, which considered consciousness a free-flowing entity that works separately from the brain, gave way to theories of monism and property dualism that equated, or at least intimately connected, consciousness with brain activity. This early neurobiological thinking had implications for animal welfare. As Voltaire wrote, "There are barbarians who seize this dog, who so prodigiously surpasses man in friendship, and nail him down to a table, and dissect him alive to show you the mesaraic veins. You discover in him all the same organs of feeling as in yourself. Answer me, machinist, has nature really arranged all the springs of feeling in this animal to the end that he might not feel? Has he nerves that he may be incapable of suffering?" And as we saw in Chapter 4, Jeremy Bentham's laser beam analysis of morality led him to pinpoint the issue that should govern our treatment of animals. Not whether they can reason or talk, but whether they can suffer. By the early 19th century, the humanitarian revolution had been extended from humans to other sentient beings, first targeting the most conspicuous form of sadism toward animals, blood sports, followed by the abuse of beasts of burden, livestock on farms, and laboratory animals. When the first of these measures, a ban on the abuse of horses, was introduced into the British Parliament in 1821, it elicited howls of laughter from MPs who said that it would lead to the protection of dogs and even cats. Within 2 decades, that is exactly what happened. Throughout 19th century Britain, a blend of humanitarianism and romanticism led to anti-vivisection leagues, vegetarian movements, and societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Biologists' acceptance of the theory of evolution following the publication of The Origin of Species in 1859 made it impossible for them to maintain that consciousness was unique to humans, and by the end of the century in Britain, they had acceded to laws banning vivisection. The campaign to protect animals lost momentum during the middle decades of the 20th century. The austerity from the 2 world wars had created a meat hunger, and the populace was so grateful for the flood of cheap meat from factory farming that it gave little thought to where the meat came from. Also, beginning in the 19-teens, behaviorism took over psychology and philosophy and decreed that the very idea of animal experience was a form of unscientific naivete, the cardinal sin of anthropomorphism. Around the same time, the animal welfare movement, like the pacifist movements of the 19th century, developed an image problem and became associated with do-gooders and health food nuts. Even one of the greatest moral voices of the 20th century, George Orwell, was contemptuous of vegetarians. One sometimes gets the impression that the mere words socialism and communism draw towards them with magnetic force every fruit juice drinker, nudist, sandal wearer, sex maniac, Quaker, nature cure quack, pacifist and feminist in England. The food crank is by definition a person willing to cut himself off from human society in hopes of adding 5 years onto the life of his carcass, that is, a person out of touch with common humanity. All this changed in the 1970s. The plight of livestock and factory farms was brought to light in Britain in a 1964 book by Ruth Harrison called Animal Machines. Other public figures soon took up the cause. Bridget Brophy has been credited with the term animal rights, which she deliberately coined by analogy. She wanted to associate the case for non-human animals with that clutch of egalitarian or libertarian ideas which have sporadically, though quite often with impressively actual political results, come to the rescue of other oppressed classes, such as slaves or homosexuals or women. The real turning point was the philosopher Peter Singer's 1975 book, Animal Liberation, the so-called Bible of the animal rights movement. The sobriquet is doubly ironic because Singer is a secularist and a utilitarian, and utilitarians have been skeptical of natural rights ever since Bentham called the idea nonsense on stilts. But following Bentham, Singer laid out a razor-sharp argument for a full consideration of the interests of animals, while not necessarily granting them rights. The argument begins with the realization that it is a consciousness rather than intelligence or species membership that makes a being worthy of moral consideration. It follows that we should not inflict avoidable pain on animals any more than we should inflict it on young children or the mentally handicapped, and a corollary is that we should all be vegetarians. Humans can thrive on a modern vegetarian diet, and animals' interests in a life free of pain and premature death surely outweigh the marginal increase in pleasure we get from eating their flesh. The fact that humans naturally eat meat, whether by cultural tradition, biological evolution, or both, is morally irrelevant. Like Brophy, Singer made every effort to analogize the animal welfare movement to the other rights revolutions of the 1960s and 1970s. The analogy began with his title, an allusion to colonial liberation, women's liberation, and gay liberation, and it continued with his popularization of the term speciesism, a sibling of racism and sexism. Singer quoted an 18th century critic of the feminist writer Mary Wollstonecraft, who argued that if she was right about women, we would also have to grant rights to brutes. The critic had intended it as a reductio ad absurdum, but Singer argued that it was a sound deduction. For Singer, these analogies are far more than rhetorical techniques. In another book, The Expanding Circle, he advanced a theory of moral progress in which human beings were endowed by natural selection with a kernel of empathy toward kin and allies, and have gradually extended it to wider and wider circles of living things, from family and village to clan, tribe, nation, species, and all of sentient life. This book owes much to this insight. Singer's moral arguments were not the only forces that made people sympathetic to animals. In the 1970s, it was a good thing to be a socialist, fruit juice drinker, nudist, sandal wearer, sex maniac, Quaker, nature cure quack, pacifist and feminist, sometimes all at the same time. The compassion-based argument for vegetarianism was soon fortified with other arguments, that meat was fattening, toxic, and artery hardening, that growing crops to feed animals rather than people was a waste of land and food, and that the effluvia of farm animals was a major pollutant, particularly methane, the greenhouse gas that comes out of both ends of a cow. Whether you call it animal liberation, animal rights, animal welfare, or the animal movement, the decades since 1975 in Western culture have seen a growing intolerance of violence toward animals. Changes are visible in at least half a dozen ways. I've already mentioned the first, the protection of animals in laboratories. Not only are live animals now protected from being hurt, stressed, or killed in the conduct of science, but in high school biology labs, the venerable custom of dissecting pickled frogs has gone the way of inkwells and slide rules. In some schools, it has been replaced by V-Frog, a virtual reality dissection program. And in commercial laboratories, the routine use of animals to test cosmetics and household products has come under fire. Since the 1940s, following reports of women being blinded by mascara containing coal tar, many household products have been tested for safety with the infamous Drey's procedure, which applies a compound to the eyes of rabbits and looks for signs of damage. Until the 1980s, few people had heard of the Drey's test, and until the 1990s, few would have recognized the term cruelty-free, the designation for products that avoid it. Today the term is emblazoned on thousands of consumer goods and has become familiar enough that the label cruelty-free condoms does not raise an eyebrow. Animal testing in consumer product labs continues, but has been increasingly regulated and reduced. Another conspicuous change is the outlawing of blood sports. I've already mentioned that since 2005, the British aristocracy has had to retire its bugles and bloodhounds, and in 2008, Louisiana became the last American state to ban cockfights, a sport that had been popular throughout the world for centuries. Like many prohibited vices, the practice continues, particularly among immigrants from Latin America and Southeast Asia. but it has long been in decline in the United States and has been outlawed in many other countries as well. Even the proud bullfight has been threatened. In 2004, the city of Barcelona outlawed the deadly contests between matador and beast, and in 2010, the ban was extended to the entire region of Catalonia. The state-run Spanish television network had already ended live coverage of bullfights because they were deemed too violent for children. The European Parliament has considered a continent-wide ban as well. Like formal dueling and other violent customs sanctified by pomp and ceremony, bullfighting may eventually bite the dust, not because the compassion condemns it or governments outlaw it, but because detraction will not suffer it. In his 1932 book, Death in the Afternoon, Ernest Hemingway explained the primal appeal of the bullfight. The matador must have a spiritual enjoyment of the moment of killing cleanly and in a way which gives you aesthetic pleasure and pride, has always been one of the greatest enjoyments of a part of the human race. Once you accept the rule of death, "Thou shalt not kill," is an easily and naturally obeyed commandment. But when a man is still in rebellion against death, he has pleasure in taking to himself one of the godlike attributes, that of giving it. This is one of the most profound feelings in those men who enjoy killing. These things are done in pride, and pride, of course, is a Christian sin and a pagan virtue. But it is pride which makes the bullfight and true enjoyment of killing, which makes the great matador. 30 years later, Tom Lehrer described his experience of a bullfight a bit differently. "There is surely nothing more beautiful in this world," he exclaimed, "than the sight of a lone man facing single-handedly a half-ton of angry pot roast." In the climactic verse of his ballad, he sang, "I cheered at the bandilleros' display as they stuck the bull in their own clever way, for I hadn't had so much fun since the day my brother's dog Rover got run over." Rover was killed by a Pontiac, Lehrer added, and it was done with such grace and artistry that the witnesses awarded the driver both ears and the tail. The reaction of young Spaniards today is closer to Lehrer's than to Hemingway's. Their heroes are not matadors, but singers and football players, who become famous without the spiritual and aesthetic pride of killing anything. While bullfighting retains a loyal following in Spain, the crowds are middle-aged and older. Hunting is another pastime that has been in decline. Whether it is from compassion for Bambi or an association with Elmer Fudd, fewer Americans shoot animals for fun. A declining proportion of Americans in the past 3 decades have told the General Society survey that either they or their spouse hunts. Other statistics show that the average age of hunters is steadily creeping upward. It's not just that Americans are spending more time behind video screens and less in the great outdoors. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in the decade between 1996 and 2006, while the number of hunters, days of hunting, and dollars spent on hunting declined by about 10 to 15%, the number of wildlife watchers, days of wildlife watching, and dollars spent on wildlife watching increased by 10 to 20%. People still like to commune with animals. They would just rather look at them than shoot them. It remains to be seen whether the decline will be reversed by the locavore craze, in which young urban professionals have taken up hunting to reduce their food miles and harvest their own free-range, grass-fed, sustainable, humanely slaughtered meat. It's hard to imagine that fishing could ever be considered a humane sport, but anglers are doing their best. Some of them take catch and release a step further and release the catch before it even breaks the surface, because exposure to the air is stressful to a fish. Better still is hookless fly fishing. The angler watches the trout take the fly, feels a little tug on the line, and that's it. One of them describes the experience. "I entered the trout's world and got among them in a much more natural way than ever before. I didn't interrupt their feeding rhythms. They took the fly continually, and I still got that little jolt of pleasure you feel when a fish takes your fly. I don't want to harass or harm trout anymore. So now there's a way for me to do that and still keep fishing. And do you recognize this trope? No trees were harmed in the making of this blog post. No hamsters were harmed in the making of this book trailer. No polar bears were harmed in the making of this commercial. No goats were harmed in the writing of this review. No cans of Diet Coke were harmed in the production of this product. No Tea Partiers were harmed in the protesting of this health care bill. It comes from the trademarked certification of the American Humane Association that no animals were harmed in the making of a motion picture, displayed in the rolling credits after the names of the gaffer and key grip. In response to movies that depicted horses plunging over cliffs by actually filming horses plunging over cliffs, the AHA created its film and television unit to develop guidelines for the treatment of animals in films. As the association explains, today's consumers, increasingly savvy about animal welfare issues, have forged a partnership with American Humane to demand greater responsibility and accountability from entertainment entities that use animal actors, a term they insist on because, they explain, animals are not props. Their 131-page Guidelines for the Safe Use of Animals in Filmed Media, first compiled in 1988, begins with a definition of animal: any sentient creature, including birds, fish, reptiles, and insects, and leaves no species or contingency unregulated. Here is a page I turned to at random. Water effects. Also see water safety in Chapter 5. 6.2. No animal shall be subjected to extreme forceful rain simulation. Water pressure and the velocity of any fans used to create this effect must be monitored at all times. 6.3. Rubber mats or other non-slip material or surface shall be provided when simulating rain. If effects call for mud, the depth of the mud must be approved by American Humane prior to filming. When necessary, a non-slip surface shall be provided underneath the mud. The AHA boasts that, since the introduction of the guidelines, animal accidents, illnesses, and deaths on the set have sharply declined. They back it up with numbers. The number of films per year designated as unacceptable because of mistreatment of animal actors has declined almost to zero. And if that is not enough to convince you that animal rights have been taken to a new level, consider the events of June 16, 2009, as recounted in a New York Times article entitled, "What's White? Has 132 Rooms and Flies." The answer to the riddle is the White House, which had recently become infested with the bugs. During a televised interview, a large fly orbited President Obama's head. When the Secret Service did not wrestle it to the ground, the president took matters into his own hands, using one of them to smack the fly on the back of the other. "I got the sucker," boasted the exterminator-in-chief. The footage became a YouTube sensation, but drew a complaint from People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. They noted on their blog, "It can't be said that President Obama wouldn't hurt a fly," and sent over one of their catch-a-bug humane bug catchers in the event of future insect incidents. And finally, we get to meat. If someone were to count up every animal that has lived on Earth in the past 50 years and tally the harmful acts done to them, he or she might argue that no progress has been made in the treatment of animals. The reason is that the animal rights revolution has been partly cancelled out by another development, the broiler chicken revolution. The 1928 campaign slogan, "A chicken in every pot," reminds us that chicken was once thought of as a luxury. The market responded by breeding meatier chickens and raising them more efficiently, if less humanely. Factory-farmed chickens have spindly legs, live in cramped cages, breathe fetid air, and are handled roughly when transported and slaughtered. In the 1970s, consumers became convinced that white meat was healthier than red, a trend exploited by the National Pork Board when it came up with the slogan, "The other white meat." And since poultry are small-brained creatures from a different biological class, many people have a vague sense that they are less fully conscious than mammals. The result was a massive increase in the demand for chicken, surpassing in the early 1990s the demand for beef. The unintended consequence was that billions more unhappy lives had to be brought into being and snuffed out to meet the demand, because it takes 200 chickens to provide the same amount of meat as a single cow. Now, factory farming and cruel treatment of poultry and livestock go back centuries, so the baleful trend was not a backsliding of moral sensibilities or an increase in callousness. It was a stealthy creeping up of the numbers, driven by changes in economics and taste, which had gone undetected because a majority of people had always been incurious about the lives of chickens. The same is true to a lesser extent of the animals that provide us with the other white meat. But the tide has begun to turn. One sign is the increase in vegetarianism. I'm sure I was not the only dinner host in the 1990s to have had one of my guests announce as he sat down at the table, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I don't eat dead animals." Since that era, the question, "Do you have any food restrictions?" has become a part of the etiquette of a dinner invitation, and participants at conference dinners can now tick a box that will replace a plate of rubber chicken with a plate of sodden eggplant. The trend was noted in 2002 when Time magazine ran a cover story entitled, "Should You Be a Vegetarian? Millions of Americans are going meatless." The food industry has responded with a cornucopia of vegetarian and vegan products. The faux meat section of my local supermarket offers soy burgers, garden burgers, seitan burgers, veggie burger meatless patties, tofu pups, not dogs, smart dogs, fakin bacon, jerky, tofurkey, soy sausage, chorizo, chick patties, meatless buffalo wings, celebration roast, tempeh strips, turquettes, veggie protein slices, veggie-scallops, and tuno. The technological and verbal ingenuity is testimony both to the popularity of the new vegetarianism and to the persistence of ancient meat hunger. Those who enjoy a hearty breakfast can serve their veggie breakfast strips with tofu scramblers, perhaps in an omelet with soya khass, soy mage, or veganrella. And for dessert there's ice bean, rice dream, and tofutti, perhaps garnished with hip whip and a cherry on top. The ultimate replacement for meat would be animal tissue grown in culture, sometimes called meat without feet. The ever-optimistic People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals has offered $1 million prize to the first scientist who brings cultured chicken meat to market. For all the visibility of vegetarianism, pure vegetarians still make up just a few percentage points of the population. It's not easy being green. Vegetarians are surrounded by dead animals and the carnivores who love them, and meat hunger has not been bred out of them. It's not surprising that many fall off the wagon. At any moment there are 3 times as many lapsed vegetarians as observant ones. Many of those who continue to call themselves vegetarians have convinced themselves that a fish is a vegetable because they partake of fish and seafood and sometimes even chicken. Others parse their dietary restrictions like conservadox Jews in a Chinese restaurant, allowing themselves exemptions for narrowly defined categories or for food eaten outside the home. The demographic sector with the largest proportion of vegetarians is teenage girls, and their principal motive may not be compassion for animals. Vegetarianism among teenage girls is highly correlated with eating disorders. But is vegetarianism at least trending upward? As best we can tell, it is. In the UK, the Vegetarian Society gathers up the results of every opinion poll it can find and presents the data on its information sheets. Over the past 2 decades, vegetarianism has more than tripled from about 2% of the population to about 7%. In the United States, the Vegetarian Resource Group has commissioned polling agencies to ask Americans the more stringent question of whether they eat meat, fish, or fowl, excluding the flexitarians and those with creative Linnaean taxonomies. The numbers are smaller, but the trend is similar, more than tripling in about 15 years. With all the signs of increasing concern with animal welfare, it may be surprising that the percentage of vegetarians, though rising, is still so low. But it really shouldn't be. Being a vegetarian and being concerned with animal welfare are not the same thing. Not only do vegetarians have motives other than animal welfare, health, taste, ecology, religion, driving their mothers crazy, but people who are concerned with animal welfare may wonder whether the symbolic statement of vegetarianism is the best way to reduce animal suffering. They may feel that the hamburgers they altruistically forego are unlikely to register among the noise and the vast national demand for meat, or to lead to the sparing of the lives of any cows. And even if they did, the lives of the remaining cows would be no more pleasant. Changing the practices of the food industry is a collective action dilemma in which individuals are tempted to shirk from private sacrifices that have marginal effects on aggregate welfare. The increase in vegetarianism, though, is a symbolic indicator of a broader concern for animals that can be seen in other forms. People who don't abstain from meat as a matter of principle may still eat less of it. American consumption of meat from mammals has declined since 1980. Restaurants and supermarkets increasingly informed their patrons about what their main course fed on and how freely it ranged, while it was still on the hoof or claw. Two of the major poultry processors in the United States announced in 2010 that they were switching to a more humane method of slaughtering, in which the birds are knocked out by carbon dioxide before being hung by their feet to have their throats slit. The marketers have to walk a fine line. Diners are happy to learn that their entree was humanely treated until its last breath, but they would rather not know the details of exactly how it met its end. And even the most humane technique has an image problem. As one executive said, "I don't want the public to say we gas our chickens." More significantly, a majority of people support legal measures that would solve the collective action problem by approving laws that force farmers and meat packers to treat animals more humanely. In a 2000 poll, 80% of Britons said they would like to see better welfare conditions for Britain's farm animals. Even Americans with their more libertarian temperament are willing to empower the government to enforce such conditions. In a 2003 Gallup poll, a remarkable 96% of Americans said that animals deserve at least some protection from harm and exploitation, and only 3% said that they need no protection, since they are just animals. Though Americans oppose bans on hunting or on the use of animals in medical research and product testing, 62% support strict laws concerning the treatment of farm animals. And when given the opportunity, they translate their opinions into votes. Livestock rights have been written into the laws of Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Maine, Michigan, Ohio, and Oregon. And in 2008, 63% of California voters approved the Prevention of Farm Animal Cruelty Act, which bans veal crates, poultry cages, and sow gestation crates that prevent the animal from moving around. There is a cliché in American politics: as California goes, so goes the country. And perhaps as Europe goes, so goes California. The European Union has elaborate regulations on animal care that start with the recognition that animals are sentient beings. The general aim is to ensure that animals need not endure avoidable pain or suffering, and obliges the owner, keeper of animals to respect minimum welfare requirements. Not every country has gone so far as Switzerland, which enacted 150 pages of regulations that forced dog owners to attend a 4-hour theory course and legislate how pet owners may house, feed, walk, play with, and dispose of their pets. No more flushing live goldfish down the toilet. But even the Swiss balked at a 2010 referendum that would have nationalized a Zurich policy that pays an animal advocate to haul offenders into criminal court, including an angler who boasted to a local newspaper that he took 10 minutes to land a large pike. The angler was acquitted. The pike was eaten. All this may sound like American conservatives' worst nightmare, But they, too, are willing to allow the government to regulate animal welfare. In the 2003 poll, a majority of Republicans favored passing strict laws on the treatment of farm animals. How far will it go? People often ask me whether I think the moral momentum that carried us from the abolition of slavery and torture to civil rights, women's rights, and gay rights will culminate in the abolition of meat-eating, hunting, and animal experimentation. Will our 22nd century descendants be as horrified that we ate meat as we are that our ancestors kept slaves? Maybe, but maybe not. The analogy between oppressed people and oppressed animals has been rhetorically powerful, and insofar as we are all sentient beings, it has a great deal of intellectual warrant. But the analogy is not exact. African Americans, women, children, and gay people are not broiler chickens, and I doubt that the trajectory of animal rights will be a time-lagged copy of the one for human rights. In his book, Some We Love, Some We Hate, Some We Eat, the psychologist Hal Herzog lays out the many reasons why it's so hard for us to converge on a coherent moral philosophy to govern our dealings with animals. I'll mention a few that have struck me. One impediment is meat hunger and the social pleasures that go with the consumption of meat. Though traditional Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains prove that a meatless society is possible, the 3% market share of vegetarian diets in the United States shows that we are very far from a tipping point. While gathering the data for this chapter, I was excited to stumble upon a 2004 Pew Research poll in which 13% of the respondents were vegetarians. Upon reading the fine print, I discovered that it was a poll of supporters of the presidential candidacy of Howard Dean, the left-wing governor of Vermont. That means that even among the crunchiest granolas in Ben and Jerry land, 87% still eat meat. But the impediments run deeper than meat hunger. Many interactions between humans and animals will always be zero-sum. Animals eat our houses, our crops, and occasionally our children. They make us itch and bleed. They are vectors for diseases that torment and kill us. They kill each other, including endangered species that we would like to keep around. Without their participation in experiments, medicine would be frozen at its current state, and billions of living and unborn people would suffer and die for the sake of mice. An ethical calculus that gave equal weight to any harm suffered by any sentient being, allowing no chauvinism toward our own species, would prevent us from trading off the well-being of animals for an equivalent well-being of humans. For example, shooting a wild dog to save a little girl. To be sure, the interests of humans could be given some extra points by virtue of our zoological peculiarities, such as that our big brains allow us to savor our lives, reflect on our past and future, dread death, and enmesh our well-being with those of others in dense social networks. But the human life taboo, which among other things protects the lives of mentally incompetent people just because they are people, would have to go. Singer himself unflinchingly accepts this implication of a species-blind morality. But it will not take over Western morality any time soon. Ultimately, the move toward animal rights will bump against some of the most perplexing enigmas in the space of human thoughts, a place where moral intuitions start to break down. One is the hard problem of consciousness, namely how sentience arises from neural information processing. Descartes was certainly wrong about mammals, and I am pretty sure he was wrong about fish. But was he wrong about oysters, slugs, termites, earthworms? If we wanted ethical certainty in our cooking, gardening, home repair, and recreation, we would need nothing less than a solution to this philosophical conundrum. Another paradox is that human beings are simultaneously rational, moral agents and organisms that are part of nature, red in tooth and claw. Something in me objects to the image of a hunter shooting a moose. But why am I not upset by the image of a grizzly bear that renders it just as dead? Why don't I think it's a moral imperative to tempt the bear away with all-soy, meatless moose patties? Should we arrange for the gradual extinction of carnivorous species, or even genetically engineer them into herbivores? We recoil from these thought experiments because, rightly or wrongly, we assign some degree of ethical weight to what we feel is natural. But if the natural carnivory of other species counts for something, why not the natural carnivory of Homo sapiens? Particularly if we deploy our cognitive and moral faculties to minimize the animal's suffering. The imponderables, I suspect, prevent the animal rights movement from duplicating the trajectory of the other rights revolutions exactly. But for now, the location of the finish line is beside the point. There are many opportunities in which enormous suffering by animals can be reduced at a small cost to humans. Given the recent changes in sensibilities, it is certain that the lives of animals will continue to improve. Whence the rights revolutions? When I began my research for this chapter, I knew that the decades of the long peace and the new peace were also decades of progress for racial minorities, women, children, gay people, and animals. But I had no idea that in every case, quantifiable measures of violence, hate crimes and rape, wife-beating and child abuse, even the number of motion pictures in which animals were harmed, would all point downward. How can we make sense of all the movements toward nonviolence of the past 50 years? The trends have a few things in common. In each case, they had to swim against powerful currents of human nature. These include the dehumanization and demonization of outgroups, men's sexual rapacity, and their proprietary sentiments toward women. Manifestations of parent-offspring conflict, such as infanticide and corporal punishment, the moralization of sexual disgust and homophobia, and our meat hunger, thrill of the hunt, and boundaries of empathy based on kinship, reciprocity, and charisma. As if biology didn't make things bad enough, the Abrahamic religions ratified some of our worst instincts with laws and beliefs that have encouraged violence for millennia. The demonization of infidels, the ownership of women, the sinfulness of children, the abomination of homosexuality, the dominion over animals and denial to them of souls. Asian cultures have plenty to be ashamed of, too, particularly the mass disowning of daughters that encouraged a holocaust of baby girls. And then there is the entrenchment of norms, beating wives, smacking children, confining calves, and shocking rats were acceptable because everyone had always treated them as acceptable. Insofar as violence is immoral, the rights revolutions show that a moral way of life often requires a decisive rejection of instinct, culture, religion, and standard practice. In their place is an ethics that is inspired by empathy and reason and stated in the language of rights. We force ourselves into the shoes or paws of other sentient beings and consider their interests, starting with their interest in not being hurt or killed, and we ignore superficialities that may catch our eye, such as race, ethnicity, gender, age, sexual orientation, and, to some extent, species. This conclusion, of course, is the moral vision of the Enlightenment, and the strands of humanism and liberalism that have grown out of it. The rights revolutions are liberal revolutions. Each has been associated with liberal movements, and each is currently distributed along a gradient that runs more or less from Western Europe to the blue American states, to the red American states, to the democracies of Latin America and Asia, and then to the more authoritarian countries, with Africa and most of the Islamic world pulling up the rear. In every case, the movements have left Western cultures with excesses of propriety and taboo that are deservedly ridiculed as political correctness. But the numbers showed that the movements have reduced many causes of death and suffering, and have made the culture increasingly intolerant of violence in any form. To hear the liberal punditry talk, one would think that the United States has been hurtling rightward for more than 40 years, from Nixon to Reagan to Gingrich to the Bushes, and now the angry white men in the Tea Party movement. Yet in every issue touched by the rights revolutions, interracial marriage, the empowerment of women, the tolerance of homosexuality, the punishment of children, and the treatment of animals, the attitudes of conservatives have followed the trajectory of liberals, with the result that today's conservatives are more liberal than yesterday's liberals. As the conservative historian George Nash points out, In practice, if not quite in theory, American conservatism today stands well to the left of where it stood in 1980. Maybe that's why the men are so angry. What caused the rights revolutions? As hard as it was to establish the causes of the long peace, new peace, and 1990s crime decline, it's harder still to pinpoint an exogenous factor that would explain why the rights revolutions bunched up when they did. But we can consider the standard candidates. The post-war years saw an expansion of prosperity, but prosperity has such a diffuse influence on a society that it offers little insight into the revolution's immediate triggers. Money can buy education, police, social science, social services, media penetration, a professional workforce with more women, and better care of children and animals. It's hard to identify which of these made a difference, and even if we could, it would raise the question of why society chose to distribute its surplus among these various goods in such a way as to reduce harm to vulnerable populations. And though I know of no rigorous statistical analysis, I can discern no correlations between the timing of the various upswings in the consideration of rights from the 1960s to the 2000s and the economic booms and recessions of those decades. Democratic government obviously played a role. The rights revolutions took place in democracies, which are constituted as social contracts among individuals designed to reduce violence among them. As such, they contain the seeds of expansion to groups that originally had been overlooked. But the timing remains a puzzle, because democracy is not an entirely exogenous variable. It was the machinery of democracy itself that was at issue during the American Civil Rights Movement, when the political disenfranchisement of blacks was remedied. In the other revolutions, too, new groups were invited or argued their way into full partnership in the social contract. Only then could the government be empowered to police violence or cease its own violence against members of the affected groups. During the rights revolutions, networks of reciprocity and trade had expanded with the shift from an economy based on stuff to one based on information. Women were less enslaved by domestic chores, and institutions sought talent from a wide pool of human capital, rather than just from the local labor supply or old boys club. As women and members of minority groups were drawn into the wheelings and dealings of government and commerce, they ensured that their interests were factored into their workings. We have seen some evidence for this mechanism. Countries with more women in government and the professions have less domestic violence against women, and people who know gay people personally are less likely to disapprove of homosexuality. But as with democracy, the inclusiveness of institutions is not a completely exogenous process. The hidden hand of an information economy may have made institutions more receptive to women, minorities, and gays, but it still took government muscle in the form of anti-discrimination laws to integrate them fully. And in the case of children and animals, there was no market for reciprocal exchanges at all. The beneficence went in one direction. If I were to put my money on the single most important exogenous cause of the rights revolutions, it would be the technologies that made ideas and people increasingly mobile. The decades of the rights revolutions were the decades of the electronics revolutions. Television, transistor radios, cable, satellite, long-distance telephones, photocopiers, fax machines, the Internet, cell phones, text messaging, web video. They were the decades of the interstate highway, high-speed rail, and the jet airplane. They were the decades of the unprecedented growth in higher education and in the endless frontier of scientific research. Less well known is that they were also the decades of an explosion in book publishing. From 1960 to 2000, the annual number of books published in the United States increased almost fivefold. I've mentioned the connection before. The humanitarian revolution came out of the Republic of Letters, and the long peace and new peace were children of the global village. And remember what went wrong in the Islamic world. It may have been a rejection of the printing press and a resistance to the importation of books and the ideas they contain. Why should the spread of ideas and people result in reforms that lower violence? There are several pathways. The most obvious is a debunking of ignorance and superstition. A connected and educated populace, at least in aggregate and over the long run, is bound to be disabused of poisonous beliefs, such as that members of other races and ethnicities are innately avaricious or perfidious, that economic and military misfortunes are caused by the treachery of ethnic minorities, that women don't mind being raped, that children must be beaten to be socialized, that people choose to be homosexual as part of a morally degenerate lifestyle, that animals are incapable of feeling pain. The recent debunking of beliefs that invite or tolerate violence call to mind Voltaire's quip that those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Another causal pathway is an increase in invitations to adopt the viewpoints of people unlike oneself. The humanitarian revolution had its Clarissa, Pamela, and Julie, its Uncle Tom's Cabin and Oliver Twist, its eyewitness reports of people being broken, burned, or flogged. During the electronic age, these empathy technologies were even more pervasive and engaging. African Americans and gay people appeared as entertainers on variety shows, then as guests on talk shows, and as sympathetic characters on sitcoms and dramas. Their struggles were depicted in real-time footage of fire hoses and police dogs, and in best-selling books and plays like Travels with Charlie, A Raisin in the Sun, and To Kill a Mockingbird. Telegenic feminists made their case on talk shows, and their views came out of the mouths of characters in soap operas and sitcoms. And as we will see in Chapter 9, it is not just the virtual reality experience of seeing the world through another person's eyes that expands empathy and concern. It is also an intellectual agility, literally a kind of intelligence, which encourages one to step outside the parochial constraints of one's birth and station, to consider hypothetical worlds, and to reflect back on the habits, impulses, and institutions that govern one's beliefs and values. This reflective mindset may be a product of enhanced education, and it may also be a product of electronic media. As Paul Simon marveled, "These are the days of miracle and wonder. This is the long-distance call. The way the camera follows us in slow-mo, the way we look to us all." There is a third way that a flow of information can fertilize moral growth. Scholars who have puzzled over the trajectory of material progress in different parts of the world, such as the economist Thomas Sowell in his Culture trilogy, and the physiologist Jared Diamond in Guns, Germs, and Steel, have concluded that the key to material success is being situated in a large catchment area of innovations. No one is smart enough to invent anything in isolation that anyone else would want to use. Successful innovators not only stand on the shoulders of giants, they engage in massive intellectual property theft, skimming ideas from a vast watershed of tributaries flowing their way. The civilizations of Europe and Western Asia conquered the world because their migration and shipping routes allowed traders and conquerors to leave behind innovations that had originated anywhere in the vast Eurasian landmass: cereal crops and alphabetic writing from the Middle East, gunpowder and paper from China, domesticated horses from Ukraine, ocean-going navigation from Portugal, and much else. There is a reason that the literal meaning of cosmopolitan is citizen of the world, and the literal meaning of insular is of an island. Societies that are marooned on islands or in impassable highlands tend to be technologically backward, and morally backward, too. We have seen that cultures of honor, whose overriding ethic is tribal loyalty and blood revenge, can survive in mountainous regions long after their lowland neighbors have undergone a civilizing process. What's true of technological progress may also be true of moral progress. Individuals or civilizations that are situated in a vast informational catchment area can compile a moral know-how that is more sustainable and expandable than even the most righteous prophet could devise in isolation. Let me illustrate this point with a potted history of the rights revolutions. In his 1963 essay, Pilgrimage to Nonviolence, Martin Luther King recounted the intellectual threads that he wove into his political philosophy. As a graduate student in theology in the late 1940s and early 1950s, he was, of course, conversant with the Bible and Orthodox theology. But he also read renegade theologians such as Walter Rauschenbusch, who criticized the historical accuracy of the Bible and the dogma that Jesus died for people's sins. King then embarked on a serious study of the social and ethical theories of the great philosophers, from Plato and Aristotle down to Rousseau, Hobbes, Bentham, Mill, and Locke. All of these masters stimulated my thinking, such as it was, and while finding things to question in each of them, I nevertheless learned a great deal from their study. He carefully read and rejected Nietzsche and Marx, inoculating himself against the autocratic and communist ideologies that would be so seductive to other liberation movements. He also rejected the anti-rationalism of the continental theologian Karl Barth, while admiring Reinhold Niebuhr's extraordinary insight into human nature, especially the behavior of nations and social groups. These elements in Niebuhr's thinking helped me to recognize the illusions of a superficial optimism concerning human nature and the dangers of a false idealism. King's thinking was irrevocably changed one day when he traveled to Philadelphia to hear a lecture by Mordecai Johnson, the president of Howard University. Johnson had recently returned from a trip to India and spoke about Mohandas Gandhi, whose influence had recently culminated in national independence. His message was so profound and electrifying, King wrote, that I left the meeting and bought a half a dozen books on Gandhi's life and works. King immediately appreciated that Gandhi's theory of nonviolent resistance was not a moralistic affirmation of love, as nonviolence had been in the teachings of Jesus. Instead, it was a set of hard-headed tactics to prevail over an adversary by outwitting him, rather than trying to annihilate him. A taboo on violence, King inferred, prevents a movement from being corrupted by thugs and firebrands who are drawn to adventure and mayhem. It preserves morale and focuses among followers when the movement suffers early defeats. By removing any pretext for legitimate retaliation by the enemy, it stays on the positive side of the moral ledger in the eyes of third parties, while luring the enemy onto the negative side. For the same reason, it divides the enemy, paring away supporters who find it increasingly uncomfortable to identify themselves with one-sided violence. All the while, it can press its agenda by making a nuisance of itself with sit-ins, strikes, and demonstrations. The tactic obviously won't work with all enemies, but it can work with some. King's historic speech to the March on Washington in 1963 was an ingenious recombination of the intellectual components he had collected during his peripatetic pilgrimage, imagery and language from the Hebrew prophets, the valorization of suffering from Christianity, the ideal of individual rights from the European Enlightenment, cadences and rhetorical tropes from the African-American Church, and a strategic plan from an Indian who had been steeped in Jain, Hindu, and British culture. It is not too lazy to say that the rest is history. The moral contrivance assembled by King was thrown back into the idea pool, there to be adapted by the entrepreneurs of the other rights movements. They consciously appropriated its name, its moral rationale, and significantly, many of its tactics. By the standards of history, a striking feature of the late 20th century rights revolutions is how little violence they employed or even provoked. King himself was a martyr of the civil rights movement, as were the handful of victims of segregationist terrorism. But the urban riots that we associate with the 1960s were not a part of the civil rights movement and erupted after most of its milestones were in place. The other revolutions had hardly any violence at all. There was the non-lethal Stonewall riot, some terrorism from the fringes of the animal rights movement, and that's about it. Their entrepreneurs wrote books, gave speeches, held marches, lobbied legislators, and gathered signatures for plebiscites. They had only to nudge a populace that had become receptive to an ethic based on the rights of individuals and were increasingly repelled by violence in any form. Compare this record to that of earlier movements, which ended despotism, slavery, and colonial empires only after bloodbaths that killed people by the hundreds of thousands or millions. From history to psychology. We have come to the end of 6 chapters that have documented the historical decline of violence. In them, we have seen example after example that locates the first decade of the new millennium at the bottom of a slope, representing the use of force over time. For all the violence that remains in the world, we are living in an extraordinary age. Perhaps it is a snapshot in a progression to an even greater peace. Perhaps it is a bottoming out to a new normal, with the easy reductions all plucked and additional ones harder and harder to reach. Perhaps it is a lucky confluence of good fortune that will soon unravel. But regardless of how the trends extrapolate into the future, something remarkable has brought us to the present. One of Martin Luther King's most famous quotations was adapted from an 1852 essay by the abolitionist Unitarian minister Theodore Parker. I do not pretend to understand the moral universe. The arc is a long one. My eye reaches but little ways. I cannot calculate the curve and complete the figure by the experience of sight. I can divine it by conscience. And from what I see, I am sure it bends towards justice. A century and a half later, our eyes can see that the arc has bent toward justice in ways that Parker could not have imagined. I do not pretend to understand the moral universe either, nor can I divine it by conscience. But in the next 2 chapters, let's see how much of it we can understand with science. Chapter 8. Inner Demons. But man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured. His glassy essence, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as makes the angels weep. William Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. 2 aspects of the decline of violence have profound implications for our understanding of human nature. 1, the violence. 2, the decline. The last 6 chapters have shown that human history is a cavalcade of bloodshed. We have seen tribal raiding and feuding that kills a majority of males, the disposal of newborns that kills a majority of females, the staging of torture for vengeance and pleasure, and killings of enough kinds of victims to fill a page of a rhyming dictionary: homicide, democide, genocide, ethnocide, politicide, regicide, infanticide, neonaticide, filicide, siblicide, gynocide, uxoricide, meriticide, and terrorism by suicide. Violence is found throughout the history and prehistory of our species, and shows no sign of having been invented in one place and spread to the others. At the same time, not a single category of violence has been pinned to a fixed rate over the course of history. Whatever causes violence, it is not a perennial urge like hunger, sex, or the need to sleep. The decline of violence thereby allows us to dispatch a dichotomy that has stood in the way of understanding the roots of violence for millennia. Whether humankind is basically bad or basically good, an ape or an angel, a hawk or a dove, the nasty brute of textbook Hobbes or the noble savage of textbook Rousseau. Left to their own devices, humans will not fall into a state of peaceful cooperation, but nor do they have a thirst for blood that must regularly be slaked. There must be at least a grain of truth in conceptions of the human mind that grant it more than one part. Theories like faculty psychology, multiple intelligences, mental organs, modularity, domain specificity, and the metaphor of the mind as a Swiss Army knife. Human nature accommodates motives that impel us to violence, like predation, dominance, and vengeance, but also motives that, under the right circumstances, impel us toward peace, like compassion, fairness, self-control, and reason. This chapter, and its successor, will explore these motives and the circumstances that engage them. The dark side. Before exploring our inner demons, I need to make the case that they exist, because there is a resistance in modern intellectual life to the idea that human nature embraces any motives that incline us toward violence at all. Though the ideas that we evolved from hippie chimps and that primitive people had no concept of violence have been refuted by the facts of anthropology. One still sometimes reads that violence is perpetrated by a few bad apples who do all the damage, and that everyone else is peaceful at heart. It is certainly true that the lives of most people in most societies do not end in violence. It is also true that in most hostile encounters, the antagonists, whether humans or other animals, usually back down before either of them can do serious damage to the other. Even in wartime, many soldiers do not fire their weapons and are racked by post-traumatic stress disorder when they do so. Some writers conclude that the vast majority of humans are constitutionally averse to violence, and that the high body counts are merely signs of how much harm a few psychopaths can do. So let me begin by convincing you that most of us, including you, dear listener, are wired for violence, even if in all likelihood we will never have an occasion to use it. We can begin with our younger selves. The psychologist Richard Tremblay has measured rates of violence over the course of the lifespan and shown that the most violent stage of life is not adolescence or even young adulthood, but the aptly named terrible twos. A typical toddler, at least, sometimes kicks, bites, hits, and gets into fights, and the rate of physical aggression then goes steadily down over the course of childhood. Tremblay remarks, "Babies do not kill each other, because we do not give them access to knives and guns. The question we've been trying to answer for the past 30 years is how do children learn to aggress? But that's the wrong question. The right question is how do they learn not to aggress?" Now let's turn to our inner selves. Have you ever fantasized about killing someone you don't like? In separate studies, the psychologists Douglas Kenrick and David Buss have posed this question to a demographic that is known to have exceptionally low rates of violence, university students, and were stunned at the outcome. Between 70 and 90% of the men, and between 50 and 80% of the women, admitted to having at least one homicidal fantasy in the preceding year. When I described these studies in a lecture, a student shouted, "Yeah, and the others are lying." At the very least, they may sympathize with Clarence Darrow when he said, "I have never killed a man, but I have read many obituaries with great pleasure." The motives for imaginary homicides overlap with those on police blotters: a lover's quarrel, a response to a threat, vengeance for an act of humiliation or betrayal, and family conflict, proportionally more often with step-parents than with biological parents. Often the reveries are played out before the mind's eye in theatrical detail, like the jealous revenge fantasy entertained by Rex Harrison while conducting a symphony orchestra in Unfaithfully Yours. One young man in Buss's survey estimated that he came 80% of the way toward killing a former friend, who had lied to the man's fiancée that he had been unfaithful to her, and then made a move on the fiancé himself. "First, I would break every bone in his body, starting with his fingers and toes, slowly making my way to larger ones. Then I would puncture his lungs and maybe a few other organs. Basically, give him as much pain as possible before killing him." A woman said she had gone 60% of the way toward killing an ex-boyfriend who wanted to get back together and had threatened to send a video of the two of them having sex to her new boyfriend and her fellow students. "I actually did this. I invited him over for dinner, and as he was in the kitchen looking stupid peeling carrots to make a salad, I came to him laughing gently so he wouldn't suspect anything. I thought about grabbing a knife quickly and stabbing him in the chest repeatedly until he was dead. I actually did the first thing, but he saw my intentions and ran away." Many actual homicides are preceded by lengthy ruminations just like this. The small number of premeditated murders that are actually carried out must be the cusp of a colossal iceberg of homicidal desires submerged in a sea of inhibitions. As the forensic psychiatrist Robert Simon put it in a book titled, paraphrasing Freud, paraphrasing Plato, "Bad men do what good men dream." Even people who don't daydream about killing get intense pleasure from vicarious experiences of doing it or seeing it done. People spend large amounts of their time and income immersing themselves in any of a number of genres of bloody virtual reality. Bible stories, Homeric sagas, martyrologies, portrayals of hell, hero myths, Gilgamesh, Greek tragedies, Beowulf, the Bayeux Tapestry, Shakespearean dramas, Grimm's fairy tales, Punch and Judy, opera, murder mysteries, penny dreadfuls, pulp fiction, dime novels, Grand Guignol, murder ballads, film noir, westerns, horror comics, superhero comics, The Three Stooges, Tom and Jerry, The Road Runner, video games, and movies starring a certain ex-governor of California. In Savage Pastimes, A Cultural History of Violent Entertainment, the literary scholar Harold Schechter shows that today's splatter films are mild stuff compared to the simulated torture and mutilation that have titillated audiences for centuries. Long before computer-generated imagery, theater directors would apply their ingenuity to grisly special effects such as phony heads that could be decapitated from dummies and impaled on pikes, fake skin that could be flayed from an actor's torso, concealed bladders filled with animal blood that could produce a satisfying spurt of gore when punctured. The vast mismatch between the number of violent acts that runs through people's imaginations and the number they carry out in the world tells us something about the design of the mind. Statistics on violence underestimate the importance of violence in the human condition. The human brain runs on the Latin adage, "If you want peace, prepare for war." Even in peaceable societies, people are fascinated by the logic of bluff and threat, the psychology of alliance and betrayal, the vulnerabilities of a human body and how they can be exploited or shielded. The universal pleasure that people take in violent entertainment, always in the teeth of censorship and moralistic denunciation, suggests that the mind craves information on the conduct of violence. A likely explanation is that, in evolutionary history, violence was not so improbable that people could afford not to understand how it works. The anthropologist Donald Simons has noticed a similar mismatch in the other major content of naughty reverie and entertainment: sex. People fantasize about and make art out of illicit sex vastly more often than they engage in it. Like adultery, violence may be improbable, but when an opportunity arises, the potential consequences for Darwinian fitness are gargantuan. Simons suggests that higher consciousness itself is designed for low-frequency, high-impact events. We seldom muse about daily necessities like grasping, walking, or speaking, let alone pay money to see them dramatized. What grabs our mental spotlight is illicit sex, violent death, and Walter Mitty-ish leaps of status. Now to our brains. The human brain is a swollen and warped version of the brains of other mammals. All the major parts may be found in our furry cousins, where they do pretty much the same things, such as process information from the senses, control muscles and glands, and store and retrieve memories. Among these parts is a network of regions that has been called the rage circuit. The neuroscientist Jaak Panksepp describes what happens when he sent an electrical magnetic current through a part of the rage circuit of a cat. Within the first few seconds of the electrical brain stimulation, the peaceful animal was emotionally transformed. It leaped viciously toward me with claws unsheathed, fangs bared, hissing and spitting. It could have pounced in many different directions, but its arousal was directed right at my head. Fortunately, a plexiglass wall separated me from the enraged beast. Within a fraction of a minute after terminating the stimulation, the cat was again relaxed and peaceful, and could be petted without further retribution. The rage circuit in the cat brain has a counterpart in the human brain, and it too can be stimulated by an electrical current. Not in an experiment, of course, but during neurosurgery. A surgeon describes what follows. The most significant and the most dramatic effect of stimulation has been the eliciting of a range of aggressive responses, from coherent, appropriately directed verbal responses, speaking to surgeon, "I feel I could get up and bite you," to uncontrolled swearing and physically destructive behavior. On one occasion, the patient was asked, 30 seconds after cessation of the stimulus, if he had felt angry. He agreed that he had been angry, but that he no longer was, and he sounded very surprised. Cats hiss, humans swear. The fact that the rage circuit can activate speech suggests that it is not an inert vestige, but has functioning connections with the rest of the human brain. The rage circuit is one of several circuits that control aggression in non-human mammals, and as we shall see, they help make sense of the varieties of aggression in humans as well. If violence is stamped into our childhoods, our fantasy lives, our art, and our brains, then how is it possible that soldiers are reluctant to fire their guns in combat, when that is what they are there to do? A famous study of World War II veterans claimed that no more than 15 to 25% of them were able to discharge their weapons in battle. Other studies have found that most of the bullets that are fired miss their targets. Now, the first claim is based on a dubious study, and the second is a red herring. Most shots are fired in war, not to pick off individual soldiers, but to deter any of them from advancing. Nor is it surprising that when a soldier targets an enemy in combat conditions, it isn't easy to score a direct hit. But let's grant that anxiety on the battlefield is high, and that many soldiers are paralyzed when the time comes to pull the trigger. A nervousness about the use of deadly force may also be seen in street fights and barroom brawls. Most confrontations between macho ruffians are nothing like the stupendous fistfights in Hollywood westerns that so impressed Nabokov's Humbert, with the sweet crash of fist against chin, the kick in the belly, the flying tackle. The sociologist Randall Collins has scrutinized photographs, videotapes, and eyewitness accounts of real fights, and found that they are closer to a 2-minute penalty for roughing in a boring hockey game than an action-packed brawl in Roaring Gulch. Two men glower, talk trash, swing and miss, clutch each other, sometimes fall to the ground. Occasionally, a fist will emerge from the mutual embrace and land a couple of blows, but more often the men will separate, trade angry bluster and face-saving verbiage, and walk away with their egos more bruised than their bodies. It's true, then, that when men confront each other in face-to-face conflict, they often exercise restraint. But this reticence is not a sign that humans are gentle and compassionate. On the contrary, it's just what one would expect from the analyses of violence by Hobbes and Darwin. Recall from Chapter 2 that any tendency toward violence must have evolved in a world in which everyone else was evolving the same tendency. As Richard Dawkins put it, a living thing differs from a rock or a river because it is inclined to hit back. That means that the first move toward harming a fellow human simultaneously accomplishes two things. 1, it increases the chance that the target will come to harm. 2, it gives the target an overriding goal of harming you before you harm him. Even if you prevail by killing him, you will have given his kin the goal of killing you in revenge. It stands to reason that initiating serious aggression in a symmetrical standoff is something a Darwinian creature must consider very, very carefully. A reticence experienced as anxiety or paralysis. Discretion is the better part of valor. Compassion has nothing to do with it. When an opportunity does arise to eliminate a hated opponent with little danger of reprisal, a Darwinian creature will seize on it. We saw this in chimpanzee raiding. When a group of males patrolling a territory encounters a male from another community who has been isolated from his fellows, they will take advantage of the strength in numbers and tear him limb from limb. Pre-state peoples, too, decimate their enemies, not in pitched battles, but in stealthy ambushes and raids. Much of human violence is cowardly violence, sucker punches, unfair fights, preemptive strikes, pre-dawn raids, mafia hits, drive-by shootings. Collins also documents a recurring syndrome that he calls forward panic, though a more familiar term would be rampage. When an aggressive coalition has stalked or faced off against an opponent in a prolonged state of apprehension and fear, then catches the opponent in a moment of vulnerability, fear turns to rage, and the men will explode in a savage frenzy. A seemingly unstoppable fury drives them to beat the enemy senseless, torture and mutilate the men, rape the women, and destroy their property. A forward panic is violence at its ugliest. It is the state of mind that causes genocides, massacres, deadly ethnic riots, and battles in which no prisoners are taken. It also lies behind episodes of police brutality, such as the savage beating of Rodney King in 1991, after he had been apprehended in a high-speed car chase and had violently resisted his arrest. As the butchery gains momentum, rage may give way to ecstasy, and the rampagers may laugh and whoop in a carnival of barbarity. No one has to be trained to carry out a rampage, and when they erupt in armies or police squads, the commanders are often taken by surprise and have to take steps to quell them, since the overkill and atrocities serve no military or law enforcement purpose. A rampage may be a primitive adaptation to seize a fleeting opportunity, to decisively rout a dangerous enemy before it can remobilize and retaliate. The resemblance to lethal raiding among chimpanzees is uncanny, including the common trigger, an isolated member of the enemy who is outnumbered by a cluster of 3 or 4 allies. The instinct behind rampages suggests that the human behavioral repertoire includes scripts for violence that lie quiescent and may be cued by propitious circumstances rather than building up over time, like hunger or thirst. The moralization gap and the myth of pure evil. In The Blank Slate, I argued that the modern denial of the dark side of human nature, the doctrine of the noble savage, was a reaction against the romantic militarism, hydraulic theories of aggression, and glorification of struggle and strife that had been popular in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Scientists and scholars who question the modern doctrine have been accused of justifying violence and have been subjected to vilification, blood libel, and physical assault. The noble savage myth appears to be another instance of an anti-violence movement leaving a cultural legacy of propriety and taboo. But I am now convinced that a denial of the human capacity for evil runs even deeper, and may itself be a feature of human nature, thanks to a brilliant analysis by the social psychologist Roy Baumeister in his book, Evil. Baumeister was moved to study the common-sense understanding of evil when he noticed that the people who perpetrate destructive acts, from everyday peccadillos to serial murders and genocides, never think they are doing anything wrong. How can there be so much evil in the world with so few evil people doing it? When psychologists are confronted with a timeless mystery, they run an experiment. Baumeister and his collaborators, Arlene Stilwell and Sarah Watman, couldn't very well get people to commit atrocities in the lab, but they reasoned that everyday life has its share of smaller hurts that they could put under the microscope. They asked people to describe one incident in which someone angered them, and one incident in which they angered someone. The order of the 2 questions was randomly flipped from one participant to the next, and they were separated by a busywork task so the participants wouldn't answer them in quick succession. Most people get angry at least once a week, and nearly everyone gets angry at least once a month, so there was no shortage of material. Both perpetrators and victims recounted plenty of lies, broken promises, violated rules and obligations, betrayed secrets, unfair acts, and conflicts over money. But that was all that the perpetrators and victims agreed on. The psychologists pored over the narratives and coded features, such as the time span of the events, the culpability of each side, the perpetrator's motive, and the aftermath of the harm. If one were to weave composite narratives out of their tallies, they might look something like this. The perpetrator's narrative. The story begins with the harmful act. At the time, I had good reasons for doing it. Perhaps I was responding to an immediate provocation, or I was just reacting to the situation in a way that any reasonable person would. I had a perfect right to do what I did, and it's unfair to blame me for it. The harm was minor and easily repaired, and I apologized. It's time to get over it, put it behind us. Let bygones be bygones. The victim's narrative. The story begins long before the harmful act, which was just the latest incident of a long history of mistreatment. The perpetrator's actions were incoherent, senseless, incomprehensible. Either that or he was an abnormal sadist, motivated only by a desire to see me suffer, though I was completely innocent. The harm he did is grievous and irreparable, with effects that will last forever. None of us should ever forget it. They can't both be right. Or more to the point, neither of them can be right all of the time, since the same participants provided a story in which they were the victim and a story in which they were the perpetrator. Something in human psychology distorts our interpretation and memory of harmful events. This raises an obvious question. Does our inner perpetrator whitewash our crimes in a campaign to exonerate ourselves? Or does our inner victim nurse our grievances in a campaign to claim the world's sympathy? Since the psychologists were not flies on the wall at the time of the actual incidents, they had no way of knowing whose retrospective accounts should be trusted. In an ingenious follow-up, Stilwell and Baumeister controlled the event by writing an ambiguous story in which one college roommate offers to help another with some coursework, but reneges for a number of reasons, which leads the student to receive a low grade for the course, change his or her major, and switch to another university. The participants, students themselves, simply had to read the story and then retell it as accurately as possible in the first person, half of them taking the perspective of the perpetrator and half the perspective of the victim. A third group was asked to retell the story in the third person. The details they provided or omitted serve as a baseline for ordinary distortions of human memory that are unaffected by self-serving biases. The psychologists coded the narratives for missing or embellished details that would make either the perpetrator or the victim look better. The answer to the question, who should we believe, turned out to be neither. Compared to the benchmark of the story itself, and to the recall of the disinterested third-person narrators, both victims and perpetrators distorted the stories to the same extent, but in opposite directions, each omitting or embellishing details in a way that made the actions of their character look more reasonable and the others less reasonable. Remarkably, nothing was at stake in the exercise. Not only had the participants not taken part in the events, but they were not asked to sympathize with the character or to justify anyone's behavior, just to read and remember the story from a first-person perspective. That was all it took to recruit their cognitive processes to the cause of self-serving propaganda. The diverging narratives of a harmful event in the eyes of the aggressor, the victim, and a neutral party are a psychological overlay on the violence triangle mentioned earlier. Let's call it the moralization gap. The moralization gap is part of a larger phenomenon called self-serving biases. People try to look good. Good can mean effective, potent, desirable, and competent, or it can mean virtuous, honest, generous, and altruistic. The drive to present the self in a positive light was one of the major findings of 20th century social psychology. An early exposé was the sociologist Irving Goffman's The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life, and recent summaries include Carol Tavris and Elliot Aronson's Mistakes Were Made, But Not By Me, Robert Trivers's Deceit and Self-Deception, and Robert Kurzban's Why Everyone Else is a Hypocrite. Among the signature phenomena are cognitive dissonance, in which people change their evaluation of something they have been manipulated into doing to preserve the impression that they are in control of their actions, and the Lake Wobegon effect, named after Garrison Keillor's fictitious town in which all the children are above average, in which a majority of people rate themselves above average in every desirable talent or trait. Self-serving biases are part of the evolutionary price we pay for being social animals. People congregate in groups not because they are robots who are magnetically attracted to one another, but because they have social and moral emotions. They feel warmth and sympathy, gratitude and trust, loneliness and guilt, jealousy and anger. The emotions are internal regulators that ensure that people reap the benefits of social life, reciprocal exchange and cooperative action, without suffering the costs, namely exploitation by cheaters and social parasites. We sympathize with, trust, and feel grateful to those who are likely to cooperate with us, rewarding them with our own cooperation. And we get angry at or ostracize those who are likely to cheat, withdrawing cooperation or meting out punishment. A person's own level of virtue is a trade-off between the esteem that comes from cultivating a reputation as a cooperator and the ill-gotten gains of stealthy cheating. A social group is a marketplace of cooperators of differing degrees of generosity and trustworthiness, and people advertise themselves as being as generous and trustworthy as they can get away with, which may be a bit more generous and trustworthy than they are. The moralization gap consists of complementary bargaining tactics in the negotiation for recompense between a victim and a perpetrator. Like opposing counsel in a lawsuit over a tort, the social plaintiff will emphasize the deliberateness, or at least the depraved indifference of the defendant's action, together with the pain and suffering the plaintiff endures. The social defendant will emphasize the reasonableness or unavoidability of the action, and will minimize the plaintiff's pain and suffering. The competing framings shape the negotiations over amends, and also play to the gallery in a competition for their sympathy and for a reputation as a responsible reciprocator. Trivers, the first to propose that the moral emotions are adaptations to cooperation, also identified an important twist. The problem with trying to convey an exaggerated impression of kindness and skill is that other people are bound to develop the ability to see through it, setting in motion a psychological arms race between better liars and better lie detection. Lies can be spotted through internal contradictions, as in the Yiddish proverb, "A liar must have a good memory," or through tells such as hesitations, twitches, blushes, and sweats. Trivers ventured that natural selection may have favored a degree of self-deception so as to suppress the tells at the source. We lie to ourselves so that we're more believable when we lie to others. At the same time, an unconscious part of the mind registers the truth about our abilities so that we don't get too far out of touch with reality. Trivers credits George Orwell with an earlier formulation of the idea. The secret of rulership is to combine a belief in one's own infallibility with a power to learn from past mistakes. Self-deception is an exotic theory because it makes the paradoxical claim that something called the self can be both deceiver and deceived. It's easy enough to show that people are liable to self-serving biases, like a butcher's scale that has been miscalibrated in the butcher's favor. But it's not so easy to show that people are liable to self-deception, the psychological equivalent of the dual books kept by shady businesses, in which a public ledger is made available to prying eyes, and a private ledger, with the correct information, is used to run the business. A pair of social psychologists, Pier Carlo Valdesolo and David DeSteno, have devised an ingenious experiment that catches people in the act of true dual-book self-deception. They asked the participants to cooperate with them in planning and evaluating a study in which half of them would get a pleasant and easy task, namely looking through photographs for 10 minutes, and half would get a tedious and difficult one, namely solving math problems for 45 minutes. They told the participants that they were being run in pairs, but that the experimenters had not yet settled on the best way to decide who got which task. So they allowed each participant to choose one of two methods to decide who would get the pleasant task and who would get the unpleasant one. The participants could just choose the easy task for themselves, or they could use a random number generator to decide who got which. Human selfishness being what it is, almost everyone kept the pleasant task for themselves. Later they were given an anonymous questionnaire to evaluate the experiment, which unobtrusively slipped in a question about whether the participants thought that their decision had been fair. Human hypocrisy being what it is, most of them said it was. Then the experimenters described the selfish choice to another group of participants and asked them how fairly the selfish subject acted. Not surprisingly, they didn't think it was fair at all. The difference between the way people judge other people's behavior and the way they judge their own behavior is a classic instance of a self-serving bias. But now comes the key question. Did the self-servers really, deep down, believe that they were acting fairly? Or did the conscious spin doctor in their brains just say that, while the unconscious reality checker registered the truth? To find out, the psychologists tied up the conscious mind by forcing a group of participants to keep 7 digits in memory while they evaluated the experiment, including the judgment about whether they or others had acted fairly. With the conscious mind distracted, the terrible truth came out. The participants judged themselves as harshly as they judged other people. This vindicates Trivers's theory that the truth was in there all along. I was happy to discover the result, not just because the theory of self-deception is so elegant that it deserves to be true, but because it offers a glimmer of hope for humanity. Though acknowledging a compromising truth about ourselves is among our most painful experiences, Freud posited an armamentarium of defense mechanisms to postpone that dreadful day, such as denial, repression, projection, and reaction formation. It is, at least in principle, possible. It may take ridicule. It may take argument. It may take time. It may take being distracted. But people have the means to recognize that they are not always in the right. Still, we shouldn't deceive ourselves about self-deception. In the absence of these puncturings, the overwhelming tendency is for people to misjudge the harmful acts they have perpetrated or experienced. Once you become aware of this fateful quirk in our psychology, social life begins to look different. And so do history and current events. It's not just that there are 2 sides to every dispute, it's that each side sincerely believes its version of the story, namely that it is an innocent and long-suffering victim, and the other side a malevolent and treacherous sadist. And each side has assembled a historical narrative and database of facts consistent with its sincere belief. For example, the Crusades were an upwelling of religious idealism that were marked by a few excesses, but left the world with the fruits of cultural exchange. The Crusades were a series of vicious pogroms against Jewish communities that were part of a long history of European anti-Semitism. The Crusades were a brutal invasion of Muslim lands and the start of a long history of humiliation of Islam by Christendom. The American Civil War was necessary to abolish the evil institution of slavery and preserve a nation conceived in liberty and equality. The American Civil War was a power grab by a centralized tyranny intended to destroy the way of life of the traditional South. The Soviet occupation of Eastern Europe was the act of an evil empire drawing an iron curtain across the continent. The Warsaw Pact was a defensive alliance to protect the Soviet Union and its allies from a repeat of the horrendous losses it had suffered from 2 German invasions. The Six-Day War was a struggle for national survival. It began when Egypt expelled UN peacekeepers and blockaded the Straits of Tiran, the first step in its plan to push the Jews into the sea, and it extended when Israel reunified a divided city and secured defensible borders. The Six-Day War was a campaign of aggression and conquest. It began when Israel invaded its neighbors and ended when it expropriated their land and instituted an apartheid regime. Adversaries are divided not just by their competitive spin doctoring, but by the calendars with which they measure history and the importance they put on remembrance. The victims of a conflict are assiduous historians and cultivators of memory. The perpetrators are pragmatists, firmly planted in the present. Ordinarily, we tend to think of historical memory as a good thing. But when the events being remembered are lingering wounds that call for redress, it can be a call to violence. The slogans, "Remember the Alamo," "Remember the Maine," "Remember the Lusitania," "Remember Pearl Harbor," and "Remember 9/11," were not advisories to brush up your history, but battle cries that led to Americans engaging in wars. It is often said that the Balkans are a region that is cursed with too much history per square mile. The Serbs, who in the 1990s perpetrated ethnic cleansings in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo, are also among the world's most aggrieved people. They were inflamed by memories of depredations by the Nazi puppet state in Croatia in World War II, the Austro-Hungarian Empire in World War I, and the Ottoman Turks going back to the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. On the 600th anniversary of that battle, President Slobodan Milosevic delivered a bellicose speech that presaged the Balkan Wars of the 1990s. In the late 1970s, the newly elected separatist government of Quebec rediscovered the thrills of 19th-century nationalism, and among other trappings of Quebecois patriotism, replaced the license plate motto, La Belle Provence, the beautiful province, with Je me souviens, I remember. It was never made clear exactly what was being remembered, but most people interpreted it as nostalgia for New France, which had been vanquished by Britain during the 7 Years' War in 1763. All this remembering made Anglophone Quebecers a bit nervous and set off an exodus of my generation to Toronto. Fortunately, late 20th century European pacifism prevailed over 19th century Gallic nationalism, and Quebec today is an unusually cosmopolitan and peaceable part of the world. The counterpart of too much memory on the part of victims is too little memory on the part of perpetrators. On a visit to Japan in 1992, I bought a tourist guide that included a helpful timeline of Japanese history. There was an entry for the period of the Taisho democracy from 1912 to 1926, and then there was an entry for the Osaka World's Fair in 1970. I guess nothing interesting happened in Japan in the years in between. It's disconcerting to realize that all sides to a conflict, from roommates squabbling over a term paper to nations waging world wars, are convinced of their rectitude and can back up their convictions with a historical record. That record may include some whoppers, but it may just be biased by the omission of facts we consider significant and the sacralization of facts we consider ancient history. The realization is disconcerting because it suggests that in a given disagreement, the other guy might have a point. We may not be as pure as we think. The two sides will come to blows, each convinced that it is in the right, and no one will think the better of it because everyone's self-deception is invisible to them. For example, few Americans today would second-guess the participation of the greatest generation in the epitome of a just war, World War II. Yet it's unsettling to reread Franklin Roosevelt's historic speech following Japan's 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor and see that it is a textbook case of a victim narrative. All the coding categories of the Baumeister experiment can be filled in. The fetishization of memory, a date which will live in infamy, the innocence of the victim. The United States was at peace with that nation, the senselessness and malice of the aggression. This unprovoked and dastardly attack, the magnitude of the harm. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. Very many American lives have been lost, and the justness of retaliation. The American people and their righteous might will win. Historians today point out that each of these ringing assertions was, at best, truthy. The United States had imposed a hostile embargo of oil and machinery on Japan, had anticipated possible attacks, had sustained relatively minor military damage, eventually sacrificed 100,000 American lives in response to the 2,500 lost in the attack, forced innocent Japanese Americans into concentration camps, and attained victory with incendiary and nuclear strikes on Japanese civilians that could be considered among history's greatest war crimes. Even in matters when no reasonable third party can doubt who's right and who's wrong, we have to be prepared, when putting on psychological spectacles, to see that evildoers always think they are acting morally. The spectacles are a painful fit. Just monitor your blood pressure as you read the sentence, "Try to see it from Hitler's point of view," or Osama bin Laden's, or Kim Jong-il's. Yet Hitler, like all sentient beings, had a point of view, and historians tell us that it was a highly moralistic one. He experienced Germany's sudden and unexpected defeat in World War I, and concluded that it could be explained only by the treachery of an internal enemy. He was aggrieved by the Allies' murderous post-war food blockade and their vindictive reparations. He lived through the economic chaos and street violence of the 1920s. And Hitler was an idealist. He had a moral vision in which heroic sacrifices would bring about a 1,000-year utopia. At the smaller scale of interpersonal violence, the most brutal serial killers minimize and even justify their crimes in ways that would be comical if their actions were not so horrific. In 1994, the police quoted a spree killer as saying, "Other than the 2 we killed, the 2 we wounded, the woman we pistol-whipped, and the light bulbs we stuck in people's mouths, we didn't really hurt anybody." A serial rapist murderer interviewed by the sociologist Diana Scully claimed to be kind and gentle to the women he captured at gunpoint, and that they enjoyed the experience of being raped. As further proof of his kindness, he noted that when he stabbed his victims, the killing was always sudden, so they wouldn't know it was coming. John Wayne Gacy, who kidnapped, raped, and murdered 33 boys, said, "I see myself more as a victim than as a perpetrator," adding, without irony, "I was cheated out of my childhood." His victimization continued into adulthood, when the media inexplicably tried to make him into an asshole and a scapegoat. Smaller-time criminals rationalize just as readily. Anyone who has worked with prisoners knows that today's penitentiaries are filled to a man with innocent victims, not just those who were framed by sloppy police work, but those whose violence was a form of self-help justice. Remember Donald Black's theory of crime as social control, Chapter 3, which seeks to explain why a majority of violent crimes don't bring the perpetrator a tangible benefit? The offender is genuinely provoked by an affront or betrayal. The reprisal that we deem to be excessive, striking a sharp-tongued wife during an argument, killing a swaggering stranger over a parking spot, is, from his point of view, a natural response to a provocation and the administration of rough justice. The unease with which we read these rationalizations tells us something about the very act of donning psychological spectacles. Baumeister notes that in the attempt to understand harm-doing, the viewpoint of the scientist or scholar overlaps with the viewpoint of the perpetrator. Both take a detached, amoral stance toward the harmful act. Both are contextualizers, always attentive to the complexities of the situation and how they contributed to the causation of the harm. And both believe that the harm is ultimately explicable. The viewpoint of the moralist, in contrast, is the viewpoint of the victim. The harm is treated with reverence and awe. It continues to evoke sadness and anger long after it was perpetrated. And for all the feeble ratiocination we mortals throw at it, it remains a cosmic mystery, a manifestation of the irreducible and inexplicable existence of evil in the universe. Many chroniclers of the Holocaust consider it immoral even to try to explain it. Baumeister, with psychological spectacles still affixed, calls this the myth of pure evil. The mindset that we adopt when we don moral spectacles is the mindset of the victim. Evil is the intentional and gratuitous infliction of harm for its own sake, perpetrated by a villain who is malevolent to the bone, inflicted on a victim who is innocent and good. The reason that this is a myth when seen through psychological spectacles is that evil in fact is perpetrated by people who are mostly ordinary, and who respond to their circumstances, including provocations by the victim, in ways they feel are reasonable and just. The myth of pure evil gives rise to an archetype that is common in religions, horror movies, children's literature, nationalist mythologies, and sensationalist news coverage. In many religions, evil is personified as the devil, Hades, Satan, Beelzebub, Lucifer, Mephistopheles, or as the antithesis to a benevolent God in a bilateral Manichaean struggle. In popular fiction, evil takes the form of the slasher, the serial killer, the boogeyman, the ogre, the joker, the James Bond villain, or, depending on the cinematic decade, the Nazi officer, Soviet spy, Italian gangster, Arab terrorist, inner-city predator, Mexican drug lord, galactic emperor, or corporate executive. The evildoer may enjoy money and power, but these motives are vague and ill-formed. What he really craves is the infliction of chaos and suffering on innocent victims. The evildoer is an adversary, the enemy of good, and the evildoer is often foreign. Hollywood villains, even if they are stateless, speak with a generic foreign accent. The myth of pure evil bedevils our attempt to understand real evil, because the standpoint of the scientist resembles the standpoint of the perpetrator, while the standpoint of the moralizer resembles the standpoint of the victim. The scientist is bound to be seen as making excuses or blaming the victim, or as trying to vindicate the amoral doctrine that to understand all is to forgive all. Recall Lewis Richardson's reply that to condemn much is to understand little. The accusation of relativizing evil is particularly likely when the motive the analyst imputes to the perpetrator appears to be venal, like jealousy, status, or retaliation, rather than grandiose, like the persistence of suffering in the world or the perpetuation of race, class, or gender oppression. It is also likely when the analyst describes the motive to every human being, rather than to a few psychopaths or to the agents of a malignant political system, hence the popularity of the doctrine of the noble savage. The scholar Hannah Arendt, in her writings on the trial of Adolf Eichmann for his role in organizing the logistics of the Holocaust, coined the expression, the banality of evil, to capture what she saw as the ordinariness of the man and the ordinariness of his motives. Whether or not she was right about Eichmann, and historians have shown that he was more of an ideological anti-Semite than Arendt allowed, she was prescient in deconstructing the myth of pure evil. As we shall see, 4 decades of research in social psychology, some of it inspired by Arendt herself, have underscored the banality of most of the motives that lead to harmful consequences. In the rest of this chapter, I'll lay out the brain systems and motives that incline us toward violence while trying to identify the inputs that ramp them up or down, and thereby offer insight into the historical decline of violence. Appearing to take the perspective of the perpetrator is just one of the dangers that attends this effort. Another is the assumption that nature organized the brain into systems that are morally meaningful to us, such as ones that lead to evil and ones that lead to good. As we shall see, some of the dividing lines between the inner demons of this chapter and the better angels of the next were guided as much by expository convenience as by neurobiological reality, because certain brain systems can cause both the best and the worst in human behavior. Organs of violence. One of the symptoms of the myth of pure evil is to identify violence as an animalistic impulse, as we see in words like beastly, bestial, brutish, inhuman, and wild, and in depictions of the devil with horns and a tail. But while violence is certainly common in the animal kingdom, to think of it as arising from a single impulse is to see the world through a victim's eyes. Consider all the destructive things that members of our species do to ants. We eat them, poison them, accidentally trample them, and deliberately squish them. Each category of formicide is driven by an utterly distinct motive. But if you were an ant, you might not care about these fine distinctions. We are humans, so we tend to think that the terrible things that humans do to other humans come from a single animalistic motive. But biologists have long noted that the mammalian brain has distinct circuits that underlie very different kinds of aggression. The most obvious form of aggression in the animal kingdom is predation. Hunters such as hawks, eagles, wolves, lions, tigers, and bears adorn the jerseys of athletes and the coats of arms of nations, and many writers have blamed human violence, as William James did, on the carnivore within. Yet biologically speaking, predation for food could not be more different from aggression against rivals and threats. Cat people are well aware of the distinction. When their animal companion sets its sights on a beetle on the floorboards, it is crouched, silent, and intently focused. But when one alley cat faces off against another, the cat stands tall, fur erect, hissing and yowling. We saw how neuroscientists can implant an electrode into the rage circuit of a cat, press a button, and set the animal on attack mode. With the electrode implanted in a different circuit, they can set it on hunting mode and watch in amazement as the cat quietly stalks a hallucinatory mouse. Like many systems in the brain, the circuits that control aggression are organized in a hierarchy. Subroutines that control the muscles and basic actions are encapsulated in the hindbrain, which sits on top of the spinal cord. But the emotional states that trigger them, such as the rage circuit, are distributed higher up in the midbrain and forebrain. In cats, for example, stimulating the hindbrain can activate what neuroscientists call sham rage. The cat hisses, bristles, and extends its fangs, but it can be petted without it attacking the petter. If, in contrast, they stimulate the rage circuit higher up, the resulting emotional state is no sham. The cat is mad as hell and lunges for the experimenter's head. Evolution takes advantage of this modularity. Different mammals use different body parts as offensive weapons, including jaws, fangs, antlers, and in the case of primates, hands. While the hindbrain circuits that drive these peripherals can be reprogrammed or swapped out as a lineage evolves, the central programs that control their emotional states are remarkably conserved. That includes the lineage leading to humans, as neurosurgeons discovered when they found a counterpart to the rage circuit in the brains of their patients. The rage circuit is a pathway that connects three major structures in the lower parts of the brain. In the midbrain, there is a collar of tissue called the periaqueductal gray. Gray because it consists of gray matter, a tangle of neurons lacking the white sheaths that insulate output fibers. Periaqueductal because it surrounds the aqueduct, a fluid-filled canal that runs the length of the central nervous system from the spinal cord up to large cavities in the brain. The periaqueductal gray contains circuits that control the sensory-motor components of rage. They get inputs from parts of the brain that register pain, balance, hunger, blood pressure, heart rate, temperature, and hearing, particularly the shrieks of a fellow rat, all of which can make the animal irritated, frustrated, or enraged. Their outputs feed the motor programs that make the rat lunge, kick, and bite. One of the oldest discoveries in the biology of violence is the link between pain or frustration and aggression. When an animal is shocked or access to food is taken away, it will attack the nearest fellow animal or bite an inanimate object if no living target is available. The periaqueductal gray is partly under the control of the hypothalamus, a cluster of nuclei that regulate the animal's emotional, motivational, and psychological state, including hunger, thirst, and lust. The hypothalamus monitors the temperature, pressure, and chemistry of the bloodstream and sits on top of the pituitary gland, which pumps hormones into the bloodstream that regulate, among other things, the release of adrenaline from the adrenal glands and the release of testosterone and estrogen from the gonads. Two of its nuclei, the medial and ventrolateral, are parts of the rage circuit. Ventral refers to the belly side of the animal, as opposed to its dorsal or back side. The terms were grandfathered over to the human brain as it evolved its perpendicular perch atop a vertical body, so in the human brain, ventral points to our feet and dorsal to the top of our scalp. Modulating the hypothalamus is the amygdala, Latin for almond, the shape it takes in the human brain. The amygdala is a small, multi-part organ connected to brain systems for memory and motivation. It applies the emotional coloring to our thoughts and memories, particularly fear. When an animal has been trained to expect a shock after a tone, the amygdala helps to store the connections that give the tone its aura of anxiety and dread. The amygdala also lights up at the sight of a dangerous predator or of a threatening display from a member of the same species. In the case of humans, for example, the amygdala responds to an angry face. And sitting on top of the entire rage circuit is the cerebral cortex, the thin layer of gray matter on the outer surface of the cerebral hemispheres, where the computations behind perception, thinking, planning, and decision-making are carried out. Each cerebral hemisphere is divided into lobes, and the one at the front, the frontal lobe, computes decisions relevant to how to behave. One of the major patches of the frontal lobes sits on top of the eye sockets in the skull, also known as orbits, so it is called the orbitofrontal cortex, orbital cortex for short. The orbital cortex is densely connected to the amygdala and other emotional circuits, and it helps integrate emotions and memories into decisions about what to do next. When the animal modulates its readiness to attack in response to the circumstances, including its emotional state and any lessons it has learned in the past, it is this part of the brain, behind the eyeballs, that is responsible. By the way, though I have described the control of rage as a top-down chain of command, orbital cortex to amygdala to hypothalamus to periaqueductal gray to motor programs, the connections are all two-way. There is considerable feedback and crosstalk among these components and with other parts of the brain. As I mentioned, predation and rage play out very differently in the behavioral repertoire of a carnivorous mammal and are triggered by electrical stimulation of different parts of the brain. Predation involves a circuit that is part of what Panksepp calls the seeking system. A major part of the seeking system runs from a part of the midbrain via a bundle of fibers in the middle of the brain, the medial forebrain bundle, to the lateral hypothalamus, and from there up to the ventral striatum, a major part of the so-called reptilian brain. The striatum is composed of many parallel tracts, giving it a striated appearance, and it is buried deep in the cerebral hemispheres and densely connected to the frontal lobes. The seeking system was discovered when the psychologists James Olds and Peter Milner implanted an electrode into the middle of a rat brain, hooked it up to a lever in a Skinner box, and found that the rat would press the lever to stimulate its own brain until it dropped of exhaustion. Originally, they thought they had found the pleasure center in the brain, but neuroscientists today believe that the system underlies wanting or craving rather than actual pleasure. The major realization of adulthood that you should be careful about what you want, because when you get it, you may not enjoy it, has a basis in the anatomy of the brain. The seeking system is held together not just by wiring, but by chemistry. Its neurons signal to each other with a neurotransmitter called dopamine. Drugs that make dopamine more plentiful, like cocaine and amphetamines, jazz the animal up, while drugs that decrease it, like antipsychotic medications, leave the animal apathetic. The ventral striatum also contains circuits that respond to a different family of transmitters, the endorphins or endogenous opiates. These circuits are more closely related to enjoying a reward once it arrives than to craving it in anticipation. The seeking system identifies goals for the animal to pursue, like access to a lever that it may press to receive food. In more natural settings, the seeking system motivates a carnivorous animal to hunt. The animal stalks its quarry in what we can imagine is a state of pleasant anticipation. If successful, it dispatches the prey in a quiet bite that is completely unlike the snarling attack of rage. Animals can attack both in offense and in defense. The simplest trigger of an offensive attack is sudden pain or frustration, the latter delivered as a signal from the seeking system. The reflex may be seen in some of the primitive responses of a human being. Babies react with rage when their arms are suddenly pinned at their sides, and adults may lash out by swearing or breaking things when they hit their thumb with a hammer, or are surprised by not getting what they expect, as in the technique of computer repair called percussive maintenance. Defensive attacks, which in the rat consist of lunging at the head of an adversary rather than kicking and biting its flank, are triggered by yet another brain system, the one that underlies fear. The fear system, like the rage system, consists of a circuit that runs from the periaqueductal gray through the hypothalamus to the amygdala. The fear and rage circuits are distinct, connecting different nuclei in each of these organs, but their physical proximity reflects the ease with which they interact. Mild fear can trigger freezing or flight, but extreme fear, combined with other stimuli, can trigger an enraged defensive attack. Forward panic or rampage in humans may involve a similar standoff from the fear system to the rage system. Panksepp identifies a fourth motivational system in the mammalian brain that can trigger violence. He calls it the intermale aggression or dominance system. Like fear and rage, it runs from the periaqueductal gray through the hypothalamus to the amygdala, connecting yet another trio of nuclei along the way. Each of these nuclei has receptors for testosterone. As Panksepp notes, in virtually all mammals, male sexuality requires an assertive attitude, so that male sexuality and aggressiveness normally go together. Indeed, these tendencies are intertwined throughout the neuroaxis, and to the best of our limited knowledge, the circuitry for this type of aggression is located near and probably interacts strongly with both rage and seeking circuits. To psychologize the anatomy, the seeking system leads a male to willingly, even eagerly, seek out an aggressive challenge with another male. But when the battle is joined and one of them is in danger of defeat or death, focused fighting may give way to blind rage. Panksepp notes that the two kinds of aggression, though they interact with each other, are neurobiologically distinct. When certain parts of the medial hypothalamus or striatum are damaged, the animal is more likely to attack a prey animal or an unwitting experimenter, but less likely to attack another male. And as we shall see, giving an animal or a man testosterone does not make him testy across the board. On the contrary, it makes him feel great while putting a chip on his shoulder when he is faced with a rival male. One look at a human brain and you know you are dealing with a very unusual mammal. All the parts of the rat brain have been carried over to the human brain, including the organs that house the circuits for rage, fear, and dominance, the amygdala, the hypothalamus, and the periaqueductal gray, which is found inside the midbrain, lining the cerebrospinal canal running through it. The dopamine-fueled striatum, whose ventral portion helps set goals for the whole brain to seek, is also prominent. But while these structures take up a large proportion of the rat brain, in the human brain they are enveloped by a bloated cerebrum. The outside cerebral cortex has been wrinkled like a wad of newspaper to get it to fit inside the skull. A large part of the cerebrum is taken up by the frontal lobes, which in this view of the brain extend about 3/4 of the way back. The neuroanatomy suggests that in Homo sapiens, primitive impulses of rage, fear, and craving must contend with the cerebral restraints of prudence, moralization, and self-control, though as in all attempts at taming the wild, it's not always clear who has the upper hand. Within the frontal lobes, one can readily see how the orbital cortex got its name. It has a big spherical dent that accommodates the bony socket of the eye. Scientists have known that the orbital cortex is involved with regulating the emotions since 1848, when a railroad foreman named Phineas Gage tamped down some blasting powder in a hole in a rock and ignited an explosion that sent the tamping iron up through his cheekbone and out the top of his skull. A 20th century computer reconstruction based on the holes in the skull suggests that the spike tore up his left orbital cortex, together with the ventromedial cortex on the inside wall of the cerebrum. The orbital and ventromedial cortex are continuous, wrapping around the bottom edge of the frontal lobe, and neuroscientists often use either term to refer to the combination of the two of them. Though Gage's senses, memories, and movement were intact, it soon became clear that the damaged parts of his brain had been doing something important. Here is how his physician described the change. The equilibrium or balance, so to speak, between his intellectual faculties and animal propensities seems to have been destroyed. He is fitful, irreverent, indulging at times in the grossest profanity, which was not previously his custom, manifesting but little deference for his fellows, impatient of restraint or advice when it conflicts with his desires, at times pertinaciously obstinate, yet capricious and vacillating, devising many plans of future operations which are no sooner arranged than they are abandoned in turn for others, appearing more feasible. A child in his intellectual capacity and manifestations, he has the animal passions of a strong man. Previous to his injury, although untrained in the schools, he possessed a well-balanced mind, and was looked upon by those who knew him as a shrewd, smart businessman, very energetic and persistent in executing all his plans of operation. In this regard, his mind was radically changed, so decidedly that his friends and acquaintances said he was no longer Gage. Though Gage eventually recovered much of his equipoise, and the story has been embellished and sometimes garbled in generations of retelling to introductory psychology students, today our understanding of the function of the orbital cortex is broadly consistent with the doctor's description. The orbital cortex is strongly connected to the amygdala, hypothalamus, and other parts of the brain involved with emotion. It is suffused with neurons that use dopamine as their neurotransmitter and that are connected to the seeking system in the striatum. It is adjacent to an island of cortex called the insula, the front of which just barely peeks out from beneath the sylvian fissure. The rest of the insula extends back under that fissure, obscured by overhanging flaps of the frontal and temporal lobes. The insula registers our physical gut feelings, including the sensation of a distended stomach and other inner states like nausea, warmth, a full bladder, and a pounding heart. The brain takes metaphors like, "That makes my blood boil," and "His behavior disgusts me," literally. The cognitive neuroscientist Jonathan Cohen and his team found that when a person feels he is getting a raw deal from another person, who is dividing a windfall between them, the insula is fired up. When the stingy allocation is thought to come from a computer, so there's no one to get mad at, the insula remains dark. The orbital cortex resting on the eyeballs and the ventromedial cortex facing inward are, as mentioned, adjacent, and it's not easy to distinguish what they do, which is why neuroscientists often lump them together. The orbital cortex seems to be more involved with determining whether an experience is pleasant or unpleasant, benefiting its position next to the insula, with its input from the viscera, while the ventromedial cortex is more involved with determining whether you are getting what you want and avoiding what you don't want, benefiting its position along the midline of the brain, where the seeking circuit extends. The distinction may carry over to a difference in the moral realm between an emotional reaction to a harm and judgment and reflection on it. But the dividing line is fuzzy, and I'll continue to use orbital to refer to both parts of the brain. The inputs to the orbital cortex, gut feelings, objects of desire, and emotional impulses, together with sensations and memories from other parts of the cortex, allow it to serve as the regulator of emotional life. Visceral feelings of anger, warmth, fear, and disgust are combined with the person's goals, and modulating signals are computed and sent back down to the emotional structures from which they originated. Signals are also sent upward to regions of the cortex that carry out cool deliberation and executive control. This flowchart, suggested by the neuroanatomy, corresponds fairly well with what psychologists see in the clinic and lab. Making allowances for the difference between the flowery language of medical reports in the 19th century and the clinical jargon of the 21st, today's descriptions of patients with damage to their orbital cortex could have applied to Phineas Gage. Disinhibited, socially inappropriate, susceptible to misinterpreting others' moods, impulsive, unconcerned with the consequences of their actions, irresponsible in everyday life, lacking an insight into the seriousness of their condition, and prone to weak initiative. The psychologists Angela Scarpa and Adrian Rain offer a similar list, but with an additional symptom at the end that is relevant to our discussion. Argumentativeness, lack of concern for consequences of behavior, loss of social graces, impulsivity, distractibility, shallowness, lability, violence. The extra noun came from Rain's own studies, which, instead of selecting patients with orbital brain damage and then examining their personalities, selected people prone to violence and then examined their brains. He focused on people with antisocial personality disorder, defined by the American Psychiatric Association as a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others, including law-breaking, deceit, aggressiveness, recklessness, and lack of remorse. People with antisocial personality disorder make up a large proportion of violent felons, and a subset of them who possess glibness, narcissism, grandiosity, and a superficial charm are called psychopaths, or sometimes sociopaths. Rain scanned the brains of violence-prone people with antisocial personality disorder and found that the orbital regions were shrunken and less metabolically active, as were other parts of the emotional brain, including the amygdala. In one experiment, Rain compared the brains of prisoners who had committed an impulsive murder with those who had killed with premeditation. Only the impulsive murderers showed a malfunction in their orbital cortex, suggesting that the self-control implemented by this part of the brain is a major inhibitor of violence. But another part of its job description may come into play as well. Monkeys with lesions in the orbital cortex have trouble fitting into dominance hierarchies, and they get into more fights. Not coincidentally, humans with orbital damage are insensitive to social faux pas. When they hear a story about a woman who inadvertently disparaged a gift she received from a friend, or accidentally divulged that the friend had been excluded from a party list, the patients fail to recognize that anyone had said anything wrong, and don't realize that the friend might have been hurt. Rain found that when people with antisocial personality disorder were asked to compose and deliver a speech about their own faults, which for ordinary people is a nerve-wracking ordeal accompanied by embarrassment, shame, and guilt, their nervous systems were unresponsive. The orbital cortex, then, together with its ventromedial neighbor, is involved in several of the pacifying faculties of the human mind, including self-control, sympathy to others, and sensitivity to norms and conventions. For all that, the orbital cortex is a fairly primitive part of the cerebrum. We saw it in the lowly rat, and its inputs are literally and figuratively from the gut. The more deliberative and intellectual modulators of violence rely on other parts of the brain. Consider the process of deciding whether to punish someone who has caused a harm. Our sense of justice tells us that the perpetrator's culpability depends not just on the harm done, but on his or her mental state, the mens rea, or guilty mind, that is necessary for an act to be considered a crime in most legal systems. Suppose a woman kills her husband by putting rat poison in his tea. Our decision as to whether to send her to the electric chair very much depends on whether the container she spooned it out of was mislabeled Domino Sugar or correctly labeled Decon Kills Rats. That is, whether she knew she was poisoning him and wanted him dead, or it was all a tragic accident. A brute emotional reflex to the actus reus, the bad act. She killed her husband, shame, could trigger an urge for retribution regardless of her intention. The crucial role played by the perpetrator's mental state in our assignment of blame is what makes the moralization gap possible. Victims insist that the perpetrator deliberately and knowingly wanted to harm them, while the perpetrators insist that the harm was unintended. The psychologists Leanne Young and Rebecca Sachs put people in an fMRI scanner and had them read stories involving deliberate and accidental harms. They found that the ability to exculpate harm-doers in the light of their mental state depends on the part of the brain at the junction between the temporal and parietal lobes, though it's actually the counterpart of this region in the right hemisphere that lit up in the study. The temporoparietal junction sits at a crossroads for many kinds of information, including the perception of the position of one's own body and the perception of the bodies and actions of other people. Sachs had previously shown that the region is necessary for the mental faculty that has been called mentalizing, intuitive psychology, and theory of mind, namely the ability to understand the beliefs and desires of another person. There is another kind of moral deliberation that goes beyond the gut, weighing the consequences of different courses of action. Consider the old chestnut from moral philosophy. A family is hiding from the Nazis in a cellar. Should they smother their baby to prevent it from crying and giving away their location, which would result in the deaths of everyone in the family, baby included? How about throwing a fat man in front of a runaway trolley so that his bulk will stop it before it slams into 5 workers on the track? A utilitarian calculus would say that both killings are permissible because they would sacrifice 1 life to save 5. Yet many people would balk at smothering the baby or heaving the fat man presumably because they have a visceral reaction against harming an innocent person with their bare hands. In a logically equivalent dilemma, a bystander to the runaway trolley could save the 5 workers by diverting it onto a side track, where it would kill just one. In this version, everyone agrees that it's permissible to throw the switch and save 5 lives at a cost of 1, presumably because it doesn't feel like you're really killing anyone. You're just failing to prevent the trolley from doing it. The philosopher Joshua Green, working with Cohen and others, has shown that the visceral reaction against smothering the baby or throwing the man in front of the train comes from the amygdala and orbital cortex, whereas the utilitarian thinking that would save the greatest number of lives is computed in a part of the frontal lobe called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. The dorsolateral cortex is the part of the brain that is most involved in intellectual abstract problem solving. It lights up, for example, when people do the problems on an IQ test. When people consider the case of the crying baby in the cellar, both their orbital cortex, which reacts to the horror of smothering the baby, and their dorsolateral cortex, which calculates lives saved and lost, light up, together with a third part of the brain that deals with conflicting impulses, the anterior cingulate cortex in the medial wall of the brain. The people who deduce that it's all right to smother the baby show greater activation in the dorsolateral cortex. The temporoparietal junction and dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which grew tremendously over the course of evolution, give us the wherewithal to perform cool calculations that deem certain kinds of violence justifiable. Our ambivalence about the outputs of those calculations, whether smothering the baby should be thought of as an act of violence or an act that prevents violence, shows that the quintessentially cerebral parts of the cerebrum are neither inner demons nor better angels. They are cognitive tools that can both foster violence and inhibit it. And as we shall see, both powers are exuberantly employed in the distinctively human forms of violence. My brief tour of the neurobiology of violence barely does justice to our scientific understanding, and our scientific understanding barely does justice to the phenomena themselves. But I hope it has persuaded you that violence does not have a single psychological root, but a number of them, working by different principles. To understand them, we need to look not just at the hardware of the brain, but also at its software. That is, at the reasons people engage in violence. Those reasons are implemented as intricate patterns in the microcircuitry of brain tissue. We cannot read them directly from the neurons, any more than we can understand a movie by putting a DVD under a microscope. So the remainder of the chapter will shift to the bird's-eye view of psychology, while connecting the psychological phenomena to the neuroanatomy. There are many taxonomies of violence, and they tend to make similar distinctions. I will adapt a 4-part scheme from Baumeister, splitting one of his categories in 2. The first category of violence may be called practical, instrumental, exploitative, or predatory. It is the simplest kind of violence, the use of force as a means to an end. The violence is deployed in pursuit of a goal such as greed, lust, or ambition, which is set up by the seeking system, and is guided by the entirety of the person's intelligence, for which the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is a convenient symbol. The second root of violence is dominance, the drive for supremacy over one's rivals. Baumeister calls it egotism. This drive may be tied to the testosterone-fueled dominance or intermale aggression system, though it is by no means confined to males or even to individual people. As we shall see, groups compete for dominance too. The third root of violence is revenge, the drive to pay back a harm in kind. Its immediate engine is the rage system, but it can recruit the seeking system to its cause as well. The fourth root is sadism, the joy of hurting. This motive, puzzling and horrifying in equal measure, may be a byproduct of several quirks of our psychology, particularly the seeking system. The fifth and most consequential cause of violence is ideology, in which true believers weave a collection of motives into a creed and recruit other people to carry out its destructive goals. An ideology cannot be identified with a part of the brain or even with a whole brain because it is distributed across the brains of many people. Predation. The first category of violence is not really a category at all, because its perpetrators have no destructive motive like hate or anger. They simply take the shortest path to something they want, and a living thing happens to be in the way. At best, it is a category by exclusion, the absence of any inhibiting factor like sympathy or moral concern. When Immanuel Kant stated the second formulation of his categorical imperative, that an act is moral if it treats a person as an end in itself and not as a means to an end, he was in effect defining morality as the avoidance of this kind of violence. Predation may also be called exploitative, instrumental, or practical violence. It coincides with Hobbes's first cause of a quarrel, to invade for gain. It is Dawkins's survival machine treating another survival machine as a part of its environment, like a rock or a river or a lump of food. It is the interpersonal equivalent of Clausewitz's dictum that war is merely the continuation of policy by other means. It is Willie Sutton's answer to the question of why he robbed banks, because that's where the money is. It lies beneath the advice of a farmer to increase a horse's efficiency by castrating it with 2 bricks. When asked, "Doesn't that hurt?" the farmer replies, "Not if you keep your thumbs out of the way." Because predatory violence is just a means to a goal, it comes in as many varieties as there are human goals. The paradigm case is literal predation, hunting for food or sport, because it involves no animosity toward the victim. Far from hating their quarry, hunters valorize and totemize them, from Paleolithic cave paintings to trophies above the mantels in gentlemen's clubs. Hunters may even empathize with their prey, proof that empathy alone is not a bar to violence. The ecologist Louis Liebenberg studied the remarkable ability of the San to infer the whereabouts and physical condition of their game from a few faint tracks as they pursue them across the Kalahari Desert. They do it with empathy, putting themselves in the hooves of the animal and imagining what it is feeling and where it is tempted to flee. There may even be an element of love. One night, after the 9th inning of a baseball game, I was too comatose to get off the couch or even change the channel, and passively watched the following program on the cable sports network. It was a show about fishing, and consisted entirely of footage of a middle-aged man in an aluminum boat on a nondescript stretch of water, pulling in one large bass after another. With each catch, he brought the fish close to his face and stroked it, making little kissy noises and cooing, "Ooh, aren't you a beauty? You're a pretty one. Yes, you are." The chasm between the perpetrator's perspective, amoral, pragmatic, even frivolous, and the victim's is nowhere wider than in our predation of animals. It's safe to say that the bass, if given the chance, would not reciprocate the fisherman's affection, and most people would not want to know the opinion of a broiler chicken or a live lobster on whether the mild pleasure we get from eating their flesh, rather than a plate of eggplant, justifies the sacrifice they will make. The same incuriosity enables cold-hearted predatory violence against humans. Here are a few examples. Romans suppressing provincial rebellions, Mongols raising cities that resist their conquest, free companies of demobilized soldiers plundering and raping, colonial settlers expelling or massacring indigenous peoples, gangsters whacking a rival, an informant, or an uncooperative official, rulers assassinating a political opponent or vice versa, governments jailing or executing dissidents, warring nations bombing enemy cities, hoodlums injuring a victim who resists a robbery or carjacking, criminals killing an eyewitness to a crime, mothers smothering a newborn baby they feel they cannot raise. Defensive and preemptive violence, doing it to them before they do it to you, is also a form of instrumental violence. Predatory violence may be the most extraordinary and perplexing phenomenon in the human moral landscape precisely because it is so mundane and explicable. We read of an atrocity, say rebel soldiers encamped on a rooftop in Uganda who passed the time by kidnapping women, tying them up, raping them, and throwing them to their deaths. Shake our heads and ask, how could people do these things? We refuse to accept obvious answers like boredom, lust, or sport because the suffering of the victim is so obscenely disproportionate to the benefit to the perpetrator. We take the victim's point of view and advert to a conception of pure evil. Yet to understand these outrages, we might be better off asking not why they happen, but why they don't happen more often. With the possible exception of Jain priests, all of us engage in predatory violence, if only against insects. In most cases, the temptation to prey on humans is inhibited by emotional and cognitive restraints, but in a minority of individuals, these restraints are absent. Psychopaths make up 1 to 3% of the male population, depending on whether one uses the broad definition of antisocial personality disorder, which embraces many kinds of callous troublemakers, or a narrower definition that picks out the more cunning manipulators. Psychopaths are liars and bullies from the time they are children, show no capacity for sympathy or remorse, make up 20 to 30% of violent criminals, and commit half the serious crimes. They also perpetrate nonviolent crimes like bilking elderly couples out of their life savings and running a business with ruthless disregard for the welfare of the workforce or stakeholders. As we saw, the regions of the brain that handle social emotions, especially the amygdala and orbital cortex, are relatively shrunken or unresponsive in psychopaths, though they may show no other signs of pathology. In some people, signs of psychopathy develop after damage to these regions from disease or an accident, but the condition is also partly heritable. Psychopathy may have evolved as a minority strategy that exploits a large population of trusting cooperators. Though no society can stock its militias and armies exclusively with psychopaths, such men are bound to be disproportionately attracted to these adventures, with their prospect of plunder and rape. As we saw in Chapter 6, genocides and civil wars often involve a division of labor between the ideologues or warlords who run them and the shock troops, including some number of psychopaths who are happy to carry them out. The psychology of predatory violence consists in the human capacity for means-end reasoning, and the fact that our faculties of moral restraint do not kick in automatically in our dealings with every living thing. But there are two psychological twists in the way that predatory violence is carried out. The predatory violence is purely practical. The human mind does not stick to abstract reasoning for long. It tends to backslide into evolutionarily prepared and emotionally charged categories. As soon as the objects being preyed upon take protective measures in response, emotions are likely to run high. The human prey may hide and regroup, or they may fight back, perhaps even threatening to destroy the predator preemptively, a kind of instrumental violence of their own that gives rise to a security dilemma or Hobbesian trap. In these cases, the predator's state of mind may shift from dispassionate means-ends analysis to disgust, hatred, and anger. As we have seen, perpetrators commonly analogize their victims to vermin and treat them with moralized disgust. Or they may see them as existential threats and treat them with hatred, the emotion that, as Aristotle noted, consists of a desire not to punish an adversary, but to end its existence. When extermination is not feasible and perpetrators have to continue to deal with their victims, either directly or with the participation of third parties, they may treat them with anger. The predators may respond to the defensive reprisals of their prey as if they were the ones under attack, and experience a moralized wrath and a thirst for revenge. Thanks to the moralization gap, they will minimize their own first strike as necessary and trivial, while magnifying the reprisal as unprovoked and devastating. Each side will count the wrongs differently, the perpetrator tallying an even number of strikes and the victim an odd number, and the difference in arithmetic can stoke a spiral of revenge, a dynamic we will explore in a later section. There is a second way self-serving biases can fan a small flame of predatory violence into an inferno. People exaggerate not just their moral rectitude, but their power and prospects, a subtype of self-serving bias called positive illusions. Hundreds of studies have shown that people overrate their health, leadership ability, intelligence, professional competence, sporting prowess, and managerial skills. People also hold the nonsensical belief that they are inherently lucky. Most people think they are more likely than the average person to attain a good first job, to have gifted children, and to live to a ripe old age. They also think that they are less likely than the average person to be the victim of an accident, crime, disease, depression, unwanted pregnancy, or earthquake. Why should people be so deluded? Positive illusions make people happier, more confident, and mentally healthier, but that cannot be the explanation for why they exist, because it only begs the question of why our brains should be designed so that the only unrealistic assessments make us happy and confident, as opposed to calibrating our contentment against reality. The most plausible explanation is that positive illusions are a bargaining tactic, a credible bluff. In recruiting an ally to support you in a risky venture, in bargaining for the best deal, or in intimidating an adversary into backing down, you stand to gain if you credibly exaggerate your strengths. Believing your own exaggeration is better than cynically lying about it, because the arms race between lying and lie detection has equipped your audience with the means of seeing through barefaced lies. As long as your exaggerations are not laughable, your audience cannot afford to ignore your self-assessment altogether, because you have more information about yourself than anyone else does, and you have a built-in incentive not to distort your assessment too much, or you would constantly blunder into disasters. It would be better for the species if no one exaggerated, but our brains were not selected for the benefit of the species, and no individual can afford to be the only honest one in a community of self-enhancers. Overconfidence makes the tragedy of predation even worse. If people were completely rational, they would launch an act of predatory aggression only if they were likely to succeed, and only if the spoils of the success exceeded the losses they would incur in the fighting. By the same token, the weaker party should concede as soon as the outcome was a foregone conclusion. A world with rational actors might see plenty of exploitation, but it should not see many fights or wars. Violence would come about only if the two parties were so closely matched that a fight was the only way to determine who was stronger. But in a world with positive illusions, an aggressor may be emboldened to attack, and a defender emboldened to resist, well out of proportion to their odds of success. As Winston Churchill noted, "Always remember, however sure you are that you can easily win, that there would not be a war if the other man did not think he also had a chance." The result can be wars of attrition, in both the game-theoretic and military sense, which, as we saw in Chapter 5, are among the most destructive events in history. Military historians have long noted that leaders make decisions in war that are reckless to the point of delusion. The invasions of Russia by Napoleon, and more than a century later by Hitler, are infamous examples. Over the past 5 centuries, countries that initiated wars have ended up losing them between a quarter and a half of the time, and when they won the victories were often Pyrrhic. Richard Wrangham, inspired by Barbara Tuchman's The March of Folly, From Troy to Vietnam, and by Robert Trivers's theory of self-deception, suggested that military incompetence is often a matter not of insufficient data or mistakes in strategy, but of overconfidence. Leaders overestimate their prospects of winning. Their bravado may rally the troops and intimidate weaker adversaries, but also may put them on a collision course with an enemy who is not as weak as they think, and who may be under the spell of an overconfidence of its own. The political scientist Dominic Johnson, working with Wrangham and others, conducted an experiment to test the idea that mutual overconfidence could lead to war. They ran a moderately complicated war game, in which pairs of participants pretended to be national leaders who had opportunities to negotiate with, threaten, or mount a costly attack on each other in competition for diamonds in a disputed border region. The winner of the contest was the player who had more money. if their nation survived at all, at the end of several rounds of play. The players interacted with each other by computer and could not see each other, so the men didn't know whether they were playing with another man or with a woman and vice versa. Before they began, participants were asked to predict how well they would do relative to everyone else playing the game. The experimenters got a nice Lake Wobegon effect. A majority thought they would do better than average. Now, in any Lake Wobegon effect, it's possible that not many people really are self-deceived. Suppose 70% of people say they are better than average. Since half of any population really is above average, perhaps only 20% think too well of themselves. That was not the case in the war game. The more confident a player was, the worse he or she did. Confident players launched more unprovoked attacks, especially when playing each other, which triggered mutually destructive retaliation in subsequent rounds. It will come as no surprise to women that the overconfident and mutually destructive pairs of players were almost exclusively men. To evaluate the overconfidence theory in the real world, it's not enough to notice in hindsight that certain military leaders proved to be mistaken. It has to be shown that at the time of making a fateful decision, a leader had access to information that would have convinced a disinterested party that the venture would probably fail. In Overconfidence and War, The Havoc and Glory of Positive Illusions, Johnson vindicated Wrangham's hypothesis by looking at the predictions made by leaders on the verge of war and showing that they were unrealistically optimistic and contradicted by information available to them at the time. In the weeks preceding World War I, for example, the leaders of England, France, and Russia on one side, and of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire on the other, all predicted that the war would be a rout, and their victorious troops would be home by Christmas. Ecstatic crowds of young men on both sides poured out of their homes to enlist, not because they were altruists eager to die for their country, but because they didn't think they were going to die. They couldn't all be right, and they weren't. In Vietnam, 3 American administrations escalated the war despite ample intelligence telling them that victory at an unacceptable cost was unlikely. Destructive wars of attrition, Johnson points out, needn't require that both sides be certain or even highly confident of prevailing. All it takes is that the subjective probabilities of the adversaries sum to a value greater than 1. In modern conflicts, he notes, where the fog of war is particularly thick and the leadership removed from the facts on the ground, overconfidence can survive longer than it would have in the small-scale battles in which our positive illusions evolved. Another modern danger is that the leadership of nations is likely to go to men who are well into the region of overconfidence. Johnson expected that wars stoked by overconfidence should be less common in democracies, where the flow of information is more likely to expose the illusions of leaders to cold splashes of reality. But he found that it was the flow of information itself, rather than just the existence of a democratic system, that made the difference. Johnson published his book in 2004, and the choice of an image for the cover was a no-brainer. The famous 2003 photograph of a flight-suited George W. Bush on the deck of an aircraft carrier festooned with the banner, "Mission Accomplished." Overconfidence did not undermine the conduct of the Iraq War itself, other than for Saddam Hussein, of course, but it was fatal to the post-war goal of bringing stable democracy to Iraq, which the Bush administration catastrophically failed to plan for. The political scientist Karen Alter conducted an analysis before the war broke out, showing that the Bush administration was unusually closed in its decision-making process. In a textbook illustration of the phenomenon of groupthink, the pre-war policy team believed in its own infallibility and virtue, shut out contradictory assessments, enforced consensus, and self-censored private doubts. Just before the Iraq War, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld observed, "There are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns, The ones we don't know, we don't know. Johnson, following a remark by the philosopher Slavoj Žižek, notes that Rumsfeld omitted a crucial fourth category, the unknown knowns, things that are known, or at least could be known, but are ignored or suppressed. It was the unknown knowns that allowed a moderate amount of instrumental violence, a few weeks of shock and awe, to unleash an open-ended exchange of every other kind of violence. Dominance. The colorful idioms, chest-thumping, having a chip on his shoulder, drawing a line in the sand, throwing down the gauntlet, and pissing contest, all denote an action that is inherently meaningless but provokes a contest for dominance. That is a sign that we are dealing with a category that is very different from predatory, practical, or instrumental violence. Even though nothing tangible is at stake in contests for dominance, they are among the deadliest forms of human quarrel. At one end of the magnitude scale, we have seen that many wars in the age of dynasties, sovereignty, and nationalism were fought over nebulous claims to national preeminence, including World War I. At the other end of the scale, the single largest motive for homicide is altercations of relatively trivial origin, insult, curse, jostling, etc. In their book on homicide, Martin Daly and Margot Wilson advise that the participants in these trivial altercations behave as if a great deal more is at issue than small change or access to a pool table, and their evaluations of what is at stake deserve our respectful consideration. Contests of dominance are not as ridiculous as they seem. In any zone of anarchy, an agent can protect its interests only by cultivating a reputation for a willingness and an ability to defend itself against depredations. Though this mettle can be demonstrated in retaliation after the fact, it's better to flaunt it provocatively before any damage is done. To prove that one's implicit threats are not hot air, it may be necessary to seek theaters in which one's resolve and retaliatory capacity can be displayed, a way to broadcast the message, "Don't fuck with me." Everyone has an interest in knowing the relative fighting abilities of the agents in their midst, because all parties have an interest in preempting any fight whose outcome is a foregone conclusion, and that would needlessly bloody both fighters if carried out. When the relative prowesses of the members of a community are stable and widely known, we call it a dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchies are based on more than brute strength. Since not even the baddest primate can win a fight of 1 against 3, dominance depends on the ability to recruit allies, who in turn don't choose their teammates at random, but join up with the stronger and shrewder ones. The commodity that is immediately at stake in contests of dominance is information, and that feature differentiates dominance from predation in several ways. One is that while contests of dominance can escalate into lethal clashes, especially when the contestants are closely matched and intoxicated with positive illusions, most of the time, in humans and animals alike, they are settled with displays. The antagonists flaunt their strength, brandish their weapons, and play games of brinkmanship. The contest ends when one side backs down. With predation, in contrast, the only point is to obtain an object of desire. Another implication of the informational stakes in contests of dominance is that the violence is interwoven with exchanges of data. Reputation is a social construction that is built on what logicians call common knowledge. To avert a fight, a pair of rivals must not only know who is stronger, but each must know that the other knows, and must know that the other knows that he knows, and so on. Common knowledge may be undermined by a contrary opinion, and so contests of dominance are fought in arenas of public information. They may be sparked by an insult, particularly in cultures of honor, and in those that sanction formal dueling. The insult is treated like a physical injury or theft, and it sets off an urge for violent revenge, which can make the psychology of dominance blend into the psychology of revenge discussed in the next section. Studies of American street violence have found that the young men who endorse a code of honor are the ones most likely to commit an act of serious violence in the following year. They also have found that the presence of an audience doubles the likelihood that an argument between two men will escalate to violence. When dominance is reckoned within a closed group, it is a zero-sum game. If someone's rank goes up, another's has to go down. Dominance tends to erupt in violence within small groups like gangs and isolated workplaces, where a person's rank within the clique determines the entirety of his social worth. If people belong to many groups and can switch in and out of them, they are more likely to find one in which they are esteemed, and an insult or slight is less consequential. Since the only commodity at stake in contests of dominance is information, once the point has been made about who's the boss, the violence can come to an end without setting off rounds of vendetta. The primatologist Franz de Waal discovered that in most primate species, after two animals have fought, they will reconcile. They may touch hands, kiss, embrace, and in the case of bonobos, have sex. This makes one wonder why they bother to fight in the first place if they were just going to make up afterward, and why they make up afterward if they had reason to fight. The reason is that reconciliation occurs only among primates whose long-term interests are bound together. The ties that bind may be genetic relatedness, collective defense against predators, being in cahoots against a third party, or, in an experiment, getting fed only if they work together. The overlap of interest is not perfect, so they still have reason to fight for dominance or retaliation within the group, but it is not zero, so they cannot afford to smack each other around indefinitely, let alone kill each other. Among primates whose interests are not bound up in any of these ways, adversaries are unforgiving, and violence is likelier to escalate. Chimpanzees, for example, reconcile after a fight within their community, but they never reconcile after a battle or raid with members of a different community. As we shall see in the next chapter, reconciliation among humans is also governed by the perception of common interests. The metaphor of competitive distance urination suggests that the gender with the equipment best suited to competing is the gender that is most likely to participate in contests of dominance. Though in many primate species, including humans, both sexes jockey for preeminence, usually against members of their own sex, it seems to loom larger in the minds of men than in the minds of women, taking on a mystical status as a priceless commodity worth almost any sacrifice. Surveys of personal values in men and women find that the men assign a lopsided value to professional status compared to all the other pleasures of life. They take greater risks, and they show more confidence and more overconfidence. Most labor economists consider these sex differences to be a contributor to the gender gap in earnings and professional success. And men are, of course, by far the more violent sex. Though the exact ratios vary, in every society it is the males more than the females who play fight, bully, fight for real, carry weapons, enjoy violent entertainment, fantasize about killing, kill for real, rape, start wars, and fight in wars. Not only is the direction of the sex difference universal, but the first domino is almost certainly biological. The difference is found in most other primates, emerges in toddlerhood, and may be seen in boys who, because of anomalous genitalia, are secretly raised as girls. We have already seen why the sex difference evolved. Mammalian males can reproduce more quickly than females, so they compete for sexual opportunities, while females tilt their priorities toward ensuring the survival of themselves and their offspring. Men have more to gain in violent competition, and also less to lose, because fatherless children are more likely to survive than motherless ones. That does not mean that women avoid violence altogether. Chuck Berry speculated that Venus de Milo lost both her arms in a wrestling match over a brown-eyed, handsome man, but they find it less appealing. Women's competitive tactics consist in less physically perilous relational aggression such as gossip and ostracism. In theory, violent competition for males and violent competition for dominance needn't go together. One doesn't have to invoke dominance to explain why Genghis Khan inseminated so many women that his Y chromosome is common in Central Asia today. It's enough to observe that he killed the women's fathers and husbands. But given that social primates regulate violence by deferring to dominant individuals, dominance and mating success in practice went hand in hand during most of our species' history. In non-state societies, dominant men have more wives, more girlfriends, and more affairs with other men's wives. In the 6 earliest empires, the correlation between status and mating success can be quantified precisely. Laura Betzig found that emperors often had thousands of wives and concubines. Princes had hundreds, noblemen had dozens, upper-class men had up to a dozen, and middle-class men had 3 or 4. It follows mathematically that many lower-class men had none, and thus a strong incentive to fight their way out of the lower class. Recently, with the advent of reliable contraception and the demographic transition, the correlation has been weakened. But wealth, power, and professional success still increase a man's sex appeal, and the most visible clue to physical dominance, height, still gives a man an edge in economic, political, and romantic competition. Whereas instrumental violence deploys the seeking and calculating parts of the brain, dominance deploys the system that Panksepp calls intermale aggression. It really should be called intrasexual competition, because it is found in women too, and the human habit of male parental investment means that women as well as men have an evolutionary incentive to compete for mates. Still, at least one part of the circuit, a nucleus in the anterior preoptic portion of the hypothalamus, is twice as large in men as it is in women, and the entire system is studded with receptors for testosterone, which is about 5 to 10 times more plentiful in the bloodstream of men than of women. The hypothalamus, recall, controls the pituitary gland, which can secrete a hormone that tells the testes or the adrenal glands to produce more testosterone. Though testosterone is often identified in the popular imagination as the cause of male pugnacity, the substance that drives men to behave with quintessential guyness, to posture, push, yelp, belch, punch, and play air guitar, as the journalist Natalie Angier put it, biologists have been nervous about blaming it for male aggression itself. Raising testosterone undoubtedly makes most birds and mammals more obstreperous, and lowering it makes them less so, as the owner of any neutered dog or cat is aware. But in humans, the effects are less easily measured, for a number of boring biochemical reasons, and they are less directly tied to aggression, for an interesting psychological reason. Testosterone, according to scientists' best guess, does not make men more aggressive across the board, but prepares them for a challenge of dominance. In chimpanzees, testosterone goes up in the presence of a sexually receptive female, and it is correlated with the male's dominance rank, which in turn is correlated with his aggressiveness. In men, testosterone levels rise in the presence of an attractive female and in anticipation of competition with other men, such as in sports. Once a match has begun, testosterone rises even more, and when the match has been decided, testosterone continues to rise in the winner, but not in the loser. Men who have higher levels of testosterone play more aggressively, have angrier faces during competition, smile less often, and have firmer handshakes. In experiments, they are more likely to lock their gaze onto an angry face and to perceive a neutral face as angry. It's not just fun and games that pump up the hormone. Recall that the Southern men who were insulted in Richard Nisbet's experiment on the psychology of honor responded with a rise in testosterone, and that they looked angrier, shook hands more firmly, and walked out of the lab with more of a swagger. At the tail end of the belligerence spectrum, prisoners with higher levels of testosterone have been found to commit more acts of violence. Testosterone rises in adolescence and young adulthood, and declines in middle age. It also declines when men get married, have children, and spend time with their children. The hormone, then, is an internal regulator of the fundamental trade-off between parenting effort and mating effort, where mating effort consists both in wooing the opposite sex and in fending off rivals of the same sex. Testosterone may be the knob that turns men into dads, or CADs. The rise and fall of testosterone over the lifespan correlates, more or less, with the rise and fall of male pugnacity. Incidentally, the first law of violence, it's something that young men do, is easier to document than to explain. Though it's clear why men should have evolved to be more violent than women, it's not so clear why young men should be more violent than old men. After all, young men have more years ahead of them, so when they take up a violent challenge, they are gambling with a greater proportion of their unlived lives. On mathematical grounds, one might expect the opposite, that as men's days are numbered, they can afford to become increasingly reckless, and a really old man might go on one last spree of rape and murder until a SWAT team cuts him down. One reason this does not happen is that men always have the option of investing in their children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews, so older men, who are physically weaker but socially and economically stronger, have more to gain in providing for and protecting their families than in siring more offspring. The other is that dominance in humans is a matter of reputation, which can be self-sustaining with a long payout. Everyone loves a winner, and nothing succeeds like success. So it is in the earliest rounds of competition that the reputational stakes are highest. Testosterone, then, prepares men, and to a lesser extent women, for contests of dominance. It doesn't cause violence directly, because many kinds of violence have nothing to do with dominance, and because many contests of dominance are settled by displays and brinkmanship rather than violence itself. But to the extent that the problem of violence is a problem of young, unmarried, lawless men competing for dominance, whether directly or on behalf of a leader, then violence really is a problem of there being too much testosterone in the world. The socially constructed nature of dominance can help explain which individuals are most likely to take risks to defend it. Perhaps the most extraordinary popular delusion about violence of the past quarter century is that it is caused by low self-esteem. That theory has been endorsed by dozens of prominent experts, has inspired school programs designed to get kids to feel better about themselves, and in the late 1980s led the California legislature to form a task force to promote self-esteem. Yet Baumeister has shown that the theory could not be more spectacularly, hilariously, achingly wrong. Violence is a problem not of too little self-esteem, but of too much, particularly when it is unearned. Self-esteem can be measured, and surveys show that it is the psychopaths, street toughs, bullies, abusive husbands, serial rapists, and hate crime perpetrators who are off the scale. Diana Scully interviewed many rapists in their prison cells who bragged to her that they were multi-talented superachievers. Psychopaths and other violent people are narcissistic. They think well of themselves, not in proportion to their accomplishments, but out of a congenital sense of entitlement. When reality intrudes, as it inevitably will, they treat the bad news as a personal affront, and its bearer, who is endangering their fragile reputation, as a malicious slanderer. Violence-prone personality traits are even more consequential when they infect political rulers, because their hang-ups can affect hundreds of millions of people rather than just the unlucky few who live with them or cross their paths. Unimaginable amounts of suffering have been caused by tyrants who callously presided over the immiseration of their peoples or launched destructive wars of conquest. In chapters 5 and 6, we saw that the wars and decamega murderers of the 20th century can be attributed in part to the personalities of just three men. Tin-pot tyrants like Saddam Hussein, Mobutu Sese Seko, Muammar Gaddafi, Robert Mugabe, Idi Amin, Jean Bedel Bokassa, and Kim Jong-il have immiserated their people on a scale that is smaller but still tragic. The study of the psychology of political leaders, to be sure, has a deservedly poor reputation. It's impossible to test the object of investigation directly, and all too tempting to pathologize people who are morally contemptible. Psychohistory also has a legacy of fanciful psychoanalytic conjectures about what made Hitler Hitler. He had a Jewish grandfather. He had only one testicle. He was a repressed homosexual. He was asexual. He was a sexual fetishist. As the journalist Ron Rosenbaum wrote in Explaining Hitler, the search for Hitler has apprehended not one coherent consensus image of Hitler, but rather many different Hitlers, competing Hitlers, conflicting embodiments of competing visions. Hitlers who might not recognize each other well enough to say, Heil, if they came face to face in hell. For all that, the more modest field of personality classification, which pigeonholes rather than explains people, has something to say about the psychology of modern tyrants. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, of the American Psychiatric Association defines narcissistic personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of grandiosity, need for admiration, and a lack of empathy. Like all psychiatric diagnoses, narcissism is a fuzzy category and overlaps with psychopathy, a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others, and with borderline personality disorder, instability in mood, black and white thinking, chaotic and unstable interpersonal relationships, self-image, identity, and behavior. But the trio of symptoms at narcissism's core, grandiosity, need for admiration, and lack of empathy, fits tyrants to a T. It is most obvious in their vainglorious moments, hagiographic iconography, and obsequious mass rallies. And with armies and police forces at their disposal, narcissistic rulers leave their mark in more than statuary. They can authorize vast outlays of violence. As with garden variety bullies and toughs, the unearned self-regard of tyrants is eternally vulnerable to being popped. So any opposition to their rule is treated not as criticism but as a heinous crime. At the same time, their lack of empathy imposes no brake on the punishment they mete out to real or imagined opponents, nor does it allow any consideration of the human costs of another of their DSM symptoms, their fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, which may be realized in rapacious conquest, pharaonic construction projects, or utopian master plans. And we have already seen what overconfidence can do in the waging of war. All leaders, of course, must have a generous dose of confidence to have become leaders, and in this age of psychology, pundits often diagnose leaders they don't like with narcissistic personality disorder. But it's important not to trivialize the distinction between a politician with good teeth and the psychopaths who run their countries into the ground and take large parts of the world with them. Among the pacifying features of democracies is that their leadership selection procedure penalizes an utter lack of empathy, and their checks and balances limit the damage that a grandiose leader can do. Even within autocracies, the personality of a leader, a Gorbachev as opposed to a Stalin, can have an enormous impact on the statistics of violence. The damage done by the drive for dominance can be multiplied in a second way. This multiplier depends on a feature of the social mind that can be introduced with a benign anecdote. Every December, my heart is warmed by a local tradition. The province of Nova Scotia sends a towering spruce to the city of Boston for its Christmas tree in gratitude for the humanitarian aid that Boston organizations extended to Haligonians after the horrendous 1917 explosion of a munitions-laden ship in Halifax Harbor. As a Canadian expatriate in New England, I get to feel good twice, once in gratitude for the generous help that had been extended to my fellow Canucks, once in appreciation for the thoughtful gift that is being returned to my Boston brethren. Yet this entire ritual is, when you think about it, rather odd. I was not a party to either act of generosity, and so I neither earned nor should express gratitude. The people who find, fell, and send the tree never met the original victims and helpers, nor did the people who erect and decorate it. For all I know, not a single person touched by the tragedy is alive today. Yet we all feel the emotions that would be appropriate to a transaction of sympathy and gratitude between a pair of individual people. Everyone's mind contains a representation called Nova Scotia and a representation called Boston, which are granted the full suite of moral emotions and valuations, and individual men and women act out their roles in the social behavior that follows from them. A part of an individual's personal identity is melded with the identity of the groups that he or she affiliates with. Each group occupies a slot in their minds that is very much like the slot occupied by an individual person, complete with beliefs, desires, and praiseworthy or blameworthy traits. This social identity appears to be an adaptation to the reality of groups and the welfare of individuals. Our fitness depends not just on our own fortunes, but on the fortunes of the bands, villages, and tribes we find ourselves in, which are bound together by real or fictive kinship, networks of reciprocity, and a commitment to public goods, including group defense. Within the group, some people help to police the provision of public goods by punishing any parasite who doesn't contribute a fair share, and they are rewarded by the group's esteem. These and other contributions to the group's welfare are psychologically implemented by a partial loss of boundaries between the group and the self. On behalf of our group, we can feel sympathetic, grateful, angry, guilty, trustful, or mistrustful with regard to some other group, and we spread these emotions over the members of that group, regardless of what they have done as individuals to deserve them. Loyalty to groups in competition, such as sports teams or political parties, encourages us to play out our instinct for dominance vicariously. Jerry Seinfeld once remarked that today's athletes churn through the rosters of sports teams so rapidly that a fan can no longer support a group of players. He is reduced to rooting for their team logo and uniforms. You are standing and cheering and yelling for your clothes to beat the clothes from another city. But stand and cheer we do. The mood of a sports fan rises and falls with the fortunes of his team. The loss of boundaries can literally be assayed in the biochemistry lab. Men's testosterone level rises when their team defeats a rival in a game, just as it rises when they personally defeat a rival in a wrestling match or in singles tennis. It also rises or falls when a favored political candidate wins or loses an election. The dark side of our communal feelings is a desire for our own group to dominate another group, no matter how we feel about its members as individuals. In a set of famous experiments, the psychologist Henri Teifel told participants that they belonged to one of two groups, defined by some trivial difference, such as whether they preferred the paintings of Paul Klee or Vasily Kandinsky. He then gave them an opportunity to distribute money between a member of their group and a member of the other group. The members were identified only by number, and the participants themselves had nothing to gain or lose from their choice. Not only did they allocate more money to their instant group mates, but they preferred to penalize a member of the other group. For example, 7 cents for a fellow Klee fan, 1 cent for a Kandinsky fan, than to benefit both individuals at the expense of the experimenter, 19 cents for a fellow Klee fan, 25 cents for a Kandinsky fan. A preference for one's group emerges early in life and seems to be something that must be unlearned, not learned. Developmental psychologists have shown that preschoolers profess racist attitudes that would appall their liberal parents, and that even babies prefer to interact with people of the same race and accent. The psychologists Jim Sidanius and Felicio Prato have proposed that people, to varying degrees, harbor a motive they call social dominance, though a more intuitive term is tribalism, the desire that social groups be organized into a hierarchy, generally with one's own group dominant over the others. A social dominance orientation, they show, inclines people to a sweeping array of opinions and values, including patriotism, racism, fate, karma, caste, national destiny, militarism, toughness on crime, and defensiveness of existing arrangements of authority and inequality. An orientation away from social dominance, in contrast, inclines people to humanism, socialism, feminism, universal rights, political progressivism, and the egalitarian and pacifist themes in the Christian Bible. The theory of social dominance implies that race, the focus of so much discussion on prejudice, is psychologically unimportant. As Teifel's experiments showed, People can divide the world into in-groups and out-groups based on any ascribed similarity, including tastes in expressionist painters. The psychologists Robert Kurzban, John Tooby, and Leda Cosmides point out that in human evolutionary history, members of different races were separated by oceans, deserts, and mountain ranges, which is why racial differences evolved in the first place and seldom met each other face to face. One's adversaries were villages, clans, and tribes of the same race. What looms large in people's minds is not race, but coalition. It just so happens that nowadays many coalitions, neighborhoods, gangs, countries, coincide with races. Any invidious treatment that people display toward other races can be just as readily elicited by members of other coalitions. Experiments by the psychologists G. Richard Tucker, Wallace Lambert, and later Catherine Kinsler have shown that one of the most vivid delineators of prejudice is speech. People distrust people who speak with an unfamiliar accent. The effect goes back to the charming story of the origin of the word shibboleth in Judges chapter 12, verses 5 through 6. And the Gileadites took the passages of Jordan before the Ephraimites, and it was so, that when those Ephraimites which were escaped said, Let me go over, that the men of Gilead said unto him, Art thou an Ephraimite? If he said, Nay, then they said unto him, Say now Shibboleth. And he said, Sibboleth, for he could not frame to pronounce it right. Then they took him and slew him at the passages of the Jordan, and there fell at that time of the Ephraimites 42,000. The phenomenon of nationalism can be understood as an interaction between psychology and history. It is the welding together of three things: the emotional impulse behind tribalism, a cognitive conception of the group as a people sharing a language, territory, and ancestry, and the political apparatus of government. Nationalism, Einstein said, is the measles of the human race. That isn't always true. Sometimes it's just a head cold. But nationalism can get virulent when it is comorbid with the group equivalent of narcissism in the psychiatric sense, namely a big but fragile ego with an unearned claim to preeminence. Recall that narcissism can trigger violence when the narcissist is enraged by an insolent signal from reality. Combine narcissism with nationalism, and you get a deadly phenomenon that political scientists call ressentiment, French for resentment, the conviction that one's nation or civilization has a historical right to greatness despite its lowly status, which can only be explained by the malevolence of an internal or external foe. Resentment whips up the emotions of thwarted dominance, humiliation, envy, and rage, to which narcissists are prone. Historians such as Leah Greenfield and Daniel Shiro have attributed the major wars and genocides in the early decades of the 20th century to resentment in Germany and Russia. Both nations felt they were realizing their rightful claims to preeminence, which perfidious enemies had denied them. It has not escaped the notice of observers of the contemporary scene that Russia and the Islamic world both nurse resentments about their undeserved lack of greatness, and that these emotions are non-negligible threats to peace. Heading in the other direction are European countries like Holland, Sweden, and Denmark that stopped playing the preeminence game in the 18th century and pegged their self-esteem to more tangible, if less heart-pounding achievements like making money and giving their citizens a pleasant lifestyle. Together with countries that never cared about being magnificent in the first place, like Canada, Singapore, and New Zealand, their national pride, though considerable, is commensurate with their achievements, and in the arena of interstate relations they don't make trouble. Group-level ambition also determines the fate of ethnic neighbors. Experts on ethnicity dismiss the conventional wisdom that ancient hatreds inevitably keep neighboring peoples at each other's throats. After all, there are some 6,000 languages spoken on the planet, at least 600 of which have substantial numbers of speakers. By any reckoning, the number of deadly ethnic conflicts that actually break out is a tiny fraction of the number that could break out. In 1996, James Fearon and David Layton carried out one such reckoning. They focused on two parts of the world that each housed a combustible mixture of ethnic groups: the republics of the newly dissolved Soviet Union in the early 1990s, which had 45 of them, and newly decolonized Africa from 1960 to 1979, which had at least 160, probably many more. Fearon and Layton counted the number of civil wars and incidents of intercommunal violence, such as deadly riots, as a proportion of the number of pairs of neighboring ethnic groups. They found that in the former Soviet Union, violence broke out in about 4.4% of the opportunities, and in Africa it broke out in fewer than 1%. Developed countries with mixtures of ethnic groups, such as New Zealand, Malaysia, Canada, Belgium, and recently the United States, have even better track records of ethnic nonviolence. The groups may get on each other's nerves, but they don't kill each other. Nor should this be surprising. Even if ethnic groups are like people and constantly jockey for status, remember that most of the time, people don't come to blows either. Several things determine whether ethnic groups can coexist without bloodshed. As Fearon and Layton point out, one important emollient is the way a group treats a loose cannon who attacks a member of the other group. If the malefactor is reeled in and punished by his own community, the victimized group can classify the incident as a one-on-one crime, rather than as the first strike in a group-against-group war. Recall that one reason international peacekeepers are effective is that they can chasten spoilers on one side to the satisfaction of the other. The political scientist Stephen van Evera suggests that an even bigger factor is ideology. Things get ugly when intermingled ethnic groups long for states of their own, hope to unite with their diasporas in other countries, keep long memories of harms committed by their neighbors' ancestors, while being unrepentant for harms committed by their own, and live under crappy governments that mythologize one group's glorious history while excluding others from the social contract. Many peaceable countries today are in the process of redefining the nation-state by purging it of tribalist psychology. The government no longer defines itself as a crystallization of the yearning of the soul of a particular ethnic group, but as a compact that embraces all the people and groups that happen to find themselves on a contiguous plot of land. The machinery of government is often Rube Goldbergian, with complex arrangements of devolution and special status and power sharing and affirmative action, and the contraption is held together by a few national symbols such as a rugby team. People root for clothing instead of blood and soil. It is a messiness appropriate to the messiness of people's divided selves, with coexisting identities as individuals and as members of overlapping groups. Social dominance is a guy thing. It's not surprising that men, the more dominance-obsessed gender, have stronger tribalist feelings than women, including racism, militarism, and comfort with inequality. But men are more likely to find themselves at the receiving end of racism, too. Contrary to the common assumption that racism and sexism are twin prejudices propping up a white male power structure, with African American women in double jeopardy, Sedanius and Prato found that minority women are far less likely to be the target of racist treatment than minority men. Men's attitudes toward women may be paternalistic or exploitative, but they are not combative, as they tend to be with other men. Sedanius and Prato explained the difference with reference to the evolution of these invidious attitudes. Sexism ultimately arises from the genetic incentive of men to control the behavior, especially the sexual behavior, of women. Tribalism arises from the incentive of groups of men to compete with other groups for access to resources and mates. The gender gaps in overconfidence, personal violence, and group-against-group hostility raise a frequently asked question. Would the world be more peaceful if women were in charge? The question is just as interesting if the tense and mood are changed. Has the world become more peaceful because women are more in charge? And will the world become more peaceful when women are even more in charge? The answer to all three, I think, is a qualified yes. qualified because the link between sex and violence is more complicated than just men are from Mars. In War and Gender, the political scientist Joshua Goldstein reviewed the intersection of these two categories and discovered that throughout history, and in every society, men have overwhelmingly made up and commanded the armies. The archetype of the Amazons and other women warriors owe more to men being turned on by the image of strapping young women in battle gear, like Lara Croft and Xena, than to historical reality. Even in the feminist 21st century, 97% of the world's soldiers and 99.9% of the world's combat soldiers are male. In Israel, which famously drafts both sexes, women warriors spend most of their time in clinics or behind desks. Men can also boast about occupying all the top slots in history's list of conquering maniacs, bloodthirsty tyrants, and genocidal thugs. But women have not been conscientious objectors through all of this bloodshed. On various occasions they have led armed forces or served in combat, and they frequently egg their men into battle or provide logistical support, whether as camp followers in earlier centuries or industrial riveters in the 20th. Many queens and empresses, including Isabella of Spain, Mary and Elizabeth I of England, and Catherine the Great of Russia, acquitted themselves well in internal oppression and external conquest, and several 20th century heads of state such as Margaret Thatcher, Golda Meir, Indira Gandhi, and Chandrika Kumaratunga led their nations in war. The discrepancy between what women are capable of doing in war and what they typically do is no paradox. In traditional societies, women had to worry about abduction, rape, and infanticide by the enemy, so it's not surprising that they should want their men to be on the winning side of a war. In societies with standing armies, differences between the sexes, including upper body strength, the willingness to plunder and kill, and the ability to bear and raise children, combined with the nuisance of mixed-sex armies, such as romantic intrigue between the sexes and dominance contests within them, have always militated toward a division of labor by sex, with the men providing the cannon fodder. As for leadership, women in any era who find themselves in positions of power will obviously carry out their job responsibilities, which in many eras have included the waging of war. A queen in an age of competing dynasties and empires could hardly have afforded to be the world's only pacifist, even if she were so inclined. And of course the two sexes' traits overlap considerably, even in those for which the averages might differ. So with any trait relevant to military leadership or combat, many women will be more capable than most men. But over the long sweep of history, women have been and will be a pacifying force. Traditional war is a man's game. Tribal women never band together and raid neighboring villages to abduct grooms. This sex difference set the stage for Aristophanes' Lysistrata, in which the women of Greece go on a sex strike to pressure their men to end the Peloponnesian War. In the 19th century, feminism often overlapped with pacifism and other anti-violence movements, such as abolitionism and animal rights. In the 20th, women's groups have been active and intermittently effective in protesting nuclear tests, the Vietnam War, and violent strife in Argentina, Northern Ireland, and the former Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. In a review of almost 300 American public opinion polls between the 1930s and 1980s, men were found to support the more violent or forceful option in 87% of the questions, the others being tied. For example, they were more supportive of military confrontation with Germany in 1939, Japan in 1940, Russia in 1960, and Vietnam in 1968. In every American presidential election since 1980, women have cast more votes for the Democratic candidate than men have, and in 2000 and 2004, majorities of women reversed the preference of men and voted against George W. Bush. Though women are slightly more peace-loving than their menfolk, the men and women of a given society have correlated opinions. In 1961, Americans were asked whether the country should fight an all-out nuclear war rather than live under communist rule? 87% of the men said yes, while only 75% of the women felt that way. Proof that women are pacifist only in comparison to men of the same time in society. Gender gaps are larger when an issue divides the country, as in the Vietnam War, smaller when there is greater agreement, as in World War II, and non-existent when the issue obsesses the entire society, as in the attitudes among Israelis and Arabs toward a resolution of the Arab-Israeli conflict. But women's position in society can affect its fondness for war, even if the women themselves are not opposing war. A recognition of women's rights and an opposition to war go together. In Middle Eastern countries, the poll respondents who were more favorable to gender equality were also more favorable to nonviolent solutions to the Arab-Israeli conflict. Several ethnographic surveys of traditional cultures have found that the better a society treats its women, the less it embraces war. The same is true for modern countries with the usual continuum running from Western Europe to blue American states, and to red American states to Islamic countries such as Afghanistan and Pakistan. As we shall see in Chapter 10, societies that empower their women are less likely to end up with large cohorts of rootless young men, with their penchant for making trouble. And, of course, the decades of the long peace and the new peace have been the decades of the revolution in women's rights. We don't know what causes what, but biology and history suggest that all else being equal, a world in which women have more influence will be a world with fewer wars. Dominance is an adaptation to anarchy, and it serves no purpose in a society that has undergone a civilizing process or in an international system regulated by agreements and norms. Anything that deflates the concept of dominance is likely to drive down the frequency of fights between individuals and wars between groups. That doesn't mean that the emotions behind dominance will go away. They are very much a part of our biology, especially in a certain gender, but they can be marginalized. The mid and late 20th century saw a deconstruction of the concept of dominance and related virtues like manliness, honor, prestige, and glory. Part of the deflation came from the informalization process, as in the Marx Brothers burlesque of jingoism in Duck Soup. Partly it has come from women's inroads into professional life. Women have the psychological distance to see contests of dominance as boys making noise. So as they have become more influential, dominance has lost some of its aura. Anyone who has worked in a mixed-sex environment is familiar with a woman belittling the wasteful posturing of her male colleagues as typical male behavior. Partly it has come from cosmopolitanism, which exposes us to exaggerated cultures of honor in other countries and thereby gives us a perspective on our own. The word macho, recently borrowed from Spanish, has a disdainful air, connoting self-indulgent swagger rather than manly heroism. The village people's campy macho man and other homoerotic iconography has further undermined the trappings of masculine dominance. Another deflationary force, I think, is the progress of biological science and its influence on literate culture. People have increasingly understood the drive for dominance as a vestige of the evolutionary process. A quantitative analysis of Google books shows recent leaps in the popularity of the biological jargon behind dominance, including testosterone, beginning in the 1940s, pecking order, and dominance hierarchy, beginning in the 1960s, and alpha male in the 1990s. Joining them in the 1980s was the facetious pseudo-medical term testosterone poisoning. Each of these phrases belittles the stakes in contests for dominance. They imply that the glory men seek may be a figment of their primate imaginations, the symptom of a chemical in their bloodstream, the acting out of instincts that make us laugh when we see them in roosters and baboons. Compare the distancing power of these biological terms to older words like glorious and honorable, which objectify the prize in a contest of dominance, presupposing that certain accomplishments just are glorious or honorable in the very nature of things. The frequency of both terms has been steadily falling in English-language books for a century and a half. An ability to hold our instincts up to the light, rather than naively accepting their products in our consciousness as just the way things are, is the first step in discounting them when they lead to harmful ends. Revenge. The determination to hurt someone who has hurt you has long been exalted in purple prose. The Hebrew Bible is obsessed with revenge, giving us pithy expressions like, "Whoso sheddeth blood will have his blood shed," "an eye for an eye," and "vengeance is mine." Homer's Achilles describes it as sweeter than flowing honey, welling up like smoke from the breasts of men. Shylock cites it as the climax in his listing of human universals, and when asked what he will do with his pound of flesh, replies, "To bait fish withal. If it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge." People in other cultures also wax poetic about the settling of scores. Milo Vangelis, born into a feuding clan of Montenegrins and later a vice president of communist Yugoslavia, called vengeance the glow in our eyes, the flame in our cheeks, the pounding in our temples, the word that turned to stone in our throats on our hearing that our blood had been shed. A New Guinean man, upon hearing that the killer of his uncle had been paralyzed by an arrow, said, "I feel as if I am developing wings. I feel as if I am about to fly off, and I am very happy." The Apache chief Geronimo, savoring his massacre of 4 Mexican army companies, wrote, "Still covered with the blood of my enemies, still holding my conquering weapon, still hot with the joy of battle, victory, and vengeance, I was surrounded by the Apache braves and made war chief of all the Apaches. Then I gave the orders for scalping the slain. I could not call back my loved ones. I could not bring back the dead Apaches, but I could rejoice in this revenge." Daly and Wilson comment, "Rejoice?" Geronimo wrote these words in a prison cell, his Apache nation broken and nearly extinct. The urge for vengeance seems so futile. There's no use crying over spilt milk, and spilt blood is equally irrevocable. Yet for all its futility, the urge for vengeance is a major cause of violence. Blood revenge is explicitly endorsed in 95% of the world's cultures, and wherever tribal warfare is found, it is one of the major motives. Revenge is the motive of 10 to 20% of homicides worldwide, and a large percentage of school shootings and private bombings. When directed against groups rather than individuals, it is a major motive of urban riots, terrorist attacks, retaliation against terrorist attacks, and wars. Historians who examine the decisions that led to war in reprisal for an attack note that it is often befogged in a red mist of anger. After Pearl Harbor, for example, the American people were said to react with a mind-staggering mixture of surprise, awe, mystification, grief, humiliation, and above all, cataclysmic fury. No alternative to war, such as containment or harassment, was ever considered. The very thought would have been tantamount to treason. The reactions to the 9/11 attack were similar. The U.S. invasion of Afghanistan the following month was motivated as much by a sense that something had to be done in reprisal as by a strategic decision that it was the most effective long-term measure against terrorism. The 3,000 killings on September 11th had themselves been motivated by revenge, as Osama bin Laden explained in his Letter to America. Allah the Almighty legislated the permission and the option to take revenge. Thus, if we are attacked, then we have the right to attack back. Whoever has destroyed our villages and towns, then we have the right to destroy their villages and towns. Whoever has stolen our wealth, then we have the right to destroy their economy. And whoever has killed our civilians, then we have the right to kill theirs. Revenge is not confined to political and tribal